Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents A Tangled Truth by Max Walker. Narrated by Greg Boudreau. Prologue, 2001. Liam Wolfe. The Starlight Theater was packed, which, it was a Friday night, and we were a few blocks away from Times Square, but that was fine. Mark really wanted to see the new Jurassic Park movie, and I was down because I was a good friend like that. Also, raptors were pretty badass, and I was interested in seeing them on the big screen. So, I stood in line with my best friend, who, I noticed, was wearing the shirt I'd gotten him for his birthday. "You like the shirt, huh?" I motioned with my chin. It was a black t-shirt with a slogan on it printed in bold white print that said, "Feels like summer." It wasn't the only thing I got him, don't worry. Nah, it was my mom who'd seen it in the store and thought of him. She bought it and told me he'd love it for his birthday. Guess she was right. "Yeah, dude, it's awesome." Mark looked down at his shirt before looking back up at me. His eyes were reflecting the light from the flashing theater signs above us. They were different colors, one a really light blue and the other was half brown, half blue, and they never failed to throw me off. I looked away. "Good. Looks good on you." "Thanks, dude." We made it up to the ticket stand. We each bought our tickets and followed the line of people into the theater. It was an old place. Grand, I guess would be the word. They kept it looking like it was something out of our history textbooks. It was really cool. Mark and I came here like every weekend, and we never got bored. Not that we could ever get bored hanging out with each other. It was always an adventure with him, and I loved it. "Want something to eat?" Mark asked. I looked at the long line of people waiting at the concession stand. "No, I don't want to wait." "Go sit down. I'll wait," Mark said, already moving to grab a place in line. "What do you want?" I shook my head. Nah, I won't make you wait here alone." I got into line next to him, and, as time usually did when we were together, it flew. The line disappeared, and we were up front and ordering in what felt like seconds. Maybe it was because we were getting into a heated argument on which starter Pokemon was truly the best. "Charmander," I was still saying strongly as we grabbed the big bag of popcorn and our sodas. "Squirtle, man," Mark argued. "He's the strongest and the cutest and the better one overall. Plus, he turns into Blastoise. Bad ass. Charmander evolves into a dragon? Done deal." I was pouring butter on the freshly popped popcorn. "More," Mark said before I put the butter down. I listened as Mark grabbed the salt and added it to the mix. "Fine, whatever," Mark said, grabbing the sodas while I grabbed the popcorn. "I'm not saying he's a bad pick, I'm just saying Squirtle is better." Neither of us wanted to ruin the friendship over Pokemon, so we moved on to other subjects. We were just about to go back into our sophomore year of high school after a summer break that wasn't long enough, at all. We started talking about our class schedules and who we thought we'd be taking classes with as we went to go find our seats. There were already a few people neither of us wanted to be around, and some others that were actually cool, down-to-earth people. But mostly, it didn't matter, because it was me and Mark for the majority of it all. We stuck together through thick and thin, and neither of us needed a ton of friends. We just hung out together, and that was pretty much it. Honestly, at 15, I guess that's all that really mattered in life. Just having a good person to talk with and have a good time with and get through things with. That was Mark to me. He'd helped me through a lot, and I'd helped him, too. We sat down. The seats were good, too, like right in the center, even though the theater was packed. Somehow there were 2 empty seats, and we grabbed them. I put the popcorn in my lap and went for some. "Oh, shit, sorry. Here," I said as my hand rubbed up against Mark's, who, I didn't realize, was already going for the popcorn. I tilted the bag his way, avoiding any eye contact. I knew that if there was eye contact, then he'd know something had just happened to me, that I felt electrocuted by that random touch, which... No. I mean, I didn't really feel anything. Nothing real, at least. It was just a reaction to the surprise of being touched, obviously. It had nothing to do with Mark, and the way he smiled, or how he always seemed to know exactly what to say, or how he somehow always made me laugh without even doing anything. Nope. None of that. It was just some random reaction. Except I couldn't look him in the eye. The previews came on then, and the audience quieted, and I couldn't have been happier. Mark Masters. Wow. Okay, that was weird. Liam's hand just rubbed against mine, and he completely changed. He was sitting all straight in his chair now, and his eyes were pinned to some commercial on the screen about a local investigative service. I was usually good with noticing little things, and I was definitely noticing the change in Liam. Which was also kind of good, because then that meant he wouldn't notice the quick shiver that made my shoulders dance the second our hands had touched. It wasn't like it meant anything, but still, I was kind of happy he missed it. I was also pretty happy he couldn't hear my heart, which was beating way faster than it had been a few minutes earlier. Oh, and my stomach. It was doing this weird, twisty thing. And not to mention the damn butterflies, which I was sure was probably just indigestion, but still, it was a weird feeling that spread from my belly and up and out. It was warm and light and made me smile as I took a big gulp of my Coke. But then I quickly smothered the smile. It was just me being happy at getting a chance to hang out with my best friend, nothing more. It didn't mean anything else. I couldn't possibly like him. He was a boy, my best friend. That didn't happen. At least, I was told it wasn't supposed to. So, whatever dumb, silly feelings I was feeling, I had to pretty much ignore them. I knew I loved Liam as my best friend, but that was it, nothing else. So, then why, by the middle of the movie, was I wishing I could put my arm around his shoulders, just like all the other couples were doing around us? By the end of the movie, I was sniffling. Liam knew that sound. "Really touched you, huh?" he said as the lights came up. I asked, playing dumb, looking down so he didn't spot any rogue tears. "The ending. I heard you sniffling. I didn't think a bunch of dinosaurs could get you going like that." I laughed, thankfully able to control my weird outburst of emotion. "Right. Yeah, it was just everyone finally being happy and safe, I guess. I don't know, man. I probably just need sleep." Liam laughed, grabbing the trash around us. He was wearing a gray t-shirt with our high school's logo on it and a pair of black gym shorts. "Oh, shit! It's the dynamic duo!" I recognized that voice, and I went right into defensive mode. It was Sean Huntsman, the resident bully and someone who'd had it out for the two of us since freshman year. I was pretty sure it was because the head cheerleader had a massive crush on Liam, and everyone knew Sean had a thing for her. "You two on a cute little date?" The tone turned mocking. I stood up and faced the craphead. He was wearing a shirt with his football number on it, his blonde hair buzzed short, and his green eyes looking like they belonged to a snake. "No," I said simply. "Come on," I told Liam, already moving down the aisle as the crowd started leaving the theater. Sean followed, his gang of rock-brained sidekicks right on his tail. We heard his jeers as we walked out through the big lobby, practically swimming through the crowd. I couldn't really make out what he was saying, but I didn't want to. I just wanted to get out of there with Liam. Maybe we could head to his place where I was sure there'd be some killer brownies waiting for us on the counter. "What an asshole," Liam said, coming up next to me as we walked out onto the New York City street. The subway station was only a few blocks away. I looked at my watch and realized it was 9 o'clock. "Oh, dude, I should probably get home. I told my mom I'd be back before 9:30. "Same," Liam said. "All right, man, see you tomorrow then. You're coming over, right?" "Yeah, for sure," I said, smiling. We clapped hands in the air and shared a quick hug before we turned to walk in separate directions. "Aw, you fairies aren't going to kiss goodbye. Come on, look at Liam. He's practically pissing glitter." It was Sean, and he had me getting really angry. He could call me whatever he wanted to, I didn't care too much, but I knew Liam was different. He would tell me how the names bothered him, how he would think about it all the time, and that made me so damn mad. "Sean, stop it!" I stood on the corner of the busy street. Sean was surrounded on both sides by his two goons. One's nose was bent from a fight he'd gotten in during the beginning of the year. The other one looked like a sentient hyena. For a second I wondered if I had made a mistake, but then Liam showed up at my side. Why? Do you want to see us kiss, Sean? Is that it? Is that what you're into? Liam was surprising me. Sean seemed flustered at that thought. No, fuck that, I'm not gay. His hyena pet cackled at his side. Sure sounds like you might be, I said, jumping in, crossing my arms across my chest. Man, you two fucking butt munchers, if you say one more word, I'm gonna knock out all of your teeth. He was balling up his hands in a fist. I believed him, and honestly, I was getting a little scared, but I couldn't let him know that. I stood my ground, even stepping a little in front of Liam. He wasn't going to take a hit if I had anything to do with it. Go ahead, I said. It'll be easier to blow. Sean, Nancy Huntsman, let's go. I've got a turkey in the oven. Sean's cheeks immediately went cherry red. His eyes bulged open as he turned to look directly at his mother, who was holding her hands in the air and giving him the universal hurry the hell up look. He didn't say another word. Him and his sad boy band retreated with their tails between their legs as his mother shuffled them into a parked van. Wow, what an asshole. For real, Liam said. Thanks for sticking by me. Of course, I said, my smile matching his. I'll always be by your side. Good, he said. Good. We hugged again, not something we normally did so many times, but it felt right in that moment. Hey, what were you about to say to him? Liam asked before we said goodbyes. To who? Nancy? Oh, don't worry about it, I said, waving it off and laughing. It was a damn good comeback, though. All right, I should really get going now, Liam said. I'll see you tomorrow. See you, Liam. We said our goodbyes, and this time we weren't interrupted. It felt like any other night, really, aside from the shitty Sean situation. There was no way I could have known it would have been one of the last few days we would spend together for a very long time. I wish I had known. Maybe then I would have put my arm around his shoulder. 1. Liam Wolfe, 2017. It was cloudy, with a soft haze hanging in the New York City air. I had the corner office in one of the tallest skyscrapers in the city, but all I could see out the window was heavy, pregnant gray clouds. Normally, I'd be able to see the entire concrete jungle stretching out toward the Hudson River where it would stop, only for a smaller jungle to pick up on the other side. That didn't mean I lacked a view today, though. No, I had a really great fucking view that consisted of a beautiful hunk getting down on the floor and crawling toward my open legs. But before I could truly enjoy myself, I had to deal with the bitch of a phone call I'd just gotten from Jean Hill, a producer who never really got along with me. No idea why. Couldn't have been because I'd called her out for the terrible treatment she'd give to the background actors on one of her set visits. Nope, she wasn't a vindictive, grudge-holding bitch like that. Not at all. Liam Wolfe, the one man I'd like to talk to least in this world. I've got news for you, and it's bad. In case that didn't translate, I was being sarcastic as fuck. Jean held on to a grudge harder than Jack Sparrow holds on to rum and whores. What is it? Sarah Hyland is dropping out of the film. I almost jumped out of my chair. The only thing holding me down was the man with his hands on my knees. No, we can't lose Sarah as the lead on this. You don't deliver a major summer blockbuster without the one girl everyone wants to see in it, I said, holding the phone between my head and shoulder, looking down at the man currently on his knees, his hands rubbing up and down my thighs. I could feel his warmth through my slacks. It helped soothe the rising tide of pissed-off energy I was beginning to feel. Yeah, you think I didn't think about that? I've got skin in this game, too, Jean said over the phone, her voice as grating as her attitude. But there's nothing else we can do. She's pulling out. Why? What the hell happened? She was a day away from signing the contract. The man, a handsome guy with green eyes and a jawline that screamed corn-fed football player from Kansas turned Calvin Klein model, looked down at my crotch, rubbing his face over the growing bulge. My light gray slacks and lack of any underwear left exactly nothing to the imagination. I throbbed through the thin fabric. A flame started up in my gut and spread outward. I pushed my hips up, rubbing his face harder into my bulge. He started to mouth on the outline. She heard the news. The news? Oh, I'm the first one to break this to you? She sounded giddy all of a sudden. The last time I heard her sound like this was when she said I was going to get laughed out of Hollywood with my last feature film. She was sure pissed off when it was me getting a standing ovation at the Academy Awards while she was sitting all the way toward the back by one of the bathrooms. I made sure to chuckle on the stage. That one was for her. What news, Jean? I'm surprised. I thought you had Google alerts set up on your name. You're trending all over the country. This time I stood up. Jean, enough games. What's going on? You know what? On second thought, go check it yourself, she said, her tone sounding more acidic than usual. Crook. And with that, she hung up. What the... Is everything okay? The man, Trenton69 was his Grindr username, asked. No, I said, logging on to Twitter first and immediately having the app crash on me because of the number of notifications that were coming in. I went to my computer and leaned on the desk as I logged in, going straight for a popular industry news blog. Sure enough, my name was blaring out from a headline on the front page that read, Liam Wolfe accused through anonymous email of stealing millions from production and harassing crew members. There was a copy of the email on the trending page. Liam Wolfe is a fraud and a thief. He stole millions from his film projects, and he's physically assaulted background actors on his films using his power to keep them quiet. He's a monster and should be stopped from creating any new films. Do not support this trash. My blood ran frigid. It was like I'd suddenly jumped out of my body and was watching myself read the headline over and over again, trying to make sense of what it meant. Clearly, it was written in picture-fucking-perfect English, but my mind was seeing Celtic. It didn't make any sense. Trenton must have picked up on the change in my face. I was sure I'd gone pale. Whoa. Man, I think you should sit. You should go, I said, my vision tunneling in on the headline. I scrolled through the article, a name instantly jumping out at me and hitting me with the force of a bullet train. Johnny Brown. He'd had it out for me since we'd worked together 10 years earlier. I never knew why he hated me, but he would only finance my films because he knew they'd make his money back, and not because he actually liked me, which he'd made very clear on multiple occasions. And now he was being interviewed, and his name was front and center. Yeah, he was quoted as saying, I'm sure he did it. That guy is scum, nothing but a nice smile. In that one moment, I saw my entire future crumble like a deck of cards. Everything I had worked so damn hard for, all the sacrifices I'd had to make, it was all going to be for nothing. Trenton was already out the door of my office by the time shock gave way to anger. My fists balled into my hands, nails digging into my palm. How fucking dare that motherfucker? Breathe. Breathe. It was getting harder to lift my chest. I rubbed the bridge of my nose, trying to focus on the sensation of the oxygen flowing in through my nose. A technique I'd learned off some meditation app I'd had on my phone for 3 days before deleting it. Follow the air, follow it in, down to my lungs. I couldn't let this spiral, even though it was already pretty much taking the shape of a toilet flush. I had to take control of it. Then, as if on cue, my publicist was calling, her name flashing on my screen and shattering any meditative fraud I was committing. Jesus, Blair! So you know. She sounded as stressed as I was feeling. Yeah, my bestie, Jean Hill, was more than happy with breaking the news to me. Blair let out a hissed curse on the other line. Sorry, Liam, I'm already drafting up a statement now. We'll push it out on all your social media accounts and change the narrative before things get out of hand. Things are already out of hand. What the hell is Johnny fucking talking about? Giving an interview? That email had to have come from him. I've never taken a single cent from anyone, and harassment, he's the fucking sleazebag. Exactly. I think you might be right, and if you are, then Johnny made a huge mistake opening up that can of worms. We can turn the lens back around on him, show that he's the villain here. Right. But now we have to prove I didn't do anything. Proving a negative, we all know that's a piece of fucking cake. My sarcasm was the only outlet I had to relieve some of the boiling pressure inside me. It felt like my chest was about to burst open. I was pacing a circle into the gray carpet underneath me. The storm clouds outside seemed to have multiplied, making my office darker than I liked. Instead of moving to flick on the lights, though, I walked back to my desk and slumped into my chair, putting Blair on speaker and going back to scrolling through the news article, the white light from my phone screen lighting up the office. Thing is, if it was Johnny, why would he do this? And now? Right before you go into principal photography on Queens? He's invested in the film, too. If the movie bombs, he takes a hit. That's exactly why he's doing it, I said. I reached the comment section on the article, and my thoughts immediately redirected. It was clearly going to be a cesspool, I knew that. Yet I still checked. Driven by the same impulse that makes us all drive slower past a grisly accident, I couldn't turn my eyes away from the comments. What a grimy twat. No, I looked up to him, so disappointed. Dumbass, Queens was gonna bomb anyway. Blair asking a question pulled me out of the tar pit of negativity. Hello? Why is he doing it? You stop talking. Are you reading shit online? Put the Twitter down, Liam. It's toxic. Hashtags are not hash browns. You're right. You're right, I said, minimizing the article, but not closing out of it completely. I picked up on my train of thought before the Twitter tirade. He's doing it because he wants me off of Queens. He wants his little brother to direct it, and he knows he could get him the job if I'm off the film, especially if it all happens a few weeks before we start filming. With all that chaos, he won't have a hard time convincing anyone else that his brother could do the job. What a fucking rhino shit. I scoffed at that. It was always funny when Blair, who sounded very much like Elsa from Frozen, threw out curses. It was extra funny when she got creative with them. You're right, he's a huge rhino turd, but the world doesn't know that. And so instead, the world is going to think I'm the massive rhino shit. I was going through such a turbulent rush of emotions. The anger I'd been breeding inside me had transformed into a sick sadness that was spreading and sapping my energy. I wanted to fight, but this was going to be one uphill fucking battle. It already felt so out of control, and that was something I hated. My entire life, I needed control. I thrived on it. As a director, that's what I think made me and my work stand apart. I made sure every damn shot was under control, delivering what I wanted it to. Of course, I was okay with improvisation and understanding that not everything was possible to control, but this was all kinds of fucked up. My phone started to buzz as text messages began popping in. First from my assistant, then my friends, then my colleagues. The news was fanning out in an even wider radius. Less and less control. I was feeling nauseous. Blair, I'm going to have to call you back. Okay, I didn't wait for her to say much else. I was scared saying another word would end up with me chucking up my lunch. I had to call my lawyer. First and foremost, he'd be the one who I needed to talk to next. And if there was an avenue to pursue for suing Johnny for defamation, then I was going to take it, and I was already set on that. My hackles were starting to rise. I may have been feeling like my stomach was twisting in knots, but I was also finding fuel for a fight. After my lawyer, I had an idea of where to go to next. Somewhere I could find help. Someone who could look deeper into all of this and hopefully figure out what was really going on. But first, lawyer. I took a deep breath in, held it, and let it out. Who would have guessed that my night would turn out like this? I was all set to bang a handsome hookup against my desk, and now, suddenly, I was the one being banged. Fucked. Totally and completely fucked. The world was literally fucking me. So, seriously, find me whoever could have guessed my night would end like this, because I would love to have a chat with them about the lotto numbers. 2. Mark Masters. Sorry, but this is the end, Mark. I need to break us up. My jaw dropped open, a perfect landing pad for the fly that had been buzzing around my office earlier in the day. What? Chris, what? When my boyfriend had texted me saying we needed to talk, I knew something was up, but I didn't expect a full-on breakup situation. As a detective, I was pretty proud of my ability to pick up on subtle signals, but Chris had given me absolutely zero signs that a breakup was on the horizon. We had just gotten back from a cruise about a month ago, where we had spent 4 days soaking up the sun and fighting a total of 0 times. We never fought. We never had any issues. This news was coming straight out of the blue. I'm actualizing my desires, Mark. It's what Raina advised me to do, and it's something I've realized I was thinking about before Raina entered my life. Raina? The teacher from that one seminar you took 2 weeks ago? Is that why you're doing this? It's a piece of it, Mark. Just a piece. Trust me. This is for the best. For both of us. My eyebrows might as well have been scrubbing the ceiling clean. Are you kidding me? Is this some kind of test? There's no test. I think both of our journeys are going in separate directions. I can see it. And so I want to allow the both of us to experience our journeys fully. I narrowed my eyes. This was never how Chris spoke. We'd been going out for a year, and he'd never once used the word journey around me. This had to have all come from that seminar he'd taken. He had chugged the Kool-Aid, and I could see there wasn't much for me to do about it. I wasn't one to beg, and I certainly wasn't getting on my knees for Chris ever again. You gotta be kidding me. Everything was fine between us. You'll understand, too, I think. If not, I really recommend you speaking to Raina as well. It was very hard for me not to roll my eyes in that moment, but I stayed strong and didn't let my inner teenager reign supreme. Raina is probably the last person I want to speak with right now, Chris. I know this is difficult, but I'm certain it's the right thing for the both of us. There was a certainty in the way his jaw was set and his shoulders were carried, a formation of rigid lines. Wow, was all I could say. I was sitting behind my desk, looking at the man who had made me really happy over the length of our relationship. A man with golden brown hair that matched those glowing eyes of his. He had never failed to cast some kind of spell on me every time he glanced my way. I never got bored of staring into those eyes. I thought I never would. Now I wish I'd never looked into those damn eyes in the first place. Wow, I repeated. You're a great man, Mark. Someone is going to be one hell of a lucky guy with you, but that's not me. He clapped his hands, as if he'd just finished the last PowerPoint slide in his timeshare presentation. I hope you have a great day. He got up, grabbed the gray backpack he had brought with him, slung it over his shoulder, and walked out. The door was almost shut before he stuck his head back in. Oh, you can keep the couple of clothes I kept in your closet. I know you like them, and we're pretty much the same size. One eyebrow arched, the other flatlined. I wanted to say, wow, again, but thought that would be expected by now. Instead, all I said was, okay. And with that, he was gone. A man who I had allowed into my life for a decent chunk of time. I dropped my head in a cave created by my crossed arms. Should I have fought more? I barely argued his point or tried digging for any more information. That wasn't like me. I was always driven by a need to get to the bottom of things. Part of it was the look in his eyes. He was set in his decision, and I knew that. We both did. The other part, though, that needed some more soul-searching to figure out. I had to take an entire weekend to myself, just reading or biking, doing something to get my thoughts back on track. Maybe then I'd truly understand why I didn't fight very hard for Chris. I raised my head and sat back in my chair. My heart was heavy and my head was shaking in slight disbelief. I realized then that I'd never been broken up with. Before Chris, I'd had 2 other serious boyfriends, one of whom I'd broken up with after I found sexts of his with other guys. Apparently he forgot I made a living as a detective. And the other one I ended because he just turned out to be a huge dick, which was not balanced out by the fact that he had a huge dick. So this was new. My legs shook up and down underneath the table. Outside, I could hear some rustling and voices. For a second, I thought it was one of the other detectives walking down the hall with a client, but then the voices stopped right outside my door. I could see 2 shapes through the frosted glass, then 2 knocks came. "Come in," I said, rolling my shoulders back and trying to compartmentalize all the negative energy I'd been soaking in only moments before. I'd deal with that later. Although the day was cloudy enough outside to make 1 o'clock in the afternoon feel like 8 at night, I knew it wasn't actually 8. I was on the clock, and someone was showing up needing my help. "Hey, Mark, I've got someone here looking for a detective." Andrew's voice gave me the dose of positivity I had desperately needed. He stepped aside and allowed the client into my office. At first, my eyes settled on a face that was vaguely familiar, like someone I'd spent a long time looking at but had gone a long time without. Someone who meant so much. Could it actually be Liam? Holy shit! I got up from behind my desk, a smile spread wide across my face. I couldn't believe it. Mark! Liam clapped his hands, confirming my suspicions. It was him. My best friend from years and years ago. The kid I'd grown up with before he'd moved away, when we lost contact and never reconnected. Until now. "Wait, you two know each other?" Andrew asked, pointing between us, his brows knitting together. Liam doesn't just know me. He knows more about me than almost anyone else. Yeah, we used to be childhood friends," I said. Liam's smile was wide as he looked me up and down. I couldn't help but do the same. It was quick, but still enough time for me to appreciate how damn good Liam was looking these days. He had short blonde hair and warm hazel eyes that reflected a deep intelligence. He was wearing a tight pair of dark jeans and a white t-shirt with the word love spray-painted in black across a pocket. It was stylish and was most likely very expensive, which wouldn't surprise me. I knew how well Liam was doing as a director, which was another reason why I was shocked to see him here. I never thought our paths would have crossed again, but it seemed like there were different plans weaved into fate's tapestry. "What a small world," Andrew said. He was smiling too, as if this reunion was the kind that you watch on YouTube involving a soldier and his puppy. "Okay, I'll be up front if either of you need anything." He gave a small wave and walked backward out the door, still smiling as he shut it, and left me inside my office with my old childhood friend. More than an old friend. Liam was my first love. I could confidently say, looking back, that I'd been in love with Liam, and one of my biggest regrets I'd ever carried was never telling him. I never knew how he would react, or what that would mean for our friendship, and so I always kept my strongest emotions to myself. It was like asking a canary to keep quiet, tying their beaks shut just to make sure. What kind of cruelty was that? And I had inflicted that on myself. "This is crazy," Liam said. "Yeah, insane," I said, feeling like I had contracted a spontaneous case of whiplash. This is going to be one hell of a case. The timing of the entire thing didn't escape me either. Chris had just finished walking out of my office, blabbering about actualizing and knowing what was right. Then in walked Liam, a relic straight out of my past. Maybe this Raina girl does know what she's talking about. 3. Liam Wolfe. "This is absolutely freaking nuts," I said, feeling my pulse ratchet up. I instantly recognized him. How could I not? Jesus, Mark had aged like a fine red wine, getting better with every single day that passed. He had a sexy, rugged thing going on, with a well-trimmed 5 o'clock shadow that was framing a pair of eyes that could take the breath away from a hurricane. He had heterochromia, so his eyes were 2 different colors. His left, a breathtaking sky blue, and his right had the same blue on the bottom half with a beautiful amber-brown color on the top half. Since we were kids, those eyes were always so fascinating to me. Some kids bullied him, but I always made sure those kids shut their traps real quick. I always knew that he had something special, something to be admired. Turns out, I was clearly just ahead of the curve, and knew that those 2 eyes would belong to a man who could hold a room's attention with a look alone. "You look good," Mark said, his lips twisting into a smile I hadn't realized I was missing. He walked toward me and held a hand out. He was wearing a light pink button-up shirt tucked into a pair of well-fitting black pants. There was a plain silver necklace peeking out from the open collar. It's been... Damn, how long has it been, Liam? Our hands met to shake, and any answer I had for him was wiped off my tongue. It was like grabbing an electric fence and holding on just as the power surged on, a la Jurassic Park, minus the bloodthirsty raptors, thankfully. A while, I managed to spit out. It's been a while. Like, what, 10 years? Shit, I'd say even longer than that. I was 15 when I moved away, you were 16. I'm 31 now, so... Fuck, 16 years. Mark shook his head again, and I mirrored him. That was a damn long time. And it was a damn shame, too. When our hands separated, I put mine back into the pocket of my jeans, wondering how long the feel of Mark's palm on mine would last. Damn, man. Mark chewed his lip. Sit. He motioned toward the comfortable-looking leather chair in front of his desk. I pulled it out and sat, trying hard not to get caught staring. I came in a panicked mess, and with one handshake, Mark had me feeling like we were kids again, when everything had seemed so under control. Nothing was spiraling. I wasn't facing fake charges and the end to my career. And there was the lump in my throat again. It had arrived yesterday when the allegations first broke and seemed to have made a permanent residence right there in my esophagus. I tried swallowing it back down. Wow. Okay, Mark said, still sounding slightly shaken. I didn't blame him. I wondered if he was feeling the same sparks that I was in that moment. Hell, the same sparks I had felt since back when we were kids, when we'd first met. Even then, back when we were practically babies in the grand scheme of things, I remember feeling some kind of pull toward Mark. Of course, at that age it was more of a simple curiosity mixed with innocent admiration. Nowadays, though, that same curiosity and admiration were there, but so was a fiery passion that was burning through my anxiety, turning it into ashes and leaving a lust-filled jewel behind. All right, as much as I want to sit and catch up with you, I know you came here for a reason, and I want to be able to help. Of course, if you don't feel comfortable for any reason, we can find another No need. I want you, I said, leaving a breath of air before going on. As my detective. I could have sworn I saw Mark's smile flicker wider for a moment, but he set his face and focused it on his computer, his fingers pounding across the keyboard. Good, Mark said. Then maybe we can catch up later. He looked away from the screen and at me for a moment, those two gems of his causing my breath to hitch. He smiled, as if he had gotten the reaction he was looking for, and went back to looking at his computer. Yeah, I'd like that. All right, he said, leaning back in his chair. So, what brings you in? Well, let's see, where should I start? I pulled my phone out, the screen already opening up to one of the most recent articles written on me by a glittery pink gossip website. I flipped the phone around and set it on the table. Mark picked it up and read the big, bold title out loud. Liam Wolfe, career going down as fast as a grinder hookup. Wow. His eyebrows rose as he scanned the rest of the page. I waited until he was done to give him the full details because, surprisingly, the website's reporting was actually pretty accurate and succinct. Had to give them that. The drops of cum they'd painted on my chin made me laugh, so all in all, I guess they were doing a good job. Regardless, though, the article was real, and so were the allegations. And I'm pretty sure Johnny is doing this so that his little brother can jump in the director's chair. The studio would be fine with it as long as they can get someone with a modicum of talent and an open schedule. Mark was typing this all out. He asked me a few questions here and there, but for the most part, it was me talking. Which was weird, considering that as kids it was always the opposite. Mark had been the one with the chatty lips, while I'd sat back and listened. As I grew older, that changed, and I became much more talkative. I wondered what had happened as Mark grew up. Did he still go off on hour-long tangents about silly shapes in the clouds, or was he more of the sit-back-and-observe type? Did he still obsess over crazy conspiracy theories that he'd never believe in but loved talking about? Did he still smell like the overpowering oaky cologne he'd always use? Or did that change too? How did he feel if my hand were on his again? Was he still soft, or had he taken on more of a rugged texture? My dick twitched as my questions roamed, my mind beginning to solidify just how much Mark had changed. How much of a man he had become. How his jaw was so well-defined, and his brows were full, and his eyes glowed with a fire that hadn't always been there. Those lips were plumper, and that smile was more smoldering than I ever remembered it being. Through his shirt, I could also see the definition of muscles earned from hours spent at the gym. My dick stopped the twitching. It was rock hard and pulsing between my thighs. So crazy. This is so fucking crazy. Maybe I should have asked for another detective. I could have come back and caught up with him. Mark looked from the computer to me, and his eyes glittered like tiny, priceless jewels. My cock gave a rogue throb. Nope, I definitely did the right thing staying with Mark. Mark spoke, his voice practically holding me hostage. It is extremely convenient timing with the film about to start shooting. And although we don't know for certain that it was Johnny who wrote the email alleging the theft, it sounds to me like he has the most reason to do it. Plus, you said he's had it out for you before. He seemed struck by a thought with the way the wrinkles between his brows deepened. Did you recognize anything in the email that could point toward Johnny? A misspelling he always makes, or an abbreviation he commonly uses? I shook my head. Nope. There was a typo or two, but nothing I could pin on Johnny. The police are looking into it, too. They had some kind of forensic expert come in and check it out. And so the police cleared you of the allegations? They have an open investigation going on, so nothing's been officially cleared, but it can't take much longer. I mean, it has to be obvious I didn't steal any money. My bank accounts are a little complicated, but still, they have people dedicated to figuring that stuff out. I took in a deep breath and let it out, still feeling a well of frustration growing inside me. Shit, it's that every day this news is out there is another day my name gets ruined. I'm lucky the studio hasn't fired me yet and given Johnny exactly what he wants, but I guarantee you, if I start trending again for any kind of negative reason, I'm getting the axe. I'm going to figure this out for you, Liam, don't worry. He was looking at me again, and the bubbling well of frustration was turning right off. I felt his words settle inside me, allowing me to feel better than I had since this entire mess started. Thank you, Mark, I scoffed, shaking my head. Who would have thought? Little Marky Mark, the one who was scared to learn how to ride a bike, would be the one hunting down a rhino turd like a big ol' hero. He laughed at that. It was surprising to me just how familiar Mark's laugh was to me. Even after all these years apart, the chuckle hiccup thing he did was still there, and still filled me with happiness on hearing it. I wouldn't have guessed, he said, his smile lighting up that handsome face of his. It was then I realized I didn't even know if he was gay or not. Obviously, we'd had a connection as kids, and even acted on that connection one single time before. And wow, what a time that had been. But we'd never actually spoken about our sexualities. I guess I could assume, but we all know who that made an ass out of. All right, so, back to Johnny. You mentioned you have some things on him? Right, yeah, I said, rolling my neck and stretching the tight muscles in my shoulders before focusing back on my phone and the issue at hand. Here, look at these. I went to my email folder and opened up a few of the starred ones. These are all from actresses he's worked with, I said, watching as Mark's expression seemed to grow more and more disgusted as he read through the emails. None of them are accusing anything criminal, but they're definitely saying he's a sick scumbag. All of them landed in my inbox the day the news broke. They're reaching out as a sign of support, and so that hopefully together we can give this guy the karma he deserves. I've already forwarded the emails to my attorney and the police too, but you're the one who can really dig deep here. Well, I hoped so. I knew the cops had to follow the letter of the law to a T, and my lawyer wasn't going to do any intense investigative work either. But it seemed like Mark worked in a slightly gray area. I wasn't thinking he could go and break into Johnny's house tonight and figure it all out. But at least Mark seemed to have more tools at his disposal than a disinterested cop would. I certainly will dig deep, Mark said, looking up at me again. And, okay, I get that my thoughts were better served going somewhere other than sex like focusing on the investigation at hand. But my hard dick still pulsing in my boxer briefs rerouted all logical thoughts and sent them right to my balls. It was like I was a preteen, brushing up against Mark's bare elbow for a split second, which back then was enough to have me running to the bathroom under the guise of a stomach cramp. He must have thought I'd had a terrible digestive system. I almost chuckled, holding it back. My hands balled into a fist and fell into my lap. There's also one more thing I wanted to talk about. Something pretty big. Okay, this was definitely going to kill my boner. Leave it to a director to bury the lead for dramatic effect. I shrugged my shoulders, giving a smirk, trying to ignore the stiff length pushing up against my fists. Can you blame me? Yes. Actually, yes I can. This is me, blaming you. We both laughed at that. And suddenly the ice was broken, shattered, cracked right from underneath us, plunging us both into waters both warm and familiar. I was looking into the eyes of one of my closest childhood friends, someone who I'd always wondered about as time passed, thought about. Hell, I'd had dreams about him. The good kind of dreams. The ones that leave you feeling sad and hungover for the rest of the day, knowing the dream was just that, an elaborate illusion. All right, so, what is it? Should I start up a drum roll? Mark started clapping on his thighs, softly at first. I need it louder than that, I said, feeling so damn good being able to joke with Mark again. It was something I had no idea I'd missed this bad. As kids, we were always laughing. We were called the Giggle Gang at one point. Some kids used it as an insult and some as a cool-sounding group name. Some probably used it as both. Okay, now can you imitate the sound of a cheering crowd? I said, tilting my head and putting my 4 fingers up in the air, connected to symbolize the lens of a camera. I looked through it, pretending I was setting up a shot. Mark started to hiss, sounding more like a startled rattlesnake than a crowd. I laughed and shook my hands in the air, waving it all off. Our goofiness had overtaken, and if we allowed it, I'm sure we would have stayed locked up in that office, regressing back until we were both in the womb. No, there would be time for that later. At least I hoped there would be. Seriously, though, I said, getting back to business, both of us getting out our last chuckles. Max was looking at me from across his desk, his jaw flexing as he prepared for the news. So, I said, I think Johnny killed his last 2 wives. And scene. 4. Mark Masters. My brain felt like putty. The off-pink kind that comes in those bright red plastic eggs and can absorb and basically photocopy newspaper articles. Yeah, my brain was like that. I was taking in all the information and storing it in the relevant places, but emotionally, it was like DEFCON 1 had been triggered inside the folds of my cerebellum. Total putty. I had just been dumped by a decent guy, which I had not seen coming at all, to then get blindsided by a reunion with someone I'd never thought I'd see again. Someone who just so happened to be my first crush and who didn't even know it. Wow. Nope. Not even thinking that word. It's been the only thing in my damn vocabulary. Then again, there really was no other word to totally and completely sum up the situation than the W word. And then Liam dropped the bomb. I think Johnny killed his last 2 wives. My eyebrows shot up, my lips formed before my thoughts did. Wow. Shit. Yeah, it's a doozy, I know. His eyes were wide as he looked at me. I was older than him by a year, but for some reason it always felt like that gap was extended much further. Like I'd been on this earth longer than him by a stretch. Looking back, it could have been because of how much Liam always looked up to me. Always wanted to do what I was doing. Now that gap was still stretched, Liam feeling years younger to me in that moment. It was in the way his eyes were wide and looking to me, searching for assurance. He was looking for help, and I wanted to do everything in my power to give it to him. Okay, let's unpack this, I said, honing in on the new piece of information. What did his last 2 wives die of? I've got the official police reports right here, actually, Liam said, pointing to a green folder he had brought with him. So the deaths were investigated. Yeah, but I don't think the police did the most thorough job. He was shaking his head, frustration playing on his face, his well-groomed brows scrunching together, his soft eyes gaining an edge to them. In another circumstance, I would have noted how cute he looked when he was angry, maybe even have said it out loud. Another circumstance? That's an entirely different plane of existence. I wonder how happy we are in that world, where I can comment on his cute facial expressions. They were both confirmed as suicides, Liam continued as I leafed through the reports, my eyes darting over important details. I'd make sure to go over it all with a fine-toothed comb later, but for now, getting Liam's view was most important. But here's the thing. Both of the wives were found dead just a few days before their one-year anniversaries, and both of them did it by turning their cars on and shutting the garage doors. Both of them, 3 years apart. That's odd, isn't it? That doesn't really happen often, I don't think. No, it doesn't, I said, red flags thrown up. And I see only one of them left a note. Typed up, apparently, but I don't see a copy of it. Do you have a copy? Liam pursed his lips, shaking his head. No, I've been trying to get it, but they're having some difficulties finding the evidence. I moved to my computer, typing that up toward the top of my notes in all caps and bold. I wanted to see that suicide note. Neither of them had kids, but I've heard Johnny talk and I know he wants them, or at least he's talked about wanting them. I guess I can't really know what he wants. Why do you think he'd kill them? I asked. In my line of work, I found sometimes blunt questions yielded the most answers, especially when emotions were still relatively raw in a client. Even if they didn't know they were holding on to a key, they could give it up by just answering a question. Liam took a deep breath, but didn't seem like he had to think much on an answer. I think he's a sick fuck who gets off on dominating women, and I think things got out of hand one day with both women and he killed them. Lost his cool? Maybe after the first, the second was easy for him? I nodded, taking what he had to say into consideration, but instantly something wasn't making sense to me. I'm sorry, I've got to puncture a hole in your theory, though. I don't think he lost his cool, not with how these women died. No lacerations, no signs of resistance, no markings around the neck suggesting strangulation. Everything from these medical reports seem as if, Pamela and Christine both got into their cars voluntarily and turned the engines on. Instantly, Liam deflated like a popped balloon right in front of me. He sat back, slumping slightly in the chair, his lips turned downward. Shit. You're right. I was struck with how deeply I disliked seeing Liam disappointed. Well, that doesn't mean I think he's innocent either, I clarified. I just think that if these were murders, they took calculation to get right. They were premeditated. Someone had to somehow incapacitate the women and get them in the car without leaving evidence behind. Liam seemed to perk up again. That sounds much more plausible. He rubbed a hand over his mouth. I noticed he had a dark brown leather bracelet on, a copper plate held on the band. His first name was engraved on it. So, what's the plan, Marky Mark? What the hell do we do? What's your next step? Is this crazy? Am I going too deep into this shit? I smiled at the use of my old nickname. I remember pretending like I hated it when he first started using it. I think we were 14, sometime around then. But it stuck, and it seemed like it still hadn't gone anywhere. Well, first we stop using that old nickname, I said, clearly joking. Liam smiled at that, narrowing his eyes. You know you love it. I did, but I had to keep up some kind of appearance. Next is an interview, I answered, trying to tamp down the silly smile that was spreading across my face. This was definitely not a moment to be grinning from ear to ear, but I couldn't help it. Liam still had that kind of effect on me, even after all those years separating us. I'll try and get Johnny down for a face-to-face interview so I can feel him out and hopefully uncover something then and there. Is that common? For you to figure things out on the first interview? I pursed my lips. Not necessarily, no, but it is a great way for me to size the situation up, and sometimes, yes, the person does blurt something out during the first interview that can be used against them. But the interview isn't where the majority of my work lies, it's just the preliminary step. Liam crossed his arms, tilting his head. He seemed really drawn into what I was saying. I can't believe this is what you do for a living. The same kid who was deathly scared of spiders now has a job chasing down much bigger monsters." His eyes were glittering with something. Admiration? "So, then what's after the interview?" "The investigating," I quipped. "And I'm still terrified of any eight-legged creature, so there's that." Liam chuckled. "I'll squash any I see for you." "Thank you," I replied, feeling a warmth settle in my chest. "Seriously, though, after the interview comes most of the legwork. I'll be digging into anything I can legally get my hands on, along with setting up some surveillance and potentially staking him out." Liam arched a brow. "Shit! Like in a movie, basically. You're going to sit in your car eating popcorn staring at his house?" Pretty much. Minus the popcorn," I said. "I'm more of a kettle corn kind of guy myself." "Wow," Liam said, nodding his head. "How times have changed. Next you're going to tell me you don't douse your brownies in whipped cream anymore." "Oh, no, that still happens." The mention of whipped cream-covered chocolate brownies darted my memory in another direction. "Hey, how's your mom been? She's the one that got me hooked on that mix. I remember one of the first times I went over to your house. She was spinning around the kitchen like a hurricane, coming out with buckets of treats for us." Liam's face cracked for a brief moment. His eyes darted down at his hands in his lap before coming back up, but his gaze didn't meet mine again. Instead, he was looking up at a framed photo I had hanging on the wall behind me. "Those brownies were something else, huh? I swear she put something in there. Crack or something." Liam laughed, almost to himself, before his eyes came back to settle on mine. I saw something there, like a distant storm cloud, far enough to still have sunshine, but close enough that you can hear the thunderclaps. "She's okay." He left it at that. Before I could follow up, Liam continued, steering things back in the original direction. "What would a stakeout be good for?" he asked. I wanted to keep digging. My detective side was hard-pressed to let a subject drop like that, but I could sense something was off in the air. Liam didn't want to talk about it, and I certainly wasn't going to press him either. It worried me, since there was clearly something going on, but unfortunately, I didn't feel it was my place to poke and prod. Liam was one of my closest friends growing up, and here I am, scared to keep asking about his mother. God damn it. Time isn't anyone's friend. Stakeout has a few different purposes," I said, answering Liam's question while compartmentalizing my concern. "Mainly I want to see what Johnny's routine is, when he leaves his house and when he comes back. Who does he come back with? Are there any questionable people he's meeting with? Things like that. Nowadays, though, with social media and computers being on you at all times, there are other things besides a good stakeout that work. I've put together entire timelines based off Facebook check-ins alone, something I never would have been able to do 10 years ago." I looked down at the notes I'd been jotting down. "I do have to prepare you for the possibilities that, 1, we may not find out anything, or 2, we may find out Johnny's totally innocent." Liam seemed to bristle slightly at that. "He's behind all those, I'm positive." I cocked my head, giving him a look I hadn't given since we were teens. "Okay, fine, so I'm not 100% positive," Liam said, correcting himself. "But I'm almost sure, and you're going to make me sure." "You were always so hard-headed," I said, grinning. My arms were crossed against my chest as I leaned back in my chair. "And you were always there to soften things out for me." "I was." I nodded, another memory jumping to the forefront. A time when the last thing I wanted to do was make things soft between us. It was during a time in my life when the last thing I wanted to do was admit how attracted I was to my best friend, and yet there we were, clumsily kissing on the floor with years of pent-up frustration locked up between us. Liam sighed. He ran a hand through his hair, messing it up, but still looking really damn good. "This is so crazy." "Tell me about it," I said. I was sure I could be clinically diagnosed with whiplash at that point. Liam looked at me then. Really looked at me. I matched his intense gaze. "You've changed so much, but I can still see the 13-year-old Marky Mark there too. The smile and the eyes, they're still the same. But then you've got those big lips now, that perfect jaw, your strong brows. Damn, Mark, you've really become a man, huh? It was like dumping gasoline straight onto a campfire. There had been a heat between us from the second Liam walked in, but looking at Liam, really seeing him as the man he had become, it made that fire explode into something much larger, something out of control and wild. I have, I said, smirking. Looks like you've done the same. I tried, Liam said, tilting his head as though he were modeling. Seconds later, he cracked and started to laugh. It was such an intoxicating sound, enough to numb some of the shock inflicted from today. We talked a little more about the case and what I planned to do. I was thankfully able to stay in a good headspace for the meeting, considering I'd just been broken up with, and I had a feeling it was because Liam was the one sitting across from me. He'd always had a soothing effect on my frayed nerves, like aloe to a burn. Liam was the salve I had needed. When we began wrapping up the interview was when I noticed a familiar thing Liam would always do when he was nervous about something. He started fiddling with his left earlobe. Moments later, as we were both standing up so I could walk with Liam to the front, Liam asked the question he must have been anxious about. Hey, we should go grab dinner tonight. Have a real catch-up? He was looking at me, practically looking into me. Maybe you can come over, and we can really catch up. And there it was. Confirmation the flames that kept me up at night all those years ago were still licking at our toes, ready to consume us in our entirety. I was speechless. I wanted to say yes. I wanted to lock up my office and leave with him right then and there. But that was only a piece of me, and although it was the largest piece, another side was still scrambling to make sense of what had happened with Chris. Although I hadn't been head over heels for the man, I still cared for him and was totally blindsided by the breakup. That part of me needed space to heal itself. If I went out with Liam tonight and things escalated past conversation, then I was sure I would self-destruct. Liam wasn't a rebound for me. He would never be just a rebound. And that was exactly what saying yes to tonight would make him. Though we were both grown men now, we could go out and rekindle a fire that had frightened us as kids and be able to handle it like adults. In that moment, I was a big, hairy moth to a frighteningly bright flame. It warmed my body just thinking about it. The heat practically bloomed from my crotch, my dick swelling in response. I can't, I said, speaking before my thoughts became even more jumbled. I always liked to work with a clear head, and I never really found myself losing my cool, except for with Liam. Sorry, Liam, it's just been a really crazy day for me, I added, instantly picking up on the small flashes of disappointment appearing across his expression. The wiggle in the brow, the twitch in the left eye, the pursing of his lips. Those pink, juicy lips that would have felt so good against mine. Lips that would look so damn good wrapped around my hardening cock. And that's exactly why I can't hang out with him tonight, not hours after I was just broken up with. No, Liam wasn't a rebound hookup. He was more than that. He always was. I needed to get my head on right before I could take Liam up on an offer like that. That's fine, Liam said, in a way that made it clear it wasn't fine. Sorry, I said. Let's get together in a few weeks when things calm down. That may not have been enough time for me, but honestly, I didn't want to wait any longer than that to see Liam again. I had waited way too long already. His posture perked up, a smile working onto his face again. Yeah, let's do that. Good, I said, leading Liam out of my office and into the hallway, swapping our personal numbers. Wanda and Leo, two other detectives at Stonewall, walked past us on their way to the common room, both smiling and nodding at us, neither knowing just how insane these last couple of hours had been for me. I still can't believe Liam is walking next to me right now. Wow. 5. Liam Wolfe. The day had been pretty shitty when I walked into Stonewall Investigations, and, well, it was still pretty shitty when I walked out, weather-wise at least. The sky was overcast, and the streets were darker than they should have been at 4 in the afternoon in the middle of summer. There was still a heavy heat in the air, but the sun was nowhere to be found. Thankfully, the clouds held on to most of their rain for now, so I didn't have to look like a drenched dog since I'd forgotten my umbrella at home. That was the weather, though. My mood, on the other hand, was quite the opposite. I was feeling so much more optimistic than I had been when I woke up at 3 in the morning, unable to go back to sleep. Not only did I feel like I was getting somewhere in terms of figuring out what skeletons Johnny was hiding in his closet and who'd sent that email, but I had also rekindled a relationship with my closest childhood friend. It was a total shock walking into that office and seeing Mark there, 15 or so odd years since we'd last seen each other. The flurry of butterflies was instant, and they lasted throughout the entire meeting. I wasn't sure what made me happier, seeing Mark again, or knowing he was going to figure it all out. He always did. Whenever I'd had a problem as a kid, Mark was there to help solve it. When I'd moved away, I quickly learned how to figure it all out myself, but damn it, did I miss Mark during that time of my life. I was definitely bummed he didn't want to hang out later and catch up, but there was something in his eyes that told me he had a good excuse. I walked down the street where Stonewall Investigations was located. It was a quiet street, made up of rows of brownstones and bright green trees. I took a turn down the street and found myself on a much more populated corner, the subway entrance just on the other side. I considered going home, but I felt like all I'd do was pace around in a circle trying to stop myself from checking social media. No, I needed a distraction, something to get my mind off things. At the street corner, I pulled my phone out and called a friend. Someone I knew would be able to distract me from the shitstorm of problems that swirled around me. "Hey, Griffin," I said when my friend answered the phone. "Sup, Liam? How are you feeling today?" "I'm doing all right. Just got out of a meeting with the detective I hired to investigate things." I couldn't help but smile. "You won't believe how small the world is." "What happened? Was he your old and most endeared librarian turned rugged private eye?" I laughed at that. "Not exactly, no, but good guess." It felt good talking to Griffin, another person who had come back into my life after a long absence. We had met when I was in college and he was living in Los Angeles because his dad was starting a media company. I'd wanted to be an actor back then, and his dad was able to get me into auditions for films produced by his company, which really helped me. Griffin, on the other hand, had a really hard time. Turns out the media company blew up into a global phenomenon, turning the success into a double-edged sword for Griff. He'd gone through some shit beyond just his father's job and turned to alcohol, which turned him away from the people who cared about him the most, me being one of them. Thankfully, Griffin had come to his senses and sought out the help he needed, and with that, he'd invited me and another of our close friends back into his life. "What are you up to now? Maybe we can grab something to eat while I blow your mind with this story." "Sounds good to me. I've been meaning to get out of the house, but this weather's got me curled up like a cocoon." I heard Griffin struggle to get up from his bed. "Griff, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You're going to get bed sores. I've already talked about this possibility with Alex, and he said he'd love me either way, so there." Another laugh rose up from my chest. "Where is he?" I asked, leaning against a light pole. "Working, actually. Not in the office, though, so you wouldn't have seen him. He's over in Brooklyn on a case." "Got it," I said. Alex was Griffin's boyfriend, and someone who brought out the absolute best in him. He also happened to be another detective working at Stonewall. Griffin was actually the reason I'd gone to the detective agency in the first place. "Want to do Kuruma, then? I can go for some good sushi." "Sounds like a plan. See you in a bit." "See ya," I said, hanging up the phone. All around me, the city was still bustling, even though the weather was calling for a Netflix and chill kind of afternoon. The streets were fresh with recent rain, and the clouds still let go of a small drizzle. There was a group of school kids, probably in middle school, walking behind their teachers in their blue and white uniforms underneath clear raincoats. They looked like a bunch of wet ducklings, gazing up at the buildings that stretched to infinity and onward from their viewpoints. A dancer, and I could tell because he was literally dancing his way through the crowd, twirled past me, big red headphones on his head, that I hoped were waterproof, and a long pair of gray sweatshorts half covering those lithe and powerful legs. He was basically expressing what I was feeling inside. I wanted to dance through the street like no one was watching. Or maybe he did it because everyone was watching. Either way, I felt like dancing. Not necessarily because everything was fine and dandy now, which it most certainly wasn't, far from it. But I still wanted to dance to a song that was thrumming in my veins. One I hadn't heard in years. It was Mark. Seeing him had me feeling like this. After all those years, you'd think there would be awkward tension between us, or maybe even nothing at all. Things wither and die when they aren't watered, but the connection between us hadn't died at all. It was thriving, and it was making my body hum with a newfound energy. I stood on the corner and ordered a car to pick me up. While I waited, I resisted checking Twitter and went for my email instead. My assistant had thankfully denied plenty of interview requests from the sharks circling inside the various newsrooms, and he'd also handled a few other issues that were hanging in the air. I had to make sure I gave Byron some time off after all this, because he had been working insanely hard and doing it all really well. I knew he wanted to be a director one day, and I had no doubt his work ethic would get him there. Plus, I'd help him along when the time came. I replied to a couple of emails myself before my black town car pulled up. I hopped into the back and settled into the comfortable leather seat. With emails done and my mind still swirling in a storm of positivity, I broke down and opened Twitter, almost immediately regretting it. One of the first tweets to show up was one directed at me, calling me out for my trash behavior. The username was a random string of letters, and the icon was the default Twitter egg. Someone totally random, and yet their words hit like a physical punch to the gut. I sighed, continuing to scroll, my current rose-colored glasses strong enough to take the hits from the random comments. I kept picturing them all feeling terrible once the real truth came out. I doubt I'd get many random apology tweets, but I knew they'd have to feel some kind of guilt at their biting comments toward an innocent man. One of the stories I scrolled past caught my eye. The headline was short, but made an effect instantly. Unicorn strikes again. Without even clicking the link to open the story, I knew exactly what the headline meant. Another innocent gay man taken by a heartless, twisted monster. I took a deep breath, looking out the window. It was starting to rain, drops falling on the tinted window and sliding down. We were stopped at a red light just around the corner from Times Square. It was weird, seeing the bright lights shine and reflect off nearby buildings, cutting through the cloudy gloom like lighthouses leading ships to shore. Except these ships were full of tourists with selfie sticks and awe-filled eyes. I opened the article, a picture of a smiling man with his husband taking up the entire top of the page. The victim, Leo Cambria, was only 24 and was about to celebrate his first wedding anniversary, and the poor guy ended up with a knife through the forehead instead. It made my stomach twist and my chest tighten. Fuck. It had already been a few months now since the killings had started up again, and every day that passed where the unicorn was still evading capture added to the boiling pot of tension that threatened to blow up the entire community. At first, when news broke that the unicorn was back, it was business as usual, with everyone thinking they'd catch the person responsible in no time at all. But then, when people realized this wasn't getting solved anytime soon, fear and paranoia started to spread. Hookup apps now included warnings to be extra careful with who you met, and gay bars were starting to feel the crunch, with fewer and fewer people going out. Why go out, get drunk, and lose inhibitions while there was an active predator out there hunting gay men? No, people preferred to stay inside and party with their own groups of friends. My head fell back against the headrest. The one thing stopping a full-blown panic attack from taking hold in the community was that the unicorn's M.O. seemed to be clearer now. He was going after men who were already partnered, most of them with a ring on their finger. "This an okay place to drop you off?" My driver's voice snapped me out of my morbid thoughts. I looked out the raindrop-covered window. He had pulled up right to the front of the building, its stone facade looking like it was sweating as the rain came down. "Perfect," I said. Getting out, I ducked my head, avoiding any rain in the eyes as I hurried up to the covered entrance. The weather got worse on the drive, now making me regret having forgotten an umbrella. Griffin was already waiting there, looking down at his phone as I walked up to him. He must have sensed me as I drew closer. He looked up and smiled, a few wet strands of hair falling down on his forehead. His light blue shirt was also pretty wet around the shoulders, but the rest of him looked dry. "Hey, Liam," he said, pulling me into a soggy hug. "Griff," I said as we separated. "Sorry, maybe you were better off inside developing your bed sores." He laughed at that with a wide, toothy smile. "That's okay, a little rain never hurt. Besides, I have a sneaking suspicion Alex wouldn't be as supportive of my vegetative lifestyle as he might say he is." It was my turn to laugh. "All right, let's get inside." We made our way through the entrance and climbed up some stairs. The restaurant was located inside of a building with plenty of other offices and places to eat, so there was a good amount of people walking around, some escaping the gloom outside, although it really wasn't that much brighter inside either. When we reached the place, the hostess instantly recognized me and walked us over to my favorite table by the windows. There were comfortable red cushions on the floor in place of chairs, so I took a seat, crossing my legs and settling in. After looking through the menu, we each ordered our share of sushi, which was flown in daily from Japan, and a couple of cold beers and got into talking. Griffin started off with a story of how Alex brought home a kitten he had found last weekend and fell in love with it, only to find out that Griffin had intense cat allergies. They found a great new home for the cat, but Griffin noted how it must have kicked off Alex's biological clock because he was now escalating things by a degree of 100 and casually dropping hints of having a kid sometime in the future. "Which," Griffin said just as our appetizers were being brought out, "is leading me to think he might pop the question soon, but what do I know? I'm not the detective. He is." My eyebrows rose at that. "Oh, wow, look at you, getting hitched." "Seriously, crazy." Griffin shook his head, smiling. "My life was a burning dumpster fire of a mess. Who would have guessed I would get a ring on it before you did?" I laughed at that. Hey, I've still got some time to beat you. There's nothing on your finger yet." "Well, get to work, buddy." Griffin picked up one of his salmon rolls with the dark red chopsticks. "Plus, I've got the gallery opening in a few months, which has me going batshit trying to get everything ready." "I can't wait for that," I said, feeling so happy for Griffin and how well he was doing. Such a contrast to the man who had cut me out of his life because of the drugs and booze. "Anyways," Griffin said, "that's my current situation. What was it you wanted to talk to me about?" I swallowed a chug of the beer. It was light with fruity notes that kept it refreshing, which was good, because my mouth suddenly felt very parched. It was like the second I knew I would be talking about Mark, my entire body went haywire. "So, you know how I went to go meet a detective who could help me figure out what was going on?" Griffin nodded, stuffing another salmon roll in his mouth. "Mm-hmm," he affirmed. "Okay, so the detective I ended up meeting with just so happens to be one of my childhood best friends, except we'd lost touch and never reconnected until now." Griffin swallowed his mouthful of sushi, his eyes widening. "What the what? That's crazy." "It gets crazier," I said, taking a breath and another drink of the beer. "He was also my first ever real crush, the first guy I ever remember actually feeling things for. And it was more than puppy love, which I know because I'm still feeling those things." I let out a breath. "And we definitely aren't puppies anymore." "Nope, no you're not. You're a full-grown golden retriever." "Good dog choice," I said. "It's the hair," Griffin said, gesturing with his chin toward my golden blonde head of hair, shaved short around the sides and trimmed across the top. "And the smile, and the eyes, and the way you'll chase after anything I throw and always bring it back." Griffin picked up his white napkin and shook it in the air. "Ready, boy? Come on, go!" His voice took on the tone everyone adopts when they're speaking to a canine friend. I feigned getting up in the direction he waved his handkerchief in. We both laughed, Griffin bringing the direction of the conversation back to Mark. "So," he started when he caught his breath, "what are you going to do? Ask him out? Have him take you to the dog park?" "Yeah, about that." I adjusted myself on the cushion. "I already did." "Nice! Need any bones? Oh, wait, you'll have plenty of those." I shook my head. "Not nice, he turned me down." Griffin looked surprised at that. Oh. Think maybe he's not feeling the same thing? It was a good question, but I didn't like thinking about it. I shook my head. I feel like he was as rocked by our reunion as I was. That room felt like a fucking college chemistry class. And he turned you down? For tonight, I cleared up. He said we should meet up in a few weeks. Oh, then yeah. He's just probably playing hard to get. Chase him. Give him what he wants. It sounds like he's worth it. I nodded at that. He's definitely worth it. I'm not running away from him this time. Nope. This time, the only running I was doing was toward Marky Mark, not away. 6. Mark Masters. 2 weeks later. The subway train rattled down its track underneath the concrete jungle. I was smiling, something that I rarely did when I rode the subway. I was in a completely different headspace than I had been when Chris walked out of my office and Liam walked into it. I was taking the subway to the Upper East Side, on my way for an interview with Johnny. But what I was really happy about was Liam's name popping up on my phone. Even though the train I sat in was stuffy and smelled like soggy nachos, I was still wearing that smile as I looked down at my phone, my fingers typing away a witty response to the message he'd just sent me, figuring out how many emojis were just enough and how many would be overkill. It was a common occurrence now for us to talk throughout the day. The first time he messaged me, I'm going to be honest, I initially panicked. Me, a grown man working a dangerous career, went haywire over a text. That was the kind of influence Liam had over me. It didn't help that I'd been caved up in my apartment, working from home on Liam's case, but refusing to see the outside world if it wasn't required. I had been really down on myself after realization hit that I'd been broken up with. For a few days, I didn't want to do anything but lie in bed. Then I started to want to read, which evolved to watching old movies, and soon I was back to exercising and taking jogs around the block, stopping by my favorite corner store for some snacks. It used to be Chris's and my favorite corner store, but there was no more us, just me now. That was probably the hardest thing to adjust to, not necessarily the empty bed or the lack of mostly stale dinner conversations, but the fact that it was no longer we, and instead it was all me. It was something I hadn't felt in a really long time. So Liam's first text had really thrown me off. I didn't respond for a day. When I did respond, and we'd texted back and forth a few times, then it felt like the most natural thing in my life. This friendship. Like we had been texting each other every day for the past 15 years, sending dumb housewives gifs and making jokes that genuinely made me laugh and not just deadpan as I typed out LMFAOAOA. I could confidently say that I was actually laughing my fucking ass off whenever I talked to Liam. Currently, we were talking about a viral video of a baby elephant sliding down a hill, looking like the cutest damn thing in the world. It makes me want one, Liam's text read. Do you think your building's management would allow one? Probably not, but I can sneak it in while it's small. Would you help? Absolutely not, LOL. What? You won't be my elephant smuggling partner? No, that one's all you. But I will come upstairs once you get it there. I want to pet it. Sure. Get all the benefits after I risk jail time. I see the game you're playing. He then sent a gif of a drag queen staring at the camera sideways, suspicion clear on her face. But fine, I'll let you know when to come upstairs. Thank you for understanding, LOL. He sent a devilish smiley face before replying, You can stroke my elephant trunk all you want. And there it was. I shouldn't have been as surprised as I was. There were plenty of times I wanted to send a suggestive, flirty reply, but I never did. Liam, on the other hand, wasn't holding himself back in the same way I was. That made me happy, excited. My heart beat a little faster, and my briefs felt tighter as I tried to craft the perfect response. It suddenly got a little hotter around me, even though my row had emptied. I pressed my legs together, enjoying the building pressure, but also trying not to look at the growing bulge in my light jeans. Look at that. I meant to say elephants, not elephant. Do grammar, not drugs, kids, Liam texted before I could reply. He then sent a winky face. And here I was getting excited about your safari, I sent back. I immediately hated what I sent. Dumb, dumb, dumb. This was all so damn new and weird and exciting, I had no idea how to handle any of it. This was Liam I was flirting with. A man I had been desperate to explore, but had always been too scared to. Someone whom my dreams would constantly focus on. I remember just wanting to hold his hand so bad when we were kids, it had almost been a physical pain. Stealing as many glances as I could wasn't enough. It never had been. I always wanted more. Before Liam replied to my idiotic attempt at flirting, my train came to a high-pitched screeching stop at the station. I got up from my seat and followed the flow of people exiting the train. I walked through the station and climbed the stairs to exit on a bright, wide street lined with dark green trees and tall buildings. There were housewives walking their designer dogs on designer leashes, and businessmen speed-walking with their designer suits thrown over their designer shoulders, joking about that one, we don't have custom-made shoulders yet, in an attempt to avoid the intense heat. I could see Central Park from where I stood, where joggers and bikers and casual strollers all mixed and made their way around and into the Emerald Gem. There was no question why Gossip Girl had the majority of its rich cast of characters living in the Upper East Side. It was a part of the city where money seemed to grow off the well-taken-care-of trees. It was the only way I could explain how so many damn people had so much of it here. I started down the street, moving away from the park and deeper into the maze of old but expertly maintained buildings. According to my Maps app, the building I was looking for was only a 3-minute walk away. I was wearing jeans and a button-up navy shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and still, the heat was making me thankful my destination was only minutes away. I was more of a shorts guy, but today's interview definitely called for a little more formal attire. This interview was bound to be different. Johnny didn't know he was my actual target. I knew he would probably never agree to sitting down and having a chat with me if he knew he was the one being investigated. So I didn't exactly specify my reason for today and hoped his ego would take care of the rest. I had done plenty of preliminary research on Johnny and knew that he was driven by his perceived image and success. He would want to get his name out there if it meant he was the savior who'd taken down this monstrous Liam. A monster who was created by Johnny and only existed in his mind. I knew Liam wasn't capable of doing anything Johnny was accusing him of. Even with the bridge of time that had been built between us, I still had confidence that Liam was the good, pure soul I had always known him to be. So, when I finally got in touch with Johnny, I told him I was working on the Liam Wolfe case, and I'd seen Johnny's interview in the article that broke the story, so I wanted to dig a little deeper and talk to a witness. Johnny took my bait without asking many more questions. I knew he wanted to be the last nail in Liam's coffin, and he would probably jump on the chance to talk some more about his accusations. My phone buzzed to let me know I had reached the building. It was a modern office structure set between two buildings with much older facades. I walked to the big sliding glass doors, entering into a large lobby with a front desk where a bored receptionist sat, scrolling through her phone and jerking up in her chair when she realized I was walking toward her. She brushed a rogue strand of black hair from the front of her face and mustered a smile that, I assumed, took quite a bit of work. "Hi," she said. "Hey, I'm here for a meeting with Johnny Brown." I could almost hear her internal groan. "ID, please." I handed over my license. The girl looked down at a sheet on her frosted glass desk. She scanned the names of approved guests, flipped the page, then looking around her desk for something else. "Sorry, sir, but you aren't on the list." "That's weird. I talked to his assistant a few days ago and gave her all my information already. She said she'd have me on the list." "Yeah, weird." I stood there for a moment before realizing she wasn't going to say anything else. "Can you call her? I'm sure she'll confirm me." With a subtle sigh that did not escape me this time, she reached over for the phone. She dialed and held the phone between her ear and shoulder, checking her chipped red nails while she waited for someone to pick up. I looked around, noticing there was a small cafe inside the lobby where a few people sat around on blue chairs, typing on their laptops and downing their caffeine. "Okay, sir, you're confirmed. Take elevator number 4. I looked back to the desk. She was holding her cell phone now, looking at me as if I were taking up her precious screen-scrolling time. "Thanks," I said, knocking on the desk and turning toward the elevators. I took my assigned elevator up to the 15th floor and stepped out. There was a set of wide, dark wooden doors straight ahead with Johnny's production company logo painted over the center of the door in bold white paint. It was the head of a viper with its fangs extended, and from the fangs sprouted a bloom of poison. I actually thought it was a clever logo because if it were flipped, the simplistically designed viper and fang turned into a tree growing up from the ground and blooming outward. I wasn't sure if it was common knowledge, but I definitely noticed the duality of the logo. I wonder if Johnny even knows, or if whoever he paid to design it for him decided to drop in a cool Easter egg. I opened the doors and entered into another waiting area, this one much smaller than the first lobby. There was a much happier and more attentive woman sitting at the tiny wooden desk, taken up almost entirely by the huge Mac computer screen. She leaned her head to the side and smiled up at me. "Hi, you must be Mark. So sorry about the mix-up at the front desk." "Oh, no worries," I said, recognizing her voice as Johnny's assistant, Diana. "Mistakes happen to all of us." She smiled a little wider, clearly appreciative that I wasn't going to chew her out like I'm sure some other stuck-up Hollywood types meeting with Johnny would have done. She motioned toward a black leather chair against the far wall. "Just take a seat and Johnny will be right with you. Do you want any water? Coffee?" "No, I'm okay, thank you." A coffee didn't sound like the worst idea in the world, but I figured I'd just get one on my way out. I didn't think I had long to wait for Johnny anyway, and thankfully I was right. Only a few minutes after I took a seat, I heard heavy shuffling footsteps from down the narrow hallway that led to his offices. Johnny then walked out into the waiting area, wearing a pair of ripped jeans that had way too many holes in them and an Affliction t-shirt that had a leopard bedazzled across the front. He was slightly overweight, but could get away with saying he had a dad bod underneath the midlife crisis uniform he was wearing. Basically, he was a walking billboard that screamed, "I'm a raging douchebag." This is going to be interesting. "Hey, Mark, my boy, how are you doing today?" He walked straight toward me, arm extended, eyes engaged. He definitely had a powerful presence, and I noticed it fill the room. He shook my hand and smiled. In that instance, something odd happened to me. I felt a flash of rage light in my chest. I wanted to ball a fist and use it to wipe that smug smile off this guy's face. This guy was smiling while Liam was constantly dealing with pressure from the accusations. It pissed me off. I wasn't even sure if Johnny had sent those emails or not, but I just knew that even if he hadn't, he was still a sleazy scumbag responsible for hurting a lot of other people. I couldn't let any of that show. I smiled back and kept the eye contact going, bottling up the anger. Johnny was an overly confident man. He wouldn't respond well to me if I didn't match that same confidence or came at him with aggression. "Thank you for meeting with me, Mr. Brown." "Nah, don't even worry about it. Trust me." He was about to say something else, but snapped his mouth shut. I imagined it was going to be something like, "Anything I can do to get this asshole Liam locked up," so shutting his mouth was probably the smartest move. "Come, let's go to my office," Johnny said, turning and walking back from where he'd come. He knocked on the assistant's desk and motioned to me. "She offered you the good stuff, right? We've got some stuff beyond just drinks here if you were into a little bit more of a buzz, you know what I mean?" I nodded and chuckled, noting this all for later. "I'm good, thanks," I said. Diana looked to me and shook her head, almost as if she were apologizing for her boss. All right, can't say I'm not nice around here." He was still posted up on Diana's desk. "Right, she can vouch for me." "Yes, Johnny, you're the nicest." She cocked her head and shot a sarcastic look before breaking into a laugh. Okay, I'll let you work," he said, pushing off the desk and starting to walk again. I followed as he led us through the hallway and into a corner office. It was big, with furniture that seemed to have been professionally chosen by someone who was obsessed with the Mad Men show. I sat on the wooden chair, the woven brown back offering little in support. I sat up straight, pulling out my phone and setting it on the table with the recording app open. Mind if I record this conversation so I can review it later? He looked at the app and didn't answer for a moment. His eyes narrowed as the greasy wheels in his head spun. It's only so I don't have to take notes right now. I always feel like it pulls us out of the moment and ruins the flow of information. Bullshit, obviously. Taking notes didn't matter much. It was more of a hassle for me than anything else. No, I wanted the full-on voice recording. I wanted Johnny on tape in case he said something to incriminate himself. Yeah, okay, that's fine, he said after another moment of mulling the thought over. All right, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Johnny, I parroted, smiling, building the rapport between us. So, I'm coming to you because I saw the interview you gave about Liam Wolfe. I wanted to build a story of him and the entire events that surround him, and seeing as how you're a key player in it all, I figure an interview with you would be crucial. Thank you, he said, smiling. I think your instincts are right, my man. Blow as much smoke up his ass as I could, that was my plan, and it seemed to be working. His body language was reading as someone who was relaxed, and his demeanor was friendly, not defensive in the least. I was feeling really good about this meeting. How was I supposed to know it was all about self-destruct? 7. Liam Wolfe. Coming out of Hearthstone Residences always left me feeling drained. It never failed. My shoulders slumped, and my frown felt permanently cemented on my face as I walked past the front desk, staffed by cheery nurses, and out the door flanked by 2 bored-looking security guards. It was always a shitty feeling that stuck with me for hours after, like a stench that wouldn't fade. Even if the sun was shining bright and the energy of summer was thrumming hard through the city like it had been today, I still felt like a cloud had set up shop right above my head. So you can imagine my surprise when my frown involuntarily flipped to a smile, all from reading a text message. Granted, it wasn't any old text message, not like the 5 random texts I got every week from loan companies I'd never even heard of, offering to clear my debt. Bitch, I never took any money from you. Anyway, those scams pissed me off, but a text from Mark? That did the complete fucking opposite. I had been texting him for a couple of weeks now, and I always smiled when I unlocked my phone to read the messages. It was like I had been conditioned to feel good when I saw Mark's name on my screen. This morning we were texting and joking about elephants and trunks, and then things got a little steamy. It was another common theme lately. I liked pushing the boundaries and sending messages that were on the racier side, and Mark seemed to like them. That was a good sign. A really good sign. I got into the black town car that was waiting for me, thanking the driver as he shut the door and walked around to his seat. I read the text message, and my frown returned. I cocked my head, reading it again. No fucking way, I said to myself. I didn't want to text back. This needed a phone call. I dialed Mark's number. He answered on the 3rd ring. Hey, Liam. Mark, what the hell? He punched you? Tried to, Mark said. I caught his fist midair. He wasn't expecting that. The fuck? What a dick! I dropped my head back on the leather headrest. The world outside zipped by as we drove with the flow of traffic. Crowds of people walking on the street disappeared in blurs. I do wish I could have seen his face, though, when you pulled your black belt moves on him. His eyes went wide. He thought I was just some random reporter working on your story. Did he say anything? Something that ties those emails to him? If I can prove he was trying to ruin my career through false bullshit, then I could go after him in court for defamation. And that's obviously only a piece of it. If he actually did murder his wives, then... Shit, then it all hits the fan. Mark took a breath. No, unfortunately, I didn't get anything. But this is only the beginning. I've got a lot more work to do. I shook my head and started tugging on my earlobe. It was a nervous habit of mine. I'm coming to your office. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but I felt like it was the right one. I leaned forward and tapped Alonso, my driver, on the shoulder. Plus, I really didn't want to wait any longer to see Mark in person. I gave him the new directions and leaned back into my seat. You sure? Mark asked. If you're busy, I can shoot you an email. I've got a summary on my meeting with Johnny. I'm sure, I replied. I had nothing going on, zero planned, zip. If things were different and those anonymous accusations were never made, then I would have been knee-deep in shit while juggling a set of 10 knives all lit on fire while a donkey repeatedly kicked me in the balls. At least that's how it usually felt when I was in the middle of making a film, especially one as big as Queen's would have been. And I fucking loved it. But since the accusations broke and the main actress had dropped out, the production had been put on hold. I was campaigning to get my job back and to get things on track again, but the cogs of Hollywood turn at a glacial pace, and I still wasn't sure if I'd be getting the job or if Johnny's little brother would swoop in and snatch it from me. So yeah, I had nothing to do, and would much rather stare into Mark's beautiful dual-colored eyes, even if he was delivering some bad news, than going home and jerking off for the third time today. Very sure. Mark's office was a sanctuary. He had turned the place into a full-on spa, with beige walls and lighting that wasn't necessarily dim, but wasn't the fluorescent white of other cookie-cutter offices. He had plenty of thriving green plants and a wax diffuser that filled the room with the scent of coconut and lavender. I sat across from him, finding myself feeling relaxed and happy. Not just because of the feng shui or whatever the hell was going on in his office. I was relaxed and happy because I was looking into a pair of eyes I had been missing all my life. Except I never realized until I had looked into them again for the first time in years. It had been such a dormant yearning, something that would influence the majority of my daydreams, yet was forgotten by lunch the next day. But laying eyes on him again blew open all of those dreams and painted them as if they were Michelangelo masterpieces, throwing it all into such a clear focus. And yet I had to contain it all. I had no idea where Mark's head was at in all this, and that part kept me up at night. The more we had texted, the more I wanted to hang out with him, go on a date with him. But he had denied my initial move, and granted, it wasn't a complete shutout, but it was still a denial, so I really had no idea what Mark was thinking, and that drove me crazy. The flirty texts were a bright spot, but still far from a confirmation of anything. So, Mark started, his gravelly voice snapping me to attention. My eyes went from his eyes to his lips, another feature of his that I couldn't get enough of. I should probably get you up to speed. He pulled out his phone and set it on the table in front of him, opening an app and pressing play on a recording. He lowered the volume to explain, "This is the interview between Johnny and I. I've marked the good parts, so I'll fast forward." I sat back and listened to the tape. At first, it didn't even sound like Mark on the tape. Then I realized he had changed his voice slightly, sounding softer but still commanding. He was undercover, and he even made sure his voice matched that cover. Damn, he's a good-ass detective. Marky Mark, who would have thought? Even though Johnny's grimy voice was filling the room, I was suddenly overcome with a rush of pride. Mark was doing really damn well in life, and that made me really fucking happy. Then Johnny's words cut through. "My man, come on, of course that fucking homo did it. He stole it all. Fucking fat don't." Mark's voice changed again. This time he was menacing. I could picture him in that moment, staring down that sleazeball, his chest puffed and his eyes narrowed. "Don't you dare finish that sentence." "Why? What do you care what I call that cocksucker?" I put a hand over my mouth, my eyes snapping open as I heard the lead-up to the fight. Johnny was really going in on me, and it seemed to be because he was angry I was gay. This entire time I thought he hated me because I was better than him, but no. The dumbass hated me because I could take dick better than he could ever imagine. Guess that still made me better than him. Huh. "I care because you're crossing a line, Johnny," Mark said over the recording. His voice was recognizable to me now, deep and powerful. I could almost feel Johnny shrinking back. "What's this interview about? I'm done here. Next time we talk, my lawyers will be present." "Johnny, relax. I'm here to get the story. The full story, that's all." "Yeah, but who the fuck are you working for?" "That's none of your concern." "Really? Get the fuck out of here. You being off my property, that's my concern." "Fine, I'm leaving." There was a moment of silence on the recording broken by the sound of shuffling. When Mark spoke again, his voice was muffled. He must have put the phone back in his pocket without turning off the recording.
Just tell me, Johnny, did you send those emails? Are you responsible for bringing down Liam's career?
I swallowed, knowing what the answer would be, but still hoping to all hope for another one, as if he'd be taken by total surprise and would just snap and admit to doing it all, to the emails and his wives.
No,
Johnny said. Mark paused the tape. He pursed his lips. I chewed on mine. This was racking my nerves, but I was able to keep it cool, a trait I'd had since we were kids.
This next part is where it gets crazy. I don't leave like I said I would. I hang around and keep prodding at him about the emails. I know he's forgotten about the phone in my pocket, and he's standing up at this point, looking me straight in the eyes, his face getting cherry red. I was pushing buttons, hoping one of them would give me what I wanted. That was when I saw the opening to ask about his wives. At this point, we're standing a few feet apart, still in his office. I arched a brow. Shit. I couldn't imagine this ending well. Mark scrolled to where he wanted in the recording and hit play. Johnny's voice filled the room. Are you fucking kidding me? My dead wives? You're asking me about them? For what?
He was yelling. Even though the recording was taken from inside Mark's pocket, I could hear Johnny clearly.
I'm trying to get a full picture of who you are. That includes your past. You have to understand where my questions come from. I have to ask the hard stuff. I'm done here. I should have been done an hour ago. All I wanted was to fucking see that punk bitch go down. You were supposed to help with that. Clearly you're not. Now get the hell out of here. You're as useless as that fucking limp-wristed bitch.
A heavy pause.
Okay. I'll be leaving, thank you.
But Mark didn't leave. His voice came on the recording again.
One last question. Did you kill them because you secretly want to be with men? Is that why you're so frustrated about who Liam sleeps with? Because I can guarantee you his sex life is better than yours has probably ever been and will ever be.
My jaw dropped. I looked to Mark, who had his gaze aimed down at the phone.
Fucker!
That's when I heard the scuffle. Johnny must have thrown the punch. There were some more curse words and shouts thrown around, and then the recording cut off.
That's it,
Mark said, grabbing his phone.
I walked out before things escalated any further.
Shit, that last part. You really tore into him.
I did.
Mark's head dropped.
Not something I normally do. This case is different, though. You're different. I was caught up in the moment and was pissed at the way he was talking about you. I thought completely blindsiding him could get him to talk. A Hail Mary pass, basically.
Jesus. Mark was defending me. That thought was strong enough to vanquish the dark aftertaste left by Johnny's words. His homophobia was a seed that grew and rotted him from the inside, and only him. I wasn't going to let it affect me. I had allowed that negative energy to hurt me before, and in the process, I evolved a much thicker skin. Having an incredibly handsome man looking at me from across a small table also helped remind me just how damn good my life was. That man, being Mark Masters, only made things even sweeter. 8. Mark Masters.
Listening to that tape was tough. I didn't want Liam to hear those nasty slurs thrown his way. He didn't deserve that from anyone.
It was the main reason why I was only seeing red during my interview with Johnny. He had gotten my blood boiling, and it took a lot for me not to return the fist he tried to land on me. I wanted to knock him out cold and wipe that grimy smirk off his face. Now, with Liam sitting right in front of me, looking at me with those big puppy eyes of his, it made me angry all over again. To think that his career was put on pause because of false claims, most likely made by Johnny himself, it was infuriating. And that didn't even touch on the fact that both his past wives died in suspiciously similar ways. My fists balled on my lap. The interview may not have been very productive, but I'm going to get to the bottom of it, Liam. I came short of making a direct promise. In this line of work, nothing was certain enough to promise over, no matter how badly I wished I could. I believe that, Marky Mark. I do. In that instant, I was transported back to when we were 13, when we had snuck out of our houses and got lost exploring the city. We'd found a small park down in the financial district,
tucked between two towering office buildings. It was hidden away from the main street and gave us some privacy as we ran around, tagging each other, swinging on the monkey bars, flying on the swings, and finally collapsing on the crunchy wood chips next to the big red slide. There, isolated away from the loud and chaotic streets, I had my first memory of looking into Liam's eyes and feeling something unlock deep in my chest. We were lying on the floor, and I looked to my side, and I looked into Liam's eyes. And right there and then, without even really knowing it, I fell in love. Fast forward more than a dozen years later, and I was feeling the same unlocking in my chest. A door opening that had been shut for so long, cobwebs had formed on the hinges. It was a door that had stayed shut even when I was with Chris. Never once did I look into his eyes and feel the same heat burn through me like I did now. "Come on," I said, getting up from my chair, overcome with a fuck it attitude. Maybe it was the adrenaline still buzzing in my system from my altercation with Johnny. I just knew I had to get out of this office and spend time with Liam, outside of the case and the bullshit. I wanted to connect with him, and I had a good idea on how I could do that. "You hungry?" Yeah, I can be," Liam said, looking at me. I nodded toward the door. He was clearly a little thrown. "Good," I said. "After you, then." I smiled and opened the door, motioning a hand through the air. He narrowed his eyes, smiled a smile that melted my heart like an ice cube thrown into the summer sun, and then got up. "Is this going to be charged as part of my time?" he asked as he walked past me. I laughed at that. "Of course. Wait, seriously?" I kept laughing, but didn't answer that one. I took the lead, walking us down the hall and into the waiting area. Andrew was sitting at the front desk, looking over a calendar on his computer while he had the phone pressed to his ear. Even with being busy, he still looked over and offered us a warm smile. I waved and smiled back, reaching to open the front door, but I was surprised when it was thrown open first. "Whoa," I said, jumping back. Liam stumbled behind me. He said something, but I wasn't paying attention. I was more concerned with the frantic-looking girl who had just run inside. Her brown silky hair was matted to her forehead, and her light pink shirt was stained with sweat. She must have run here. She looked familiar. That's when I recognized her. "Where's Colin? Where is he?" Andrew had put the phone down and was standing up behind his desk. "Colin, he was, He looked down as he searched his thoughts. "Here. I'm right here. What the hell's going on? Haley?" Colin walked out of the hallway. His expression was full of concern. He had heavy bags under his eyes, making it obvious that sleep had been hard to find for him lately. He was another detective here at Stonewall, and was one of the detectives I was closest with. We used to have to bat down rumors of us being together, which was never the case. I had always felt close to Colin and trusted him, but in the same way I would a brother I never had. "Oh, Colin, thank God, why aren't you answering your phone?" "I dropped it in the toilet like 30 minutes ago." He moved forward and grabbed his sister by the elbows. "What's going on?" "I got home and I found Rice Ball. She was killed, Colin. There was a knife in her forehead, and then, Jesus, I thought maybe he had gotten you too. I was calling and calling." The room felt 100 degrees colder, like we had all been teleported straight into a butcher's freezer. I knew exactly what Haley was talking about. She looked like she was going to throw up, the color on her face shifting to green. "The unicorn," Andrew said out loud, sending chills through all our spines in unison. Colin seemed speechless. I knew Rice Ball was his cat, a big old grumpy thing that had been with him since it was a little kitten. And Haley, he had mentioned she was staying in the city for a week with him before starting college. "Shit," I heard Liam say behind me, almost to himself. It broke through the morbid spell that had been cast on all of us. "Did you call the police?" Colin asked. "No, I was so panicked. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I ran straight here." "Okay, that's okay. Let's do that first. Everything's okay. Don't freak out, all right, Haley?" Her upper lip was trembling in a way that warned us all the dam was about to break. I could see that they shared the same eyes, the same narrow nose and full cheeks. "You've got to stop investigating him, Colin. Please. He'll kill—" She couldn't bring herself to finish before she broke out into scared sobs. "Come on, let's go rest in my office," Colin said. holding his little sister and kissing the top of her head before leading her down the hall. Zane Holden, the founder of Stonewall Investigations, came out then, followed almost instantly by Leo and Wanda, two more of Stonewall's detectives. They all looked worried as they came into the reception room, letting Colin walk past with his distraught sister. "What happened?" Zane asked. We gave him the rundown. Liam had excused himself and stepped outside for some fresh air. I didn't blame him. The mood inside the normally light and cheery reception space now resembled that of a funeral. Inside, I was panicking. Ever since Colin had started working on the unicorn case, him becoming a target was one of my biggest fears. Obviously, I was well aware that our chosen career would always have an element of danger, but this was different. And now it looked like that was exactly what had happened. This was a warning shot. "Back the fuck off," it was shouting, and that was something Colin would never do. I knew him. He'd work harder than ever to find the killer. Not much later, Colin walked out of his office with an arm thrown over his sister's shoulders. He looked at the assembled collage of concerned faces and managed to smile. I could tell he had just wiped away tears. "I'm going to find the fucker." There was a steely determination in his eyes that told us all he was dead serious. "Colin," I said, opening my arms and taking them both in a hug. "God, I fucking hope you do," Leo said. Wanda was shaking her head, her eyes moist, and Andrew looked pale, his fist held to his mouth. Colin separated from the hug. "We have to go. The cops are going to be at my place. I'll be back in the office tonight. I'm setting Haley up at a hotel." "Let me know if you need anything," I said. "Thank you," he said, and they left. The rest of the team dispersed, and I went outside to find Liam, who was sitting on the stoop, scrolling through his phone. He looked up when I stopped next to him. "Sorry about that," I said as I helped Liam get back on his feet. "No need for apologies. How are they?" They hurried past me and down the street. The girl was still really shaken. I shook my head. Fear was starting to spread through me. I wasn't one to get scared, but this was all getting way too close to home. "Not good." "Shit." Liam looked shaken too. "Listen, if we have to cancel our plans, that's totally fine. I understand." No, I said, waving my hands in the air. "It'll help. Being around you will help." "Okay, good. Because I didn't really want to be alone right now either." Looking into Liam's eyes did something to me, unraveled me. I felt an urge to be honest in that moment, to bear a raw side of myself that I didn't think he had ever really seen. "Liam, I'm really glad we found each other again. You're special to me in ways I can't even describe." Liam's smile grew. His eyes glittered like jewels reflecting the sunlight. "I'm the happiest I've ever been. Even though my life has completely turned upside down, I'm still waking up with a smile every single day because you're the first thing that comes into my head. My mornings are the exact same. And then I go to sleep smiling too, because I know I'll be dreaming of you." We gazed at each other, smiling and finding comfort with each other in the center of a raging shitstorm. It was as if the eye of the storm had formed directly around us. I swallowed. My heart was beating. Life was so short. My chance was here, and it was one I had to take. I could see it all so clearly. So, I took the chance. I leaned in and broke a seal that had been long ready to shatter. I felt the world quake around me as our lips crashed together. Liam's hands came up to grip my biceps, his fingers digging in as our kiss released years of pent-up frustration. A dam of fantasies ruptured and spilled out around us. So many moments of suppressing my unspoken desires seemed to have flooded up and out of me. I grabbed his hips and pulled him close to me, so damn close. I didn't want to let him go. I had him. Liam was in my arms, a literal dream come true, formed under the shadow of a nightmare. "Wow," I said, separating from the kiss, finding myself falling back on my most used expression. I swear, if there was a frequent flyer program for the usage of the word wow, I'd be flying all over the damn country at least. I wiped my lips with a thumb. "Wow," I repeated. I've been wanting that since puberty hit me. So have I admitted. Why didn't we ever just give in? Because we were both closeted and terrified of hurting each other somehow? Liam cocked his head, a sad smile playing on his handsome face. His wet lips caught the light of the sun and glowed. And then I moved and it all went to shit. But I'm ready to make up for all that lost time. Same, I said. And I never meant anything more in my entire life than that one word.
9. Liam Wolfe. So that was a whirlwind. Holy shit, I wasn't expecting the complete fucking roller coaster my emotional system had been put through. First, someone ran in right out of a freaking horror movie with terrible news, freaking us all out, and then, 15 minutes later, I was standing outside, locking lips with my first ever love after we'd both opened up to each other in ways we never had before. So yeah, a whirlwind. I was pretty sure I had some kind of whiplash. It didn't matter, though, because I was currently sitting in the back seat of a car with Mark right next to me, his knee resting against mine, his taste still on my tongue. It was enough of a reminder to get my engines revving again, and I wasn't talking about the engine currently in charge of driving us through the city. No. I was talking about the engine between my legs, which was currently getting harder and harder.
You don't have any idea of where I'm taking us?
Mark asked, looking my way. He had given the driver an address he'd written down so I wouldn't hear it. The neighborhood we were driving through seemed familiar, but I still didn't know where Mark was leading us. I recognized an old supermarket my parents used to go to that had been converted into some kind of medical center now. And there was the old corner store Mark and I would always go to for their Philly cheesesteaks. "Wait a second," I said as the car turned a corner. "Holy shit, this is crazy!" Realization hit me just as the destination came into view. The sun was shining bright, a bright ray cutting around a nearby skyscraper and casting its light directly on the spot Mark had taken me to. It was somewhere I was pretty damn familiar with, but I hadn't been here in years. "I can't believe it's still here."
"Hey, we're not that old,"
Mark said, smiling as he looked at me with those spell-casting eyes of his. The car pulled up to the front of the diner. You're right. I guess that sounded a little archaic." I laughed and stepped out of the car, bracing myself for the heat. Mark walked around and met me on the sidewalk. He looked so fucking eatable in a pair of light-washed jeans and a simple white t-shirt. We were standing outside of a diner pulled right out of the 1940s and planted in the middle of concrete jungle. The red and yellow neon sign wasn't bright enough to compete with the sun's light, but I could read it fine enough. Oak's Diner. This had been our go-to spot as kids. Both of our families had lived in buildings right down the street from here. Part of me wanted to go check them out later, but I knew they'd be pretty beat up, and there was nothing for me to see there anyway. But this spot? Holy shit! I couldn't believe we were back. Together. "We came here for almost every single one of your birthdays," I said to Mark as we walked to the light blue door.
"I remember," he said. "Mostly just us two, you always ordering the double-decker ass-kicker grilled cheeseburger, and me always wondering out loud if I'd end up seeing your artery clog in real time." I snorted at that. Holy shit, that's right. I really pushed my luck back then, didn't I? Nowadays, if I have a Big Mac, I end up getting heartburn for 3 weeks. "Which reminds me,"
Mark said, pointing a finger in the air.
"I called ahead to make sure they had a walker for you and also a pre-chewed menu option. I hear it's all the rage in the elderly hipster crowd."
Once again, I snorted. It may not have been attractive, but I didn't really give a fuck. Mark was making me laugh harder than I had in a while, and it was something I desperately needed in my life, especially these days. My texts may have seemed cheery and upbeat, but Mark didn't see the days I was locked up in my house with the lights off and the TV playing crap in the background while I mindlessly scrolled through social media. It had been a set of pretty shitty circumstances that had led me to Mark's doorstep, and it turned out he had the exact antidote I needed to combat the shitty situation. Laughter was, in fact, the best medicine.
and Mark was giving me a full-on signed and filled prescription. "You were always looking out for me," I said, walking up to the booth where the hostess stood. She wore the classic diner attire, a light blue collared shirt-dress hybrid with a cute little blue hat on her head that transported her right to the 50s. It was the same uniform they wore back when we used to come here, a timeless piece of the past. I gave her my name, and we moved to the side for our 5-minute wait. "I did always have your back," Mark said, picking up our conversation. "But it was mutual, I think. It always felt like you looked out for me, too." "I did." "Sucks that we had to put it all on pause." I smiled at that. Pause. I like that. Makes it sound a little less shitty, right? He nodded, obviously proud of himself. "But it's true. When you moved away, that pause button was hit, but with you, it feels like I can always press play and pick up right where we left off. That's what's so great about pausing." I narrowed my eyes and felt my smile growing. I started to chuckle. "What? Do I have something in my teeth?" No, I said, laughing a little harder. "You just sounded like a used VCR salesman for a second. A sexy one, and I can just picture you knocking on old ladies' doors, opening your coat and showing off your collection of VCRs. I mean, I'd totally buy whatever you were pitching." Mark cracked up at that. He was laughing so hard, I saw a tear roll halfway down his cheek before he wiped it away. "Man, that is an image. Wait, why would I have them in my coat?" "Because you're a little weird like that," I said, nudging an elbow into Mark's side. It felt so damn good playing around with him like this, teasing him like the old days, in the same way a kid with a head-over-heels crush for someone would do. Mark was laughing, his eyes glowing. "I'm definitely not VCR in my trench coat weird, okay? Maybe I have an eccentric taste in music, but that's about it. Do you still listen to that weird Turkish stuff?" Mark opened his mouth as if he was going to say no, and then dropped his head and murmured something. "What was that?" Yes, I do, and you know what? I love it, and I'm going to get you to love it too." "You can't even understand what they're saying." "You can still feel the emotion," Mark said, holding a fist to his chest and being overdramatic. I smiled so hard it hurt. Truthfully, I liked every single song Mark played, even if it wasn't something I'd normally listen to. Seeing him enjoy something always made me happy, and that was really all that mattered to me, back then and today. As we sat there and waited a little longer than the estimated time, we talked and laughed, and I was able to completely forget about everything going wrong and focus in on the one thing that was going completely right. There were a few times I couldn't help but reach out and touch his arm or his leg. It was an impulse, and every time only made me hungrier for more. Jesus, this is Mark. There would be moments when it hit me. Mainly when he'd laugh because it was a sound that hadn't changed in the slightest from when we were kids. He'd always had such a boisterous laugh that was highly infectious. It was during one of these bouts of infectious laughter that the hostess came to get us. She led us through the diner, where a mixed crowd of tourists and locals sat in big white booths and around square red tables. There were neon signs on the pale blue tiled walls, along with framed photos of New York City from back in the day. The floor was still the same black and white squares from when we were kids, but it was obviously well maintained. My heart was full. In that moment, staring at Mark's really fucking sexy back, I felt an overwhelming warmth fill my heart, and I wasn't normally one to get all flowery with my thoughts, but it really did feel like a Hallmark card had fluttered its way into my chest and made a home in there. Mark just made me happy, in a way I hadn't felt in a while. Sure, I'd been busy as hell with work and was happy in that sense, and I'd also found some happiness in the hookups and short flickers of relationships I'd had over the years, but nothing compared to the way I was feeling with Mark back in my life. And that made me feel in ways I hadn't for years. Back when I'd sit and binge on rom-coms, I'd laugh and cry and just ride the wave of emotions, and I'd get all dreamy about the future. It was in film school, and I'd started watching a few to study them, but then found myself actually loving them. Since then, even though most of my films were big action set pieces, I did throw in a lot of rom-com nods.
My obsession with romantic comedies was also during a time in my life when I thought I'd found someone serious, the one person who might have been able to get close to the way Mark had made me feel. The way Mark was making me feel. I was googly-eyed for a guy and hungry for a Sandra Bullock comedy. When I'd found the guy cheating, my obsession fizzled, and so did my dreamy outlook on life. In a way, I had thought it was my last chance. My first chance, that was with Mark, and I had moved away and had no idea what he was doing, so I thought this other guy was going to be it. But he wasn't, and I was pretty hurt, and so I settled for the easy way. Having sex without much connection to accompany it made things simple. Simple. Ha ha, what is that again? My life was far from simple nowadays. Holy shit, I said, looking around as I slid into the red and white booth, the plush cushion behind me feeling good as I sat back. Do you remember this? This exact booth. It's where we sat for your 14th birthday, the day I pushed your head down into the cake.
Of course. I'd never forget that, Mark said, laughing.
Thanks for bringing me here, I said as we settled in. I know things got crazy back at Stonewall. Mark put the menu down and locked eyes with me from across the table.
Yeah, seeing Colin that shaken up is hard. But I know he's going to go full steam into his investigation. Then, once things settle, maybe all three of us can go out somewhere.
He smiled at me. I looked into those mesmerizing multicolored gems of his and felt like I was exactly where I needed to be.
He's a close friend of mine, he continued. I think you two would be good friends, too. He kind of knows you already, actually.
Oh?
I've talked about you a few times. I've been super proud of everything you've accomplished career-wise, and I'd always mention when one of your films was coming out. And then I'd end up getting lost in a conversation about the time we got lost in Hoboken because we were on the hunt for a black and white Furby or something.
A laugh rose up from my chest. Holy shit, Oreo! I remember that little guy. We finally found him, and then you didn't want him anymore because he kept saying random things in the middle of the night.
I'm pretty sure he was possessed, but that's beside the point.
I cocked my head, examining the face of the smiling man who sat in front of me. So many similarities to the Mark I had practically grown up with, and yet there were so many differences, too. Fascinating ones. Differences I wanted to trace with my thumb so I could feel how much more pronounced his jawbone was, or his cheekbones, so I could feel his big lips and the fuller brows. I wanted him in my hands. I wanted my hands all over him, all over his body. I want Marky Mark, and I want him really fucking bad. Fuck, Mark, I said, shaking my head. I wish we would have rekindled sooner. His eyes drew down toward the table as if weighed down by a heavy sadness.
Me too. I looked, though, I swear, I did. But you're a really hard guy to nail down.
Not that hard, I said, smirking. Promise. Mark looked up, matching my devilish grin with one of his own. It was a type of grin that sent an electric shock straight to my balls.
I'll remember that.
I hope you do. I licked my lower lip, wetting it, eyes locked with Mark's. The waitress appeared then, seemingly popping out of thin air next to our table, paper and pencil in hand, a bubbly smile on her freckled face. We both weren't ready, so we asked for some more time and continued chatting and laughing as we looked over the menu. The entire time, I tried not to think about dropping the menus, grabbing Mark by the hand, and taking him straight home where I could throw him down on the bed and devour every goddamn inch of his holy temple of a body. It was almost scaring me just how strongly my feelings were developing and how quickly they were taking hold. There was a base underneath us that made me feel more comfortable with it, but still, it was scary. And that was new to me. I couldn't remember the last time I was nervous about a guy and where our future was headed together. All my hookups were mutual, no-strings-attached situations, and feelings had never developed. With Mark, I hadn't even had sex with him, and I was already head over heels for him. And Jesus, that kiss. Fuck. I was still feeling the heat from it. I felt like I was seconds from combusting and leaving behind a pile of ash. 10.
Mark Masters. Looking over at Liam filled me with a sense of peace I desperately needed. His smile glowed and filled up the diner, making me feel like things were going to be okay. Him sitting across from me felt like a long-forgotten key had been found and set into a dusty old lock, one that opened to reveal a treasure trove. Even with the stress of working Liam's case and the news about Colin's cat, I was still able to find some peace by looking at the man sitting across from me. Also, it didn't hurt that Liam was dripping pure sex appeal. He was a full-grown man and had everything going for him, from his broad shoulders to his muscular chest and big hands down to the size 12 sneakers he wore. Liam was probably the sexiest man I'd ever laid eyes on. And if I wasn't sure of that, the perpetual boner I had when I was around him was the definitive proof I needed. And as a detective, I always needed proof. "You know, Mark, I looked for you too," he said, sitting back in the red booth. The loud din of conversation and restaurant noises surrounded us, but Liam's voice cut through all the static and came in clear like an old song I knew every single word to. "Couldn't find anything. I Googled so hard I was scared I'd unlock some deep, dark part of the internet that lets loose some sort of curse or something." I laughed at that. "Like a modern-day mummy? Release a curse that turns us all into Tom from MySpace, all because you opened up an old Angel Fire website?" "Exactly," Liam said, his smile big enough to crinkle the corner of his eyes. "I even went by your old place, but someone else lived there, a young couple." I nodded, remembering the two that moved into the apartment when my parents wanted a change and moved us. "I'm a much harder person to find than you are," I said. "I don't have an IMDb account or an agent. I deleted all my social media accounts when I started my job, too. I didn't want anyone I was investigating to stumble on a selfie of me with my real name attached to it." Liam nodded. "Makes sense. But how are you ever going to know what Jenny from 6th grade had for lunch the other day?" "I think I'll be okay with not knowing," I said, chuckling. "I'm kind of the same way," Liam said. "I didn't have any social media until my manager forced me to get one, and even then I mostly have someone else handle it. I go on to creep and see what's trending, but that's about it. That's probably why you had a hard time finding me, too." "Probably," I replied. "God, I feel like I wasted so much time." Liam shook his head at that. "Don't think like that. Listen, everything happens for a reason, and yes, I realize that's as cliché as saying the donkey's balls are brass. I don't think that's a cliché." "What? Yes, of course it is. You haven't heard that old saying? When someone's like, 'Oh man, today sucks,' it's like saying, 'the donkey's balls are brass.'" I cocked my head, examining Liam's face for the slightest crack, and sure enough, there it was, a twitch in his cheek that grew and exploded into a laugh. I'm joking. No one says that." "I knew it," I said, joining in the laughter. I actually didn't know it, and probably would have gone on the rest of my life believing that the phrase, "the donkey's balls are brass," was an actual thing, but I sure as hell wasn't going to let Liam know that. He's still got one hell of a sense of humor. "But seriously, I do think shit happens for a reason. If we stayed in touch, then maybe we wouldn't have ever had a push to really explore what was between us. Maybe we would have settled into a routine of just being really good friends, and I don't think that's what either of us wants." I shook my head, my eyes locked in with Liam. "No, not at all." I smiled. "This is good. Crazy and good and so wild. I'm kinda at a loss for words, honestly. If I told you I had feelings for you since the day we met, you'd probably think I was being crazy, but it's true." I couldn't keep the grin off my face, not that I wanted to. The day I'd met Liam was such a happy moment in my life. Thinking about it never failed to bring an uncontrollable smile to my face. "I wouldn't think you're crazy at all." He dipped his head to the side, his smile growing just as wide as mine. "Because I felt the same thing. I'll never forget meeting you for the first time. We were outside of the apartment building your family was moving into, your mom bumps into mine, and they almost get into an epic catfight while we walked around the corner talking about Pokemon cards. We ditched our parents and walked around the city that day.
Crazy how back then that was normal, and nowadays, parents who allow that would probably be picked up by Child Protective Services.
That is true, I said, still smiling. I do remember. I'll never forget. I had fallen and skinned my knee an hour into our walk, and I remember feeling so embarrassed. I was calling myself dumb in my head over and over again, but you helped me up, brushed off my scrape, and told me a joke about bees and milk. What do you call a bee that makes milk? A booby. That exact one, I said, cracking up. You made me feel totally okay with falling down and getting back up again when only a few days earlier I had tripped at school and had a group of bullies point and laugh like it had been a damn show for them. But you were so different, even from the very beginning. You made me feel really happy. You still make me feel that way.
Good. I'm glad I can make you happy.
So happy, I said. That day you walked into my office, it had been a verified shitstorm of a day. But you walked in and everything flipped like a switch. The bright lights came flashing on and my day turned around.
What was going on?
Liam said, his hands coming together in a fist on the table, a few wrinkles developing between his brows. I was broken up with. My boyfriend of a year decided that neither of us were really being fulfilled by the relationship. And you know what? He was right. 100% correct. I was coasting on by, basically settling with him because we never fought and he cooked decent meals. But that wasn't what I want in a forever partner. And he didn't want that either. So he decides to cut things off with me, and then you walk in, a ghost right off the street. I shook my head, still finding it difficult to believe.
I guess I'm kinda grateful I was defamed and harassed by an anonymous asshole. It led me right back to you at the perfect moment.
I don't want to say I'm grateful, but, if you said it. I didn't think I could smile wider. The waitress came around and brought a big basket of greasy onion rings and crisp mozzarella sticks, with a tray of all kinds of sauces. We dug into the appetizers, our conversation veering off to simpler things. What music we listened to now and what shows we watched. Someone a few booths down from us was having a birthday, the waiters coming out in a singing gang with snapping fingers and a chocolate lava cake, a tall sparkler planted right in the center.
Damn! They haven't even changed their birthday snap song, Liam said,
snapping along with the waiters. We both clapped when the lead waitress sang the last note. It's like nothing's changed, I said. It feels like we were just here 2 days ago. I can't process the fact that we're both 20-something years older than the last time we were here.
Crazy, huh? Especially how we can just fall back into the swing of things. There wasn't a second of awkwardness between us.
Nope, nothing. It's like picking up right where we left it. I narrowed my eyes, smirking now. Just like...
Pressing pause, I knew you were going to say that, Liam cut in, laughing.
Now that we're on the topic, can I interest you in a few 1999-era VCR players?
You know what? I've actually been needing a VCR player from that exact year.
What do you know? I said, feeling my heart fill to the brim with happiness. Looks like this was all meant to be.
Looks like it, Liam said, and smiled a smile that had me thinking all kinds of crazy thoughts. The wild ones, the kind of thought with bells and tailored suits and rose petals leading up to an ivory archway on a pristine white-sanded beach.
Yeah, the craziest damn thoughts.
11. Liam Wolfe. We had finished up our greasy cheeseburgers and crispy, oversized fries, and I still wanted more. Not necessarily food-wise, I was already getting full by then. I just didn't want this to end, this... What was it? A date? A catch-up? No, definitely not catch-up. I liked the way date sounded much better. This was no casual catch-up. There was a clear and powerful spark in the air between us, and it was lighting my fucking soul on fire. Again, I wasn't one for flowery shit, but wow, was Mark making me see goddamn butterflies and sparkles and all kinds of fireworks. It wasn't even anything I could pin down. Was it the way he looked at me with those captivating dual-colored orbs of his? Or was it the way his smile seemed to spread across the room, jumping from person to person without them even knowing Mark was the origin of all the positive energy? Maybe it was the conversation that flowed so easily between us, and the plenty of laughs that had me clutching my stomach and wiping away tears. It was all of that, and more.
"Down for dessert?"
Mark asked as the waitress came over with the menu. I was, but I had a different idea for what we could have. It was my turn to surprise Mark. "I am," I said, "but is it okay if I take you somewhere for it?" Mark nodded, showing off those pearly whites in another smile as he asked the waitress for the check. She brought it, and I instantly launched for the black leather case. After a short wrestling match, Mark went over, saying it was his idea and he'd cover it, and he promised I could take the next one. The next one. I really fucking liked the sound of that. With our bill paid, we got up and walked out of Memory Lane Diner. It was already dark out, which meant we had been in that booth for much longer than I thought. There were still plenty of people out on the street, proving that the city really never slept. We were close to Times Square, which meant an even higher concentration of people were out. Normally, I'd avoid it like the plague, but something had come over me in that moment. I wanted to take the scenic route. Through a sea of gawking tourists, I was feeling adventurous. "Let's go," I said to Mark. And that's when I did something weird, something totally out of the norm for me, and something I wasn't even positive Mark wanted. Without a second thought, I reached out and grabbed his hand. The fingers twining through each other's type of hand grab, not the pals about to go skipping down the street kind of hand grab. It was an instinct I didn't even know I had, and I froze. Literally fucking froze. "Come on," Mark said, once again being the man of the hour. He was always the one to fix things in my life, and this was just another thing to fix. Since we were kids, Mark always had my back. I'd go to him with every problem I had, and somehow it would all be better within hours. And just like when we were kids, Mark once again knew how to handle the situation. Without making anything awkward or pulling away, he started walking, his hand still in mine. Butterflies. Literal goddamn butterflies were having a full-on orgy inside my chest, drug-fueled and raging with booming music and a naked butterfly mosh pit. That's how it felt inside me. All from Mark holding my hand as we walked down the street. This was something I had never done before, ever. And yet with Mark, it felt like the most natural damn thing in the world. Fuck the shitty comments thrown at us by a sketchy homeless guy, or the few extra glances we got our way. I didn't give a shit what anyone else thought, mainly because of the au naturel endorphin high I was currently riding. All that mattered was that I was walking through Manhattan with my childhood crush, hand in hand. What a crazy fucking world. We turned a corner and could see the bright lights from the always-lit digital billboards being reflected off the buildings on our street. The streets were getting fuller, and the sounds of cars honking filled the air. It was the magic of the city, and it was taking this all to another level. "Can you believe?" I said, having to put my feelings into words.
"Can I believe what?"
"This. Us. What's going on right now?" I gave his hand a squeeze. It felt so good in mine. His palm was kind of rough but meaty. He had a big hand, which had me thinking about all his other measurements.
"No, I'm pretty much pinching myself every other minute so I can make sure it's not a dream."
"I'm doing the same thing," I said. It's even weirder because on one hand, my life is pretty much being destroyed, and then, on the other hand, I'm being given this incredible gift through a second chance at being able to hold you. I'd normally be a stressed-out, sinking shitwreck of a mess, but this second chance is keeping me afloat. When I wake up, I don't think about how my career can potentially be totally ruined. I think about you, Mark. I feel like I've already hit the pinnacles in my professional life. Not to say I don't have anything else I want to accomplish. I clearly do, but I'm okay. If the price I pay for having you back in my life is the future acceptance of my work.
"No, don't say that."
We had stopped now, just a street away from Times Square. A brightly lit souvenir shop had its doors flung open right next to us, and an old Miley Cyrus song was playing through staticky speakers. A perfect place to have a heart-to-heart, if you ask me.
There won't be a price for this. I don't believe that. You've still got your talent and a huge fan base that wants to see your movies, regardless of the bullshit out there. And then there's me. I'm going to fight tooth and nail to get your name cleared. If it wasn't Johnny who sent that email, I'll find out and I'll find them. If it was Johnny, then I'll make sure everyone knows about it, and I'll dig up whatever other skeletons he's hiding in his closet. Trust me.
Mark had both my hands in his now. We were standing face to face, close enough so that I could see the distinct break in color between the sky blue and the hazel brown in his left eye. There was more brown than blue, a line splitting the two almost evenly.
Trust me, okay, Liam?
I've never stopped trusting you, Mark.
Good,
he said. And before I knew it, our lips were locked together, like the signature at the bottom of a contract. Of course I trusted Mark, and I knew I would always trust him. We broke from the kiss when we heard some hollering being directed our way. For a second, my hackles were raised and my fists were balled. Again, PDA wasn't something I normally ever did, but with Mark, I wanted it all the time. But of course, and unfucking-fortunately, that could draw intense negative reactions. So, hearing shouts directed at us quickly put me on the defensive. This wasn't one of those intense negative reactions, though. We turned to the source to see an open-air tour bus rented out by a bunch of drunk frat guys partying with a group of equally drunk sorority girls, all of them wearing some kind of shirt with their Greek letters on them, and they were all cheering.
Tap that! Rock on, bro! Woohoo! Get it!
Should we bow? I asked in a stage whisper as the bus slowly drove by us in the mild traffic. Music was blaring from the bus out of a much better sound system than the souvenir store had.
Let's give them an encore, Mark said,
whipping me back into his arms and locking his lips on mine again, pressing his strong body up against me as his arms wrapped around me. Instantly, the cheers got even louder. It was actually really fucking hot. My hands came up to grab Mark's face, allowing me to direct the kiss. I moved my hands up, my fingers sliding through his soft hair. He moaned into the kiss, and almost undid me right fucking there. I instantly got hard and pressed myself onto Mark, which ended up pushing us both backwards. Thankfully, there was a wall behind Mark which he fell against with a grunt-moan hybrid. Before I knew it, Mark's hand was on my ass, squeezing and kneading.
Fuck yeah, gay love! Fuck yeah! 2018, motherfuckers! I voted Democratic! My parents don't know!
That last one sounded a little like a confession that needed to happen for whatever boat-shoe-wearing frat boy went against their rich Republican parents' wishes. And good for them. Our kiss simmered down before our impromptu show got bumped up to an X rating. The bus got lost in the crowd of Times Square farther down, and the drunken cheers ceased. Although it's said that if you go back to that same spot and lift an old Sperry shoe to your ear, you'll be able to hear the echoes of, "Fuck yeah, gay love, fuck yeah." 12. Mark Masters.
The crowds that filled Times Square were all walking with their heads and phones tilted up toward the big bright billboards and oversized storefronts. There were a few that were more focused on the various groups of street performers, like the lady standing statue still and painted to look like the Statue of Liberty, and some other people focused on the selfies they were snapping before uploading to make sure everyone in their social circles could know they were vacationing. I mean, if a selfie wasn't taken and posted, did a vacation even happen? Anyways, I wasn't focused on any of that. All I could think about was the man who was currently walking by my side, his fingers knotted through mine, our shoulders bumping, and his smile lighting up brighter than the ad for Frozen the Musical. Next to it was a bright pink ad for a new rom-com everyone had been raving about, Love Me Silly. I was feeling like a kid again, running through a city that felt so massive, so full of endless adventures. I hadn't had this much fun since... Damn, I don't even know since when. I was usually working on a case, and then just going home to spend a mundane afternoon with Chris watching dumb TV shows. But with Liam, the last thing I wanted to do was sit and watch TV. Although I was sure I'd enjoy that with him too. Except when Liam grabbed my hand, it threw me into an oxytocin-filled roller coaster ride that made me want to go out and experience everything I could with him. I could instantly tell Liam was internally freaking out, so I made sure to take control and act cool about it, even though I was probably feeling the same way. Then there was the kiss that I think initiated us into a fraternity. Still not sure on that one, but they were definitely cheering for us, and that was something else. Never did I think I'd have a tour-converted party bus full of drunken college kids clapping and cheering for a kiss between me and my best friend. "Okay," Liam said as we dodged a group of selfie-stick-holding tourists walking backward for some odd reason. "Let's make a left here, and then we should be like 5 minutes from where I want to take you." "I think I know where we're heading," I said, grinning. If I was right, then it was somewhere I hadn't been in years. Was it still even around? "I thought you would," Liam said. "We only spent pretty much every Saturday morning there." Yep, I was right. "Lucy's Donut Palace," I said, a ton of memories filling me and making me feel all kinds of warm. She'd have our favorite donuts fresh and out on plates for when we'd get there. Then we'd sit by the window and play Pokemon for hours. "Shit," Liam said. "Those were the good old days, huh? When we didn't even know taxes existed, mac and cheese had all our essential vitamins and nutrients, and our biggest problem was whether or not our Poke team was strong enough to take on the Elite Four. They were good, for sure, but I think we can make these days even better." I looked to Liam, his warm hazel eyes catching the pink neon lighting from a nearby storefront. "I think so too," Liam said, those beautiful eyes getting smaller as he smiled. "My Charizard could still probably beat your entire Pokemon team single-handedly, though. Just saying." Liam shrugged and then laughed. "Bullshit. I had a killer team. Besides, everyone knows Blastoise is the best. He's an oversized turtle. Give me the fire-breathing dragon any day. An oversized turtle with tank guns on his shell and a badass attitude." We both laughed, our hands still in the others. I felt so connected to Liam in that moment, beyond any connection I thought I had felt with anyone, if I were being honest. "So, what happened to that Blastoise-loving kid when I moved away?" Liam asked, the conversation taking a notable shift away from lighthearted memories to a territory that held much more shadow than light. "He was pretty messed up for a bit," I said. "You were my closest friend, pretty much my only friend. You were always better about that. You had a way of making friends and talking to people, but I just had you. And you moved across the country before we had unlimited texts or Facebook or anything to make it a little easier, so I had to adjust. But it was a rough few weeks at first." "I was going through it too," Liam said, his hand gently squeezing mine. "We talked a few times on the phone, but I vividly remember how that hurt me more than it made me feel better. It made me think about how I couldn't just walk over to your place anymore. And so I selfishly slowed down on the calls. I didn't want to draw the pain out any longer than I thought it had to be. I think we did the same thing then. I cried after the first few times we talked. I obviously didn't really understand the full extent of my emotions back then, but it was wrecking me. I channeled a lot of it into school and sports. I joined the soccer team and then did basketball, and that helped me make friends. But I never got as close to anyone the way I had with you." "Same," Liam said. "Did you come out in high school?" I shook my head. "No. It wasn't until my sophomore year of college that I admitted to myself that my intense connection with you meant so much more. I was always attracted to guys, you especially, but I never took the full leap and told myself I was gay until college. I dated a few girls before I came out, but none of them ever worked out." I lifted our hands in the air. "Obviously." Liam laughed at that. "Your experience is a little different than mine. I was pretty much pushed out of the closet when my teacher snatched a short story I had been writing during class.
It was math class, so clearly a huge page of words was a red flag. She thought I was writing a note, and she did the classic, "Since it's so important, why don't you stand up to the class and read it out loud, Liam?" When I refused, she took the page and started to read it herself. 3 sentences was all it took for her and the entire class to realize I was in the midst of writing an erotic short story about Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt falling for each other. I snorted at that. Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing. It's just, your imagination is something else. Guess that's what makes you such an incredible director. It was a cute pair in my story, okay? Plus, I always like to start things off with a bang, so, Mr. Cruise and Mr. Pitt weren't exactly drinking tea and talking craft. And she read it out loud? Mm-hmm. So, yeah, the entire school knew after third period. Thankfully, I was pretty good with the in-crowd, and that gave me some clout, so I can't say I was too bullied. There were a few random F-bombs dropped in the hallway from the guys that clearly hated themselves more than anyone else, and still, those definitely hurt. But the amount of support I had outweighed the hate. It helped that the high school was in a progressive part of Los Angeles. If I were in somewhere like Kentucky, I have a feeling things would have been very different. And did anyone ever ask you to finish the story? It was Liam's turn to snort. Ha, no. I wasn't made fun of for being gay, but I was definitely teased for my protagonist choices. We turned one other corner, and I could see the donut shop down the street. It felt like I had walked out of a time capsule. There were a few different businesses on the street, but for the most part, everything looked just like it had 13-something years ago. Even the few tags of graffiti seemed unchanged, although I knew that had to be my brain playing tricks on me. Yeah, I was never really bashed during school. It was when I started working on the police force that things took a turn. I had gone in as an out gay man and felt myself starting to go back in the closet. It was really fucked up. At first, it wasn't even directed toward me, the hate. I'd just overhear conversations, and the way these guys would talk about gay people, it was terrible. There were so many of them, too. If I stood up to one, I'd end up fighting against the entire precinct. Shit. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Mark. It wasn't a good situation, but it did lead me to Stonewall. Well, Zane led me. He walked into the precinct one day like a fireball. He was looking for information on a missing persons case, and we got to talking. I saw how passionate he was about helping the people in the community that sometimes need the most help and get it the least. I quit that same day and was hired by Zane after I got my PI license. We were almost at the front of the donut shop. There were a couple donut-shaped tables in the front with pink and blue frosted donut decals stuck on top of each table. And you've been happy since then? Oh yeah, I love my job. Even when it's not a huge case, I'm just happy to help anyone with their problems. You're definitely helping with mine. Liam cast his gaze down to the street as we walked. Our pace was slow, both of us seeming to enjoy the night and each other. I'm trying my hardest. I hired a data scrubber this morning. He says he might be able to trace the origin of the anonymous email, which would be big. I'm also waiting to hear back from a few people who might have a deeper look into Johnny's life. Plus, the toxicology reports and suicide note still need to make it to my desk. Good. I just want that rat to get what he deserves. I'm also getting a little antsy. I want to get back behind a camera. I want to be on set, framing shots, working with actors and writers, telling stories, big ones. But now I feel like my hands are pretty much tied behind my back. I pursed my lips, hating that Liam's creative voice was being silenced. You'll be working soon, sitting on that tall director's chair with your name written on it, calling out all the shots. There'll be a Liam Wolfe movie soon, or there'll be riots on the street. I'm calling it now. Yeah, we'll see. It's crazy how fast the public can turn on you on just a whisper of a false allegation. But still, I hope you're right. I know I am, I said. That was when my detective side picked up on a question mark. Something about Liam's life that didn't fully make sense, and I hadn't really thought much about it until now that we were talking about Liam's career. Question, I said, just as we reached the front of the donut shop. The lights were on and shining through the big glass windows, decorated in gel stickers that looked like different colored sprinkles. Isn't it hard being a big-time Hollywood director and being based in New York City? Why aren't you living out in L.A.?
I was expecting a simple answer, nothing crazy. Maybe he just liked the NYC skyline more than he liked the LA palm trees. Or maybe he was a fan of the Yankees and wanted to be around for the games. Something simple. I wasn't expecting Liam to open and close his mouth like a fish gasping for air before he turned his eyes down to the floor in a clear display of discomfort with the question. I felt a pang of concern run through me without even really knowing why. I just knew something was wrong in the way he reacted, and I wanted to get to the bottom of it, only so I could help him deal with whatever it was. And that was when someone shrieked,
"Oh, my dear fucking Dolly Parton, if it isn't my two absolute favorite boys."
I only knew one person in this world who'd use Dolly Parton's name like that. Lucy Hines was coming out of her donut shop with her arms spread wide and her pink apron coated in flour. 13. Liam Wolfe. Mark's question had thrown me completely off balance. I was having such a great time with him, but the question instantly threw me into a negative headspace. I was about to open up and share my pain with him, but at that exact moment I heard an all-too-familiar voice ring out from the open door to the donut shop. I looked up from the floor to see a head of curly hair, dyed a bright red, coming toward me, attached to a face that was scrunched up into pure joy. It was Mama Lucy. I knew I would have to pick up where we left off, but for now, seeing Mama Lucy with a big smile that wrinkled her eyes gave me the dose of positivity I needed to avoid falling into a depressing pit. She came over and hugged us both, wrapping her small arms around us and drawing us in together.
"I can't believe it. Oh, my dear Parton, look at you two. Did you both step right off a cover shoot for GQ? Geez, I can't get over this."
"And look at you," I said, reaching out to touch her elbow. "You still look the same since I last saw you. What was it, like 14, 15 years now?"
"I don't even want to put a number on it."
She waved her hands in the air, a few silver bracelets clicking on her tiny wrist. "We would have dropped by sooner, but I've been crazy busy with work, and so has Mark. Plus, seeing you without Mark by my side would have been too painful." Mama Lucy was such a symbol of our childhood that I knew I couldn't see her without getting thrown into a depressing spiral of nostalgia. But now that Mark was here, I could look into Mama Lucy's eyes without feeling the need to cry about a lost connection from so long ago.
"Come in, come. I'm just about to close up shop, but you two are allowed in whenever you get a donut craving, my dears."
She turned and stopped, holding her hands out behind her. Mark and I looked at each other, smiled, and grabbed a hand, letting Mama Lucy lead us into her store. Inside, the donut shop was almost exactly as I remembered it, down to the table and chair placements around the small storefront. There were glass displays full of all different kinds of donuts, from themed superhero ones to weird exotic ones that had flavors like honey and bacon or green tea and dragon fruit. It was no wonder why Lucy's donut shop had lasted through the test of time while other businesses shuttered up. She was always trying something new and making sure everyone who came in for a donut left with a big sugary grin on their faces. We followed her past the counter and into the back room where there were tables covered in ingredients, shelves upon shelves of other ingredients, a few ovens, refrigerators, and a few inspirational posters hung up. The kind you'd see in a 7th grade classroom with the tiger and the waterfall and the buzzwords printed underneath. It felt a little like stepping back inside your home after being away on an extended vacation. There were a few employees cleaning up for the day, and they all seemed as cheery and upbeat as Lucy. She ran a tight ship, but it was clear that her style was more along the lines of a cruise ship than a pirate ship.
"Everyone, this is Liam and Marky Mark, my two favorite boys. They disappeared on me years ago, and now they just pop up out of the blue holding hands and... Oh, wait. What is that I hear?"
She put a hand up to her ear.
"Is that... Oh, my Dolly Parton, I think I hear wedding bells."
We both laughed at that. Mama Lucy was always pushing us together, even as kids. Back then, I thought she was just making sure we both had a good friend to have each other's back, but maybe she had seen something else between us. Something we had been far too afraid to admit to anyone until the door closed on us. Thank God that door reopened. "This is still very new," I said, squeezing Mark's hand. "And I'm loving every second of it.
Oh, geez, okay, you both need to sit those happy little asses down and give me all the details.
She turned away and went for a tray of beautifully decorated donuts. Some looked like bright cartoon flowers, others just had delicately drawn swirls and shapes on them. One donut had white frosting with colorful squares, circles, and triangles painted on, making it look like an art piece straight out of the 80s. She brought the tray over to where we sat so we could each have a donut. Mark went straight for the chocolate donut, made to look like a tiny garden was growing out of the frosting. As I was looking for my chosen one, we got into talking about how Mark and I had reconnected, and how the sparks were there from the start. I ended up choosing the 80s-inspired donut, quickly finding out it was jelly-filled, even though it was shaped like a regular donut. Mama Lucy still had tricks up her sleeve. It also tasted like a goddamn dream. I had to have a second one before we even finished our story, which was fine, whatever. I could do an extra 5 minutes on the Stairmaster. If anything, the jelly was going straight to my ass, and, the way Mark had grabbed it earlier, I had a feeling he would appreciate a thick bottom.
Oh, you guys, this is making my heart so full. I watched you both go through such formative years together, and I could always tell you both looked at each other differently. Not in the same way I see other friends look at each other. Not only that, I'd always noticed the stolen glances between you two, and that was the real tell.
She was smiling in that sad way that told me she was replaying all those memories in her head. Her lips quivered.
I was devastated when you moved away, Liam. I really was. Mark came into the store the day after, and he had looked to me as if he crawled out from a grave. He looked so empty. He just wasn't there. It wasn't for a few months until I got him to laugh again, really laugh.
I looked over to Mark. He had his eyes on Lucy, and he was smiling in the same way she was. I was lost for a while there, he said, and I couldn't even admit to myself why I had been so messed up. Even though I knew I was gay back then, I had never once said it to myself, much less to anyone else, so I couldn't even confront how sad I was because that would have meant confronting how much I loved you. The words took my breath away for a moment. Hearing those words from anyone else would have had me running. There would have been a smoke trail rising from where I was sitting. But obviously this was different on so many levels because I loved Mark too. Back then and now. It was a certainty nestled right in my chest, and I knew it would be there permanently.
You too,
Mama Lucy said, clapping her hands together. Her big brown eyes jumped between both of us, tears welling up in the corners.
I really can't believe this, and I'm so honored to be your maid of honor at the wedding. Thank you guys for choosing me. It's the least you could both do.
This had me almost spitting out the gulp of water I had just drank. You know we'd have you be maid of honor, flower girl, ring bearer, and of course the cake maker.
Oh, honey, I'm there.
We laughed and kept joking around for some more. It was a little weird. The fact that talking about marrying Mark wasn't weird. I knew Lucy was just throwing around some jokes, but wherever there was a joke, there was always a kernel of truth lying around. It was about an hour later that I realized we must have been holding Mama Lucy from closing up shop and heading home for the night. All right, Mama Lucy, I think it's time we call it a night, I said, drinking the last of my water in my clear plastic cup.
Oh,
she said, putting two wrinkled hands up to her chest.
You two have warmed my heart so much, I've never had a better surprise than seeing you two standing outside.
She was getting teary-eyed again, which was pulling at my heartstrings like a cat playing with yarn. I had to look away because I felt tears of my own beginning to develop. We won't be strangers, okay, Lucy?
I swear on Dolly's theme park if I don't see you two again at least once a month, I will be a very upset woman, and you don't want to see that.
She scrunched up a fist and shook it in the air, showing us that Mama Lucy didn't have a mean bone in her body. As we said our goodbyes, we walked out to the front of the street with Lucy. She sent us home with a dozen donuts each, so we were both holding big pink boxes. When she had gone back inside the shop to finish up closing, I turned to Mark, realizing we were at the end of the line for our night. Except I didn't want it to be the end just yet. Today was too much fun, and I felt like there was the potential for much more before the sun came up. Want to come over? I asked.
Not even knowing if my place was clean or not, but also not really caring. I just wanted to spend more time with Mark, whether that was in a mouth-watering donut shop or my messy place.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan to me.
We started down the street toward the corner where I thought it would be a good spot for the driver to pick us up. I lived in Greenwich Village, so it was a short drive from where we were. If it were a nice sunny day, then I would have suggested a walk, but it was already the middle of the night, and the walk was way too long for that, especially when there were monsters creeping around out here killing people's pets. Nope, waiting for a car sounded like the better option. We were chatting and batting our lashes at each other as we waited, both of us so absorbed into the other. We were so lost in conversation that neither of us ever noticed the pair of eyes watching us from afar as we got into the car and took off. I lived in a penthouse on top of one of the newest buildings in Greenwich Village, the part of town with one of the highest concentration of gay guys. In fact, down the street from my place was the original Stonewall Inn, a historic site that had birthed an entire revolution. Inside, my place was a mix of modern and classic. The architecture itself was all modern, with plenty of glass and marble and treated wood. It was made up of sharp angles and polished gray bamboo floors. There were 4 bedrooms, one of which I'd converted into a private gym, and an outdoor area with my own private pool and lounge. It was my sanctuary, and I was currently watching Mark in it, his bare feet resting on the coffee table, his lips curled up into a smile as he looked up at the ceiling and recounted a story from back in the day. We had been at my place for about half an hour now, and we had knocked out a bottle of wine. I was already feeling the effects of that. My fingertips were tingling, along with the tip of my nose, while my feet were feeling a little cement-filled.
And then you totally ended up ratting me out, Mark said, laughing.
Not on purpose, I interjected, remembering exactly what he was talking about. I didn't know you were being serious. When I said, sure, you've got a lizard in there, I had no idea Miss Trout was behind me.
And then she didn't believe it either.
She was real surprised when she had you empty out your pockets. Mark was cracking up.
2 of those things shot out of there. One climbed up her pant leg and she started jumping around the class like the floor had caught fire.
Now I was busting a rib laughing. That's right, I said. Detention was worth it.
Totally.
Why did you have those lizards anyway? Mark smiled, his head dropping to the side so he could look at me.
Because a few days before we were watching The Crocodile Hunter, and you said something about how cool you thought he was.
My eyes opened a little wider. I didn't realize you did that to impress me.
Everything I did was to impress you.
I licked my lip and looked away, smiling. The wine glasses were resting on the smooth gray concrete table, the rims stained red where we had drunk from them. The lighting in my living room was set on a low level, and I had lit a few candles an hour or so earlier, not even realizing the effect it would cause. Really, I was just scared my place might smell bad, so I thought a few eucalyptus and honey candles would settle that fear. Only after I was done lighting them did I see just what kind of mood I had created. And could you blame me? Whenever I'd had a man over in the past, it was a quick wham bam thank you ma'am kind of situation. Never once did I light a candle or set the lights down low. So, really, I couldn't have foreseen the intense romantic wave I would feel as I sat inches from Mark on the couch, staring into those beautiful eyes of his as they reflected back the light of the nearby flickering flames. Fuck. I'm really falling hard for him. Nah, scratch that. I'd already fallen for him. Want some more wine? I said, leaning over and grabbing the 2 glasses. I couldn't sit there much longer without getting up and stretching my legs. If I looked into those eyes for another second, I would have melted right into the new leather couch.
Sure, I'll take some.
And on my way to the kitchen, that's when I realized something. I was actively delaying myself from jumping across the couch and smashing my lips against Mark's. Why? I'd never done that before, and tonight I was acting like a nervous high schooler before prom night. It wasn't that I didn't want to kiss Mark, and touch Mark, and lick Mark, and suck Mark, and... Okay, you get the point. I wanted to do all those things and more with the man. But I was running away like a scared kid. That's how much he meant to me. I didn't want to fuck this up. I poured a generous amount of the vintage Merlot into each glass and recorked the black bottle, setting it back into the wine display before grabbing the glasses and making my way out of the kitchen. Mark was no longer sitting when I got back to the living room. He was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the twinkling lights of the concrete jungle below us. You could see the entire skyline east of the Empire State Building, which we could also see from where we stood, her peak stretching up into the night sky, blinking almost like one of the stars much farther above us. I set the glasses down on the table and walked over to his side. Remember when you came over to my apartment for the first time and you asked why there were so many bug traps? And I said, because of the cockroach breeding farm we lived in? Yup, Mark said, his gaze turned out to the city. Crazy how far you've come. I'm so proud of you, Liam, I really am. Thank you, Mark. I felt very moved in that moment. I never thought hearing those words from Mark would make me feel like I was suddenly on top of the world, but they did. It filled me with a euphoria that not even the finest view in all of Manhattan could give me. I remember being a kid and always looking up to Mark, because he seemed to have his shit together even back then. So to hear him say that he was proud of me now? Shit. It made everything seem all that much brighter. That's when I decided. No more running, no more avoiding. I was going to give in to what my body had been aching for since the second I walked into Mark's office at Stonewall. I turned to him and grabbed his hand. He faced me, those hypnotic eyes casting his spell on me as I moved in, locking our lips together in an attempt to ease the building pressure inside of me. The aching that stretched through every single one of my muscles, making me taut with need. Between us, I could feel we were both rock solid, our hard, full bulges pressed against each other's. I wasn't shying away this time. I thrust my hips forward, rubbing myself on him, eliciting a moan from the both of us. I had to have Mark, and a kiss wasn't going to cut it. I reached down between us, and for the first time ever, my wildest wet dream fantasies came true, and I had Mark's massive bulge in my hand. There was a strong heat radiating from the heavy package, and it made my mouth fucking water and my cock leak into my briefs. I squeezed and massaged him over his jeans as our tongues whipped around like we were locked in a duel to the last fucking breath. The passion between us was generating enough electricity to power the entire damn New York electrical grid. It was obvious this tension between us had been building up for years, and now it was threatening to snap. Fuck, I hissed when I broke for a gulp of air. Mark was pushing his hips forward, pressing his hard cock against my open palm as I continued to rub, feeling it pulse against the fabric of his pants, relishing in the heat it gave off. God, I've wanted you for so long, Mark said, his hands encompassing my face as he looked into my eyes, our lips inches apart. He pulled me in for another kiss. I let go of his bulge, replacing my hand with my own full crotch, and reached around so that I could slide a hand under his waistband and squeeze his bare ass. He felt so soft, and the moan it drew from him as I slipped a finger between his cheeks drove me fucking wild. I had to have him right here, fuck moving to the bedroom. I broke from the kiss and pulled my hand out from his underwear. I got to work unbuckling his belt while Mark got to work on his zipper. See? We were always the perfect team. With his shoes thrown to the side and his pants unzipped, belt hanging undone, I was even closer to what I desired the most. I tugged his pants down and dropped to my knees as I did it, pulling harder around those muscular thighs of his and finally getting his pants down to his ankles. I was going to finish the job and pull them off, but I instantly got distracted by the magnificent sight that literally took my fucking breath away. Mark was standing in front of me, with his rock-hard bulge at my eye level. He was wearing a playful pair of bright blue briefs with a thick black waistband and cartoon bananas printed across it in various states of being opened. The outline of his cock was way bigger than any of the cartoon bananas, and the head was already leaking through with pre-cum. I couldn't stop myself from what I did next even if I tried. And maybe I would have tried to stop myself with someone else, but with Mark? Fuck, I just lost it. I normally would have torn off the briefs and stuffed Mark's hard dick down my throat, but I did something else instead. I leaned in and rubbed my face on his throbbing bulge. Just rubbed, like a fucking dog in heat. I rubbed against the hard shaft, against his heavy full balls, pushed against it all with my cheeks and my nose and my forehead. Mark's scent filled my senses, sending me into sexual overdrive. My hands were holding on to those muscular thighs as I looked up and locked eyes with the man that set my entire universe on fire. 14. Mark Masters. Seeing Liam rub his face in my crotch almost made me come on the spot. I had to look up and bite on my lower lip until the wave of pleasure subsided. When I felt like it was safe to look down again, I felt Liam's fingers slide up under the legs of my briefs and up past my cock, teasing me as they brushed against me. I throbbed, more pre-cum leaking out from my cock and through my underwear, the dark spot spreading. Liam smiled and licked the spot, looking up at me as he did it. Again, I went to biting my lower lip. Liam was working me in a way I hadn't even known was possible. Before I could look down again, I felt him pull my underwear down and suck the head of my cock into his warm mouth. It was ecstasy, a potent kind of pure euphoria that had me instantly wanting more. I wanted my entire cock in his mouth. I wanted him taking me deep down his throat, wanted to feel his lips wrap around the base of my cock. I started to push with my hips, my fingers sliding through his short, messy blonde hair. I tugged, earning another moan from Liam as he swallowed more of me. He was so wet. There was some spit sliding down my shaft and trailing down my balls. He brought a hand up and used it as lube, massaging my balls and then working the saliva around the part of my cock he hadn't swallowed yet. That's it, yeah. Take that hard cock. That feels so good, Liam. I was getting so close. My balls were drawn tight against me as Liam bobbed his head up and down, sucking on my dick like he wanted nothing else in the world. He reached down and started rubbing on his own bulging cock, the outline clearly visible against his shorts. I pulled him off my cock and looked down at the shorts. "Take those off," I said. "I want to see you jerk it." "Since you asked so nicely," Liam said, a devilish tone in his voice. He grinned up at me as he worked his shorts off, dropping them and his boxers down to his knees. "Better?" he asked, looking up at me as he licked the head of my cock while he grabbed his own with two hands. "So much better," I said, groaning with pleasure as I pulled his mouth back onto my dick, the intense heat and wetness making me see an entirely new fucking color spectrum. I watched as Liam jerked himself off, his huge cock hanging between his legs, his balls swinging back and forth with his strokes. It only took a couple more minutes of that to feel my orgasm start hitting me with the force of an erupting volcano. I grunted and shouted like some kind of animal as a way of letting Liam know I was about to blow. He looked up at me, smiled around my cock, and took me in even deeper, one of his hands coming up to squeeze on my balls. Then I blew, coming down Liam's throat with shot after shot of cum. I was spasming and moaning, my eyes were rolling, and my knees trembled as they tried to steady me. As it all subsided, I was able to open my eyes and see a satisfied-looking Liam getting up onto his feet, wiping his lips with a thumb. I must have come quite a bit, because there was still some dripping down his chin and onto his shirt. So I did the only thing I could think of doing. I leaned in and licked his chin, cleaning him up. We were both smiling from ear to ear when we fell into another kiss, his stiff dick pressing up against my swollen one. "Come on, let's hop in my shower," Liam said. My body was jello. I felt like I had been dropped in a sauna and massaged for an hour, and that was all from a 5-minute blowjob. But damn did that orgasm rock my entire world. Having Liam on his knees, swallowing me whole like he had been starving for it. God,
Just thinking about it was getting me hard again. We wound our way through the living room and into a hallway that I assumed led to the bedrooms. I was following Liam as he led us through one door, my cock getting stiffer and stiffer with every step. Liam was wearing only a t-shirt, and wow, was that sight sexy. I loved seeing the way the shirt rested on his juicy ass. I couldn't stop myself from rearing my hand back and then going in for a slap, the crack filling the room, his ass jiggling from the impact. "Ooh," he said, bouncing slightly. I was rock hard again, and Liam noticed. "Round 2, huh?" He licked his lips and grabbed me by the cock, walking me into his bathroom. For a second, I thought we should make a U-turn and head back to the bed, but then I saw Liam's bathroom, and holy shit, I didn't want to leave it. It was huge, and had to have been designed by some kind of famous designer. It was mostly all white and light gray marble with copper and gold highlights. There was a beautiful ivory-white curved tub that sat in a small nook, which had a window that looked down at the city below. And then there was the walk-in shower that seemed big enough to charge rent for. There was an extra-long shower head that ran the length of the shower, the ones that made the water cascade down like we had brought in a waterfall from an exotic rainforest. It smelled great, too, like clean linens and minty eucalyptus. It was a sanctuary, and I wanted to play with Liam all night in it. Liam took off his shirt and tossed it to the side. He stood there, the soft overhead lights casting shadows of the soft ridges of his muscles. His stomach was defined in a six-pack that I had to run my hands over, and the V-muscles that led down his hips and toward that magnificent rock-hard cock of his. Jeez, Liam was something else. He was so hot it was almost making me feel bad about myself. "Wow," I said, reaching for Liam's thick cock jutting out from that perfect body. As soon as I wrapped my hand around him, I was overcome with warmth. He felt so solid in my grip, and soft, too, like heated velvet. I stepped forward, the head of my cock pushing up against Liam's hip, getting him wet from my leaking tip. I kissed him as I began to stroke, relishing in the feeling it was giving me, knowing how much pleasure I was giving Liam. He was grinding his hips and moaning into the kiss as I stroked a little faster, twisting my fist around his shaft, fingering his heavy balls. "I need you in my mouth," I said, my voice huskier than normal, one hand on his cock and another on his face. "Oh yeah?" Liam said, his eyes glinting like embers about to catch. "Mm-hmm," I said, licking my lips and smiling as I dropped down to my knees. Up close, Liam's cock was even hotter. There was a small birthmark on the bottom of his shaft about midway, and I kissed that first, looking up as he locked his eyes with mine, the embers inside him lighting brighter. "Wow, you're big," I said, holding him with both hands, kissing around the sensitive head. "And it's all for you," Liam said, almost growling. It made my cock throb between my thighs, leaking another rope of clear pre-cum onto the floor. "All of it?" I asked, mischievously, looking up. "All of it," he confirmed. And with that, I turned him around so that I could kiss those two magnificent globes of his. I bit on the sensitive flesh, feeling him tremble as I used my tongue to trace down the line of his crack. I reached around and cupped his balls while he stroked as my tongue pushed in, flicking across his hole. "Oh, fuck," Liam said, twitching forward before pushing his ass back onto my mouth. I moaned into his hole as I let go of his balls and used both hands to spread him open. "God, you're so sexy," I said, admiring every smoldering hot inch of Liam's body. His puckered hole was wet with my saliva as I licked again, knowing I was sending lightning bolts shooting through Liam's body, affirmed by the noises he was making and the spasms in his thighs. "Oh, Mark," he said, almost crying in pleasure when my name came out of his mouth. It made me want more, so much more. I rubbed a finger across his hole, earning more moans, more shakes. My finger slipped into his needy hole and was immediately encompassed in soft heat. I could feel him, throbbing from the inside as I probed, pushing on the swollen spot I knew would drive him crazy. That's it, baby. Oh, fuck. Mark.
He was jerking off harder, the sounds of his balls slapping against himself filling the bathroom. "Mark!" he said, giving one last shout before his body came undone. His ass twitched around my finger, pulling me in as he released, the sound of his cum hitting the floor replacing the sound of his previously full balls. It was scorching hot, and it was enough to make me come a second time with only a couple of tight strokes. I pulled out of him and stood on shaky legs. He turned to me, breathless, face and chest flushed pink, a drunk smile on his sexy face. "That was insane. I thought I was about to pass out."
"This was so worth the wait," I said, chuckling as we stepped into the shower and turned the water on.
The water was warm and fell on us like a curtain, transporting us into a relaxing tropical waterfall. "You're damn good with your finger, you know," Liam said, smirking as he sudsed up. "And your tongue."
"Those aren't the only things I'm good with."
"Oh, I'm sure," he said, laughing as he fondled my still swollen dick. We stayed in the shower until we both started getting pruny. I wasn't even sure what time it was by the time we dried up and slid into bed, still naked, still having the time of our lives. I was surprised to see it was 3 a.m. when I looked over to Liam's bedside clock. Time had flown faster today than any other day in the past Liamless years. "I'm so goddamn happy you're in my life again," Liam said, his leg thrown over mine, the covers thrown over both of us. It was starting to get me hard again, especially since his thigh was currently pressing down on my package. Normally I would have tapped out long before this, but not with Liam. "Do you hear that?" Liam asked, right as I was about to roll over and kiss him.
"Hear what?"
"I don't know, like someone talking? Am I going crazy?" I didn't move an inch and tried to hone in on whatever Liam was hearing. At first all I could hear was the floorboards settling and the air conditioning kicking up. Liam's soundproof windows kept his place sheltered from the chaos outside, so whatever Liam was hearing had to be coming from inside. And then I heard it. It was exactly what Liam described, a muffled voice saying something. It was far, definitely not coming from the bedroom or the bathroom. And then it stopped. "You hear it, right?" "Yeah," I said. I rolled out of bed and grabbed a pair of briefs from the corner. I was pretty sure they were mine, but they could have been Liam's. I was more focused on the voice that had started again. This time it was louder, so it was definitely coming from the other side of Liam's closed bedroom door. I looked back at Liam, who was sitting up in his bed, concern on his expression. I opened the door, and the voice immediately got louder, and that was when it clicked. "Duh," I said, walking out and shaking my head. "Huh?" Liam called out. "My fault," I said, coming back into his bedroom with my phone in hand. "I left it in my pants pocket and the ringer was on. I have it set to a Madonna song." "So, I was here thinking someone broke in, and it was really Madonna's sweet, sweet voice serenading us with a sick dance beat?" "Yup," I said, laughing as I got back in bed, taking off the briefs. I looked at the phone screen and noticed it was my neighbor who had been calling me. I had 10 missed calls from her. "Huh," I said. Already any calls at 3 a.m. were a bad sign, but so many meant something had to be wrong. I called her back and was greeted by her frazzled voice. "Mark, geez, I've been trying to get in touch. I just got home from my boyfriend's place, and Mark, someone was trying to break into your place. I called the cops and they chased the person away." I was out of bed and had my clothes on again in minutes. Liam offered to come with me, but I knew it would just be a night of talking to the police and looking around for the culprit, and I didn't want him involved. I wanted him nice and safe and tucked away in bed. I was running on about an hour's worth of sleep. When I did finally make it inside my place, my body was so spent that I crashed on the couch and knocked out within seconds, my shoes still on. I was woken up by an incessant vibrating that was practically burrowing a hole into my thigh. It was Liam. He was worried that I hadn't been answering any of his texts. He clearly sounded like he felt bad for waking me, but I truly wasn't bothered. I had to be up anyway for work, and the fact that Liam was the first voice I heard on waking up meant my mood was already on the rise. Currently, I was sitting in Zane's office, drinking bitter black coffee out of a ceramic blue mug, waiting for Colin to come in with his cup. I heard his feet shuffling up the steps toward us. Poor guy hadn't gotten much sleep lately either. "Morning, guys,"
he said, coming into the office and shutting the door behind him. He sat down next to me. Zane was looking the most rested out of all of us. He was wearing a billowy, bright red button-up shirt that was a risky fashion choice, but he pulled it off flawlessly. I wondered if his fiancée Enzo had a part in choosing his wardrobe today. Usually he dressed with a little more flair than Zane, so it was nice to see the little bit of influence between the two. That's what happened when you ended up with your perfect match. So, both of you need some serious vacation time? Zane said, a sad smirk on his face. Colin was wearing something much less bright, a dark polo shirt and tightly fitting gray khakis. His hair needed a good cut, and the space around his eyes was flushed a pinkish red from exhaustion. You're telling me, Colin said with a laugh. I'm not even sure where to start, Zane said. This wasn't really the norm for us. We didn't always meet with the head of Stonewall for a morning catch-up. But events had been beyond crazy lately, and Zane was the type who wanted to help in whatever way he could. He saw that we were both under some intense pressure, and he always said talking things through with people helped ease that internal pressure cooker squealing inside all of us. Should we draw straws? Shortest gets to say their shitty story first, Colin said, his sense of humor breaking through the dreary morning. The sun still hadn't fully made its way above the city yet, so even the view outside Zane's office window was gray. You should start, I said, handing Colin the floor. He began, starting with how he'd found poor Riceball. That was the only thing anyone was able to find, as the unicorn had left behind 0 signs that they'd been there. The frustration was clear in Colin's tone, and his fists were balled on his lap, his brow furrowing together at parts. There was also fear, something I didn't want to acknowledge too much since I felt like it gave more power than needed, but still, I couldn't help but feel a shiver run down my back. This was all coming way too close. Clearly, it's the unicorn's way of sending a message, but also it means I'm getting really close now. It's the only reason why they would break from their MO and go after my cat. I gulped. I wanted to ask a question, but stopped myself just short after I realized what the answer would be. The question, why go after the cat and not you? And the answer was obvious, because he was playing with Colin. It was a cat-and-mouse game now, and the unicorn was making it very clear as to who was the cat. Colin, I said, trying to choose my words carefully. I knew what I was about to ask was a big one, but it had to be said out loud. Can you consider taking a step back from the case for a little bit? Let the police catch up, let them take whatever you've found, and use that to put the missing pieces together? Asking that of another detective was hard because I knew his drive to place all the missing puzzle pieces together was intense. But asking that of one of my closest friends was easy. No, he said, an answer I already knew was coming. I'm so damn close. I found a few things that are leading me in the right direction. I just know it. I need a couple more things to fall into place. That's it. And then I think I can say I've got them. Seeing the hope and fire in Colin's eyes reassured me that things would be okay. If there was anyone who could put it all together and find this twisted killer, it was Colin. I smiled as I drank more coffee, finding some strength in knowing how close Colin was to figuring it all out now. If you need any help, any whatsoever, Zane said, looking intently at Colin. I knew how difficult that was for Zane. His husband had been murdered by the unicorn years ago, when we all thought the sicko was caught and locked up. Turns out it had been the wrong guy all along, and now the killer was back, impaling innocent gay men and apparently cats now, too. Thank you, Colin said, earnest in his tone. We couldn't keep talking after that. Andrew knocked on the door, his voice cutting through. Mark? Yup, I said. He opened the door, a concerned look on his face. Sorry for interrupting. I've got a call for you, he said. It sounds important. She says she wants to talk to you about Johnny. 15. Liam Wolfe. I was sitting at a long table inside a meeting room in my agent's building, staring out the window at the Hudson River. Around me sat my entire team, from my agent to my manager to my assistant to my PR pro. I'd even invited my accountant. I wanted to get everyone in the same room together so I could brainstorm how I could go about getting my career back into shape. Of course, after last night, the only thing going on in my brain was a storm surrounding Mark and his naked ass.
I'd never felt such an intense orgasm. I think I was hungover from it. Was that even possible? I wasn't sure, but it definitely felt like a mild hangover. My body was aching and my thoughts couldn't focus on one single thing. All I wanted to do was get back into bed, but not alone. Yep, I think I had a come-over. That was how hard Mark had made me come last night with his tongue probing my ass. Liam! Woohoo, off to Liam! Are you joining us for the meeting? It was my manager, Wade Hayes, an intimidating guy who really just liked to spend his time watching news bloopers on YouTube. When he wasn't managing me like a fucking management savant, of course. What? Right, yeah, I'm here. Okay, good, Wade said, pulling out a stack of papers. Here are all the projects that have been sitting on my desk waiting for an opening in your schedule. With Queens looking like it's going to be someone else, now's the perfect time. Bullshit, said my agent, Stephen Oakley. He was smaller than Wade, but still commanded a room better than Wade could. Maybe it was always the perfectly coiffed dark hair or the well-chosen and always brand-new Armani suits he was wearing. I'm not letting Queens go. We signed a fucking contract. You're on the goddamn press releases. That movie is yours and yours only. Right, but that's not in our hands anymore. It's in the studios. There's a clause in that contract made for exactly this type of shit. These negative press situations. I swallowed what felt like a rock. I didn't like thinking about this. Thoughts of Mark spreading my ass apart were much more appealing. But I knew now wasn't the time, even though my dick was starting to swell like it was time. I'm with Stephen on this one, I said, sitting up straight in my chair and trying to ignore the growing warmth between my thighs. I'm not letting that film go. I had a vision for it, and I've worked so damn hard on the run-up to filming. Yep, I'm on Liam's side. It was Blair Rockwell, my PR magician. She knew exactly how to tell the story she wanted to the public with whatever she was given. If he gets back, rather, when he gets back on, I can easily shine a light on the entire project like a redemption story, and everyone loves redemption. We just need one villain, someone I can point to and say, look, this person was the one responsible for all the drama. Working on it, I replied. I've hired a private detective to look into Johnny Brown. I have a feeling he's somehow involved in the email, and I also think he's hiding some darker, more fucked up shit. Plus, he's had it out for me since we first met. Blair was shaking her head. I've heard things about him. Never good. Right, exactly, I said. Not even you can spin his shit into PR gold, and that's hard for me to even imagine. But there is some good news. Mark, the detective, managed to get him down for an interview, and we found out he's hated me for so long because he's homophobic. He doesn't like seeing an openly gay guy succeeding as much as me, especially when his little brother could be sitting in the director's chair. So, we've got motive down. I sighed, feeling the negative energy seeping through me just from talking about this fucktard. Now, we just need the actual evidence. Oh yeah, man, you'll find something on him, Stephen said. He's definitely scum. I rep a few actresses who refuse to go out on any casting calls if his name is attached to it. In fact, if I do send anyone out to him, I make sure his assistant is in the room. I think she's the only one who's got any power over that guy. Who? Diana? My assistant Carrie Sharp asked. Yeah, she's cool. Went out for drinks with her a few times. She's a lifer, I think. She loves being his assistant. Don't think she'll ever work any other job. I don't know how, Wade said, his face twisted like he smelled rotting trash. I've been trying to get you to stop directing projects with his name attached. I sighed, wishing I had taken his advice sooner. You're right, the writing was on the wall years ago, but that's not what's important here. What's important is how in the world we are going to fix my image after that limp asshole assassinated it. Limp asshole? Stephen said, cocking his head. God, I don't even want to picture that. Don't, Carrie said. Yeah, don't, I assured him. Blair coughed in a way clearly meant to draw attention. Okay, so I've put together a list of blogs and news outlets I want you to interview with. I'm already in touch with E! and Access, and they both want to do a deep dive look into your life, maybe even a multi-part series. That's great, Carrie said, her enthusiasm spreading around the room. Those were two huge ways of getting the correct story out there, that was for sure. It is, Blair said, except her smile dipped into a frown. Except there's a catch. They only want to do it after some of the dust has settled, and they can make a clear judgment call on what happened. Because although you'll certainly be cleared of the theft allegations when the police investigation is done, it's the abuse allegations that are causing them to push back. I dropped my head against the cushioned leather headrest. The chair leaned back with me, giving me the sensation that I was falling backward. I lurched forward and grabbed onto the table.
"You okay there?"
Wade asked, a tiny smirk on that bodyguard face of his. "Wait," Stephen said, cocking his head. "When you said he's hiding something darker, what do you mean by that?" He was looking across the table directly at me. He had a sharp gaze. I could tell he was putting something together behind those hazel eyes. "Well, it might sound a little crazy, and this can't go out of this room, not until there's solid proof at least, but, well, I think the guy somehow killed his last 2 wives." All you could hear in the room was a tiny gasp come from Carrie. Murderer? You think Johnny's capable of that?" "I don't know," I said, being totally honest. "But there are some things that just don't add up for me. There was someone else it didn't add up for." We all turned to Stephen, whose sharp gaze was now turned over my shoulder, aimed out at the glass wall behind me. "Who?" I asked. "Gina Cromwell, one of my clients. She was dating Johnny for a few months. I told her it was a bad idea, but she doesn't listen to anyone except herself and Mother Nature, sometimes barely even her. This was a few months before his second wife died. She was really deep in her feelings for the guy, even though he made it clear she was just a side thing for him." That was when Wade asked a question I'm sure was on all of our minds. "Exactly how much did she like him?" "No," Stephen said, waving his hand in shooting that suggestion down at first sight. "She's crazy and strong-willed, but she'd never hurt a bug. No, she liked him, but she wasn't sprung enough to kill for him." Wade leaned back in his chair, his motion much more controlled than mine had been. Skepticism was drawn on his face. "Okay, so what happened with their relationship?" "He ended it." "When?" I asked. 3 days before his wife was found dead in the garage." This time, Wade didn't have to say anything. Skepticism was drawn across all our faces. "Okay, so the timing is a little suspect," Blair said. "But I don't think a successful actress with a booming future would do something that freaking crazy. Plus, where was she when the first wife died?" "Exactly," Stephen said, as though he himself was being vindicated. Blair did have good points, though, and the monster in this situation had always been Johnny. I couldn't lose sight of that. "And that's not even the most damning part of this story," Stephen continued. "On the last day of their relationship, she had been over his house and had opened up one of his laptops. Said she needed to check something, but the first page that pops up is an incognito web search on some browser she'd never seen before." "I'm guessing he wasn't searching for Martha Stewart's newest bed set?" I asked. Stephen huffed. "No, she said the page opened up to a black market site found on the dark web and that an order for something had been placed. She never told me for what." "Are you fucking kidding me?" Blair cursed on very few occasions, but when she did, it always took everyone by surprise. Her blonde, voluminous hair bounced as she whipped her head to look at Wade. I was feeling the same shock she felt. Why didn't she go to the police?" Carrie asked. "She did," Stephen said. "She spoke to the captain, and he said he'd look into it personally. A week later, the captain is taking photos on the red carpet for Johnny's new movie, his arms around every goddamn A-lister in the city." Holy fuck. I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Why wouldn't she tell you what she saw? Honestly, I think she's just terrified. Whatever she saw, it makes me think he's actually capable of taking these women's lives. And Gina felt that too. She wants nothing to do with him and won't ever talk about the situation again. I make sure none of my clients ever take solo meetings with him anymore. I was shaking. This is insane. She needs to talk. My mind was reeling like I had just stepped into a blender. Gina could be the key to all this. "She won't," Stephen said. "She's scared, Liam. This wasn't that long ago." I felt for her. I really did. But I also knew this was something that couldn't be dropped. I had to let Mark know about Gina, because if there was one person on this crusty-ass planet who could get someone to talk, it was Mark, and those disarming eyes of his. 16. Mark Masters.
Liam's voice was coming through the phone in pieces. "Gina Cromwell?" I asked, repeating what I thought I heard. I was on the subway, so it was a little hard to hear what Liam was saying over the phone, even with the Wi-Fi connected, but I could tell he sounded excited. "Yes, her. She's the you need to talk to." "Okay, I'll add her to the list." I made a mental note. I'd have to meet with her after my next interview, which I was on my way to as we were speaking. It was with Mara Kim, an actress who worked with both Liam and Johnny. She said she was never in a relationship with Johnny, but she did say she had something she wanted to talk with me about. The connection was dropping. All I heard was Liam say call, which I assumed finished with call me later as the call ended. I shot him a quick text and continued preparing myself for the interview. I had a few set questions I wanted to ask, but I also had to do a little bit of psychological investigating as well. Mara had a pretty public life, her almost every move documented on one social media platform or another. I had already scanned through a couple. It was a way of getting a feel for the person I was meeting. Any kind of knowledge helped me when I needed to steer the conversation in a certain direction. It also helped establish a quicker rapport with the person, which was crucial when I needed them to give me information. I wanted Mara to be as comfortable as possible, so if I saw that she'd been to 5 Lady Gaga concerts in a row, I could casually bring up how much I liked her newest single at some point, creating that link and getting her to open up even more. Mara had quite a lot to go through. She was a C-list actress who also moonlighted as an International Red Cross volunteer. I opened up to her Instagram, which was row upon row of model shots, mixed in with selfies and photos of her casually sitting on pretty sofas. She seemed warm-hearted and always had a Colgate smile on her forever-lasting girl-next-door face. She had wavy brown hair that was always done, and none of her photos showed her without makeup. It was midway down her 500 post that I found something that jumped out at me as if it were circled in bright red. It was a photo of Mara, lying down in bed, and she was kissing a cheek, half the man's face shown in the frame. It was a jaw I knew well. As a detective, I made sure to analyze even the smallest details. When I'd first started on the case, I had noticed Johnny seemed to have trouble growing a beard. He was mostly always clean-shaven, but there were a couple of photos I had seen on his IMDb page where he had tried going to a movie premiere with a beard. There were 2 noticeable patches by his chin in all the photos, a detail I had stored away in my memory bank. I opened another web page and pulled up the pictures just to be sure, and yep, it was a match. That chin Mara was kissing matched exactly to the photos of Johnny. The caption of the photo read, "Spending the night with someone V special, heart is full, lots of light coming. Hashtag influencer, hashtag love, hashtag true love, hashtag kiss, hashtag actress, hashtag famous." So, she did have something with Johnny. Also, her hashtag use is a little liberal there. This was something I would have to dig further into. On the phone, she had told me they had a strictly business relationship and never strayed from that. The photo definitely proved there was plenty of straying. The train stopped at my station, which was a popular one since it seemed like everyone got off with me. We all climbed up the stairs in a herd mixed with tourists and regular commuters. The stairs opened onto a street right across from Central Park, on the corner where a group of horse and carriages waited for giddy riders. I'd wanted to meet with Mara somewhere a little more controlled, but she insisted on meeting inside Central Park, not even somewhere on the border, but instead somewhere deep in the labyrinth of green trees, sweaty joggers, and rats the size of cats. It took me a good 15 minutes after getting out of the subway station to finally find the bench she had marked as our designated meeting spot. I had to call her midway through because I had definitely gotten lost and was being followed by a suspicious-looking squirrel. "Hey there," I said. Mara was sitting on the bench, wearing the white Ghostbusters t-shirt she said she'd be wearing, with a pair of jean shorts and gold toms. She was a skinny thing, especially in person. The photos didn't really translate, and it took me by surprise. She reached out a hand, and I noticed a slight shake to it.
"Detective Mark Masters?"
"That's me," I said, smiling. She smiled back, and I could sense there was already an ease to this, She didn't have the kind of walls up that I was expecting, although I was going to have to ask a few tough questions, so that could flip on a dime.
"Come into my office,"
she said, laughing as she sat down on the bench. It was a secluded part of the park where the trail wound around a bend and got lost in a group of trees on one end and went through a stone tunnel down the other end, while behind us there was a small rocky hill. It was quiet, too, in comparison to the amount of sound I knew surrounded this park. We could hear the birds chirping above us. Something rustled through the leaves nearby. "You keep it all very clean," I said, joking along.
"Sorry for making you come out here. When I heard your voicemail, I knew I wanted to talk to you. I've spent a lot of time here rehearsing lines and meditating and, well, I figured bringing you here would really give me the good energy I need to get through this."
I opened a hand and shook my head. "Don't even worry about it. We could go do this in a shark tank if you told me that's what makes you the most comfortable." She laughed at that. Her eyes were darting around, not necessarily in a nervous way, but it was beginning to make me wonder if Mara was on some kind of stimulant.
"Thank you,"
she said. Her leg was bouncing, the bench shaking underneath us. "Mind if I record this?" I asked, taking my phone out. "Easier than writing notes."
"Right. Yeah, of course."
She took a deep breath as if preparing herself.
"I guess I should start, huh? Geez, I don't even know how to talk about this. I've never really talked about it with anyone."
"It's okay," I reassured her. "I'm only here to help. Whatever you've got to tell me, just know I'm on your side." She was looking into my eyes now, her legs still bouncing. Both were in motion now.
Okay, so I know Johnny. Knew him. Not that well, just acquaintances, but I overheard him talk about things a few times, and one of those things had to do with Liam. So when you reached out to me saying you were working to help clear Liam's name, I knew I had to say something. Those allegations against him are such bullshit. But I can see the hate he's getting on Twitter, and it's just so crazy to me.
"What did Johnny say?"
He was talking on the phone. I wasn't sure to who, sounded like a woman, but it was hard to make out. I was in his bathroom at the time. I had been over for an audition. He thought I was in some other bathroom. He was telling the person that he wanted to ruin Liam. He wanted to fuck up his entire career, and he... It makes me sick even thinking about it. He used words against him that I don't ever want to hear again.
I cleared my throat. Were those insults against his sexuality? She nodded, beginning to look around the park, her legs still shaking.
It was so upsetting. I was blown away. He was just so angry. That was about a year ago. Then this email comes out, and I just knew that Johnny had to be behind it.
This wasn't exactly new information. I already knew Johnny was a homophobic piece of trash, but something did jump out to me as extremely important, and something I hadn't known before. He was talking to someone over the phone while he was spewing his hate, meaning there could very well be an accomplice in all this. I was focused on one perpetrator, but maybe Johnny worked better in a team? "Mara," I said, the next part requiring me to be very delicate. "Were there any other times you were around Johnny? Did you meet him again after the audition?" I was giving her a chance to be truthful from the jump. Prying it from her would be risky because she could easily clam up and cut the interview short. But maybe, if she just came clean with their relationship, I could dig deeper without feeling like she was going to bolt.
"No,"
she said, shaking her head and rubbing her hands together.
"Nothing. We had nothing."
She stressed the word, but that didn't cover the fact that she was lying to me. "I know Johnny is a piece of trash, so just know that I'd never judge you if you were to tell me you guys had something." She looked at me and chewed her chapped lip. I noticed she wasn't wearing any makeup today, unlike any of her Instagram posts.
Fuck. We had something.
There it was. "Thanks for being truthful," I said, wanting her to know this was important and that I truly was grateful.
I don't like talking about it. He really fucked me up. It was something that came out of nowhere. That conversation I overheard, it wasn't because I was over his place for an audition. I had been over because his wife was out of town for the weekend. We had met a couple of weeks before then. That was when I went over to his house for an audition. Jesus, that should have been a stop sign right there, having a goddamn casting call from his living room. But it was for a big film, and I had already done 3 auditions before Johnny's for the film, getting through them all. I couldn't say no. So I went, and he came on to me. I fooled myself into thinking I had feelings for him.
Her chin was quivering. She was speaking fast, making me even more grateful for the recording app.
But then when I heard him go off on Liam like that, I was done. That was it for me. Not only had sneaking around behind his wife messed me up, but my brother's gay. I don't ever want to be with someone who spoke the way Johnny had that night.
Another flag went up for me. Mara was with Johnny, while he was with one of his wives. I assumed as much from the date stamp on the Instagram photo, but I couldn't be 100% sure without her confirmation. She could have posted the photo a year after it was taken if she wanted to. Who was he married to at the time? Mara shook her head.
I didn't bother remembering her name. I didn't want that kind of burden on my shoulders. He never talked about her, and I never asked.
Her chest heaved as though she was about to cry, but she held it down.
I thought I was fine with being the other woman, back then at least. He was feeding me all these lies about how I'd get the big role, just needed the right film project. I believed it all.
When were you with him? Mara shook her head, searching her thoughts.
I don't know. I don't have an exact date. A few years ago. 2014, I think.
So, around the time he was married to his second wife, Pamela. Did you ever meet his wife face to face? She puffed out a breath.
No. Johnny's too smart for that. He kept things locked down.
There was a seed of suspicion taking root, but I couldn't let it show on my face. The last thing I needed was Mara holding back from me. She was talking, and the more she spoke, the bigger the target seemed to get for me. It was a target that was shifting, moving away from Johnny. So, Mara, was this just a physical kind of thing then, or do you think feelings ever got involved? She cracked her knuckles and looked around the park. A strand of her jet-black hair blew down onto her face. She brushed it back, pushing it behind her ear.
For him, yeah.
I narrowed my eyes. So you don't think it was mutual? She was quiet again. I could feel her energy shifting, tense. I needed to smooth things over before she started feeling the heat. Thankfully, she spoke before I started pulling back.
Yeah,
she said.
I did. I mean, our affair went on for a good amount of time, and I'm not dumb. I know he was married. Plus, I know he was having other affairs on top of that. He can't keep it in his pants. I was so stupid.
She shook her head. Her eyes grew wet, a tear spilling over, and she quickly dried it off with her hand.
And I didn't get shit in the end. I'm back with living in my parents' house and working at a shitty diner.
The dam cracked. A single tear multiplied into a river flow. I could almost physically feel her pain, the regret that she was flushing out of her system. I put a hand on her back and rubbed. A thought came from left field. Maybe her feelings for Johnny had pushed her to taking the life of his second wife, the one major obstacle in getting what she wanted. Maybe the first was a real suicide and the second was the staged one. No, it didn't click for me, especially with how angry she was at his homophobic outburst. She genuinely didn't want to be with that man in the end. And seeing her break down, feeling the sorrow she felt for the mistake she'd made in believing Johnny, it made me think Mara was just as much a victim in this as his 2 dead wives. He was an abusive, manipulative scumbag, and he destroyed lives in the process of getting off. Mara wasn't my answer. If anything, she gave me more questions. When Mara was able to collect herself, I could tell she wanted to wrap things up. I couldn't let her go, though, not just yet. There were a few more things I needed to get answered. Mara, I said as she started to stand. She looked at me and dropped her head before sitting back down on the bench. Sorry, I'm almost done. I know this is difficult. You mentioned other affairs. Do you have any names? She took a breath and let it out, a few leftover cries slipping out.
No.
That's okay, I said. You're really helping me out right now.
Am I?
You are. She smiled at that and wiped at her wet cheeks. A family pushing a stroller with another baby strapped on the dad's back walked by us, looking as cheery as a postcard. totally unaware of the dark world I was investigating only feet away from them. And things were about to get darker. So, when you were with Johnny, did he ever say anything negative about his wife? Something that really struck you as off? Or maybe he said something about his first wife? She took a breath and searched her thoughts for a moment. She pursed her lips before answering.
No. Except one time. He did mention that he was fighting with her, a really bad fight. He apparently shattered some crazy expensive vase because he was so angry at her.
More new information. I knew he was a womanizer, but I hadn't known Johnny was ever physically aggressive toward his wives. That was telling in a gruesome way. It made my blood boil, but I controlled it and channeled the anger into my focus. Did you ever witness him get angry?
No, and I was never there for any of the fights.
She glanced at the hot pink watch on her wrist.
I do remember there was one time I was talking to his assistant so I could set up a time to meet him. He didn't like scheduling anything himself, not even his affairs. And she had to hang up the phone. I heard shouting in the background, and I'm sure it was Johnny's voice. She sometimes works from his house, so I'm pretty sure she was there for that fight and a few others. I think she was there for that.
And you weren't worried about her knowing of the affair? Mara shook her head.
No. If anything, I thought it was a safer cover. I didn't want to get caught by his wife texting his phone. I'm not a homewrecker either, and he trusts his assistant, so I figured I could too.
I had been wanting to sit down for an interview with Diana, but I also thought it wiser to wait for the initial heat of my first interview with Johnny to simmer down first. It sounded like she really enjoyed working for him, but I was counting on cracks in their relationship. I couldn't believe she could condone all his behavior. Plus, if there was anyone who would know all about the skeletons in Johnny's walk-in-sized closet, it would be Diana. But that's why I needed to make sure the timing of my interview with her was perfect. I wanted to go in armed with information from multiple sources. Information was power, especially in an investigation. Okay, Mara, I said, feeling like we had reached the end of the interview. She was looking even antsier than when we'd started, and I didn't want to get her overly stressed. If anything came up, I knew I could call her, especially if I ended this interview on a good note, which meant ending it sooner rather than later. I think we can stop here. Thank you for being honest with me.
Of course, Detective.
She stood up quickly, brushing off invisible dust from her shirt.
Please, clear Liam's name. He doesn't deserve that crap. I've worked with him twice, and he's just the biggest sweetheart in the entire industry. He's honestly one of the good ones. Please.
I stood up, standing a good foot taller than her. I'm trying my damn hardest, I said.
I believe that,
she said, her face sad, except for a glimmer of hope in those expressive brown eyes.
17. Liam Wolfe. A week later. I sat in the back of the town car, my thoughts of Mark wrapping me in a warmth that covered my entire body. It was like I had thrown a blanket on. That was how I'd been feeling every damn day now, especially since I was waking up with Mark's naked body next to me. He'd been sleeping over, which was a little misleading since sleeping was one of the last things we were doing. It was such a weird time in my life. On one hand, I had everything I ever wanted and more. On the other hand, I was currently on my way to visit a new lawyer since my last one had a heart attack over the weekend. Yeah, things were complicated. But at least I had Mark. That was the thought that covered me in a heat that was truly indescribable. Not only was the sex out of this fucking world, but just being around him, clothes or no clothes, always made me happy. More than happy. I was over the moon whenever I was with Mark, in a way that never happened to me with anyone else. None of my past casual relationships had this kind of effect on me. I had to do something special for Mark, to really show him how taken I was by him, how much I had always wanted him. I pulled my phone from my jeans and went to my assistant's number. Hey, Carrie, busy? Nope. Need anything? Can you get me the info for Geraldo Hines? He's the owner of the Starlight Theater over in Brooklyn. I want to call in a favor. You got it, Carrie said, sounding more chipper than usual. Thanks, I said, and hung up. I had an idea for something really special, But there was a chance my plan may not even work, so I had to be quiet about it until I talked to Geraldo. In the meantime, I daydreamed about how the date would go with Mark, feeling the butterflies rev up inside me again. Crazy how after so many years they were still around. I had a feeling it would always be like that. Mark was the kind of man who would always be making me feel a certain way. Also, did I mention the sex? Out of this fucking world? I did. Well, I think it deserves a second mention because damn did that man know what he was doing with what he was carrying. I'd never had so much sex before and still wanted more of it. Even now, I felt my dick swelling at the thought. "This a good place to drop you off, sir?" "What? Oh, yeah, perfect," I said, not even knowing where we were. That was fine. I'd walk the rest of the distance if this wasn't the right spot. I thanked the driver and got out, looking up at the massive building stretching above me. Its mostly glass facade reflecting the mid-afternoon sun. There was a large number in gold above the entrance, matching the address Griffin had given me. He recommended this lawyer who had helped him get out of a really tough spot. Mark also happened to highly recommend the guy who knew him because the lawyer happened to be Zane's fiancé and would come around to some of their office get-togethers. I walked into the lobby and checked in. A guard let me know which elevator to get in, and I rode that all the way up to the law firm's floor. They had a few floors all to their own. The lawyer I was meeting with was one of their head partners. He was also a pretty well-known figure throughout the nightly news circuits, usually appearing on CNN or MSNBC to give some kind of well-thought-out talking points. The elevator opened and left me in front of two huge doors with the firm's name printed across it in a gold script. DeLuca, Lively, and Associates. I opened the door and walked into a cyclone of activity. There was a packed waiting area with all kinds of clients chewing on their nails as they sat on comfortable chairs and drank from the community Keurig. The front desk was staffed with smiling faces that all appeared to be ready for a photo shoot. One blonde guy waved to me and checked me in, letting me know my lawyer would be right out. I didn't even make it to a seat before I heard someone say my name. "Liam Wolfe, ciao, great to meet you." It was a charismatic voice colored with an Italian accent. I turned and saw a beaming man with bright eyes and a face groomed by a damn artist, with a neat beard that had been trimmed and shaped so it highlighted his face perfectly. He was wearing a designer beige button-down shirt with a delicate floral design on it, tucked into tailored navy blue slacks. "Lorenzo De Luca," he said, sticking a hand out, a Rolex glinting with a blue face on his wrist. "You can just call me Enzo." "Cazzo," Enzo said, his fingers twined together in a fist as they held his chin up. He was listening intently to my story and ended my retelling with what I assumed was an Italian curse word. "That bad?" No, nothing is that bad, Liam." He leaned back in his chair. We were sitting in his corner office with windows that let in the bright sunlight. There were a couple of tall bookshelves with plenty of law books, but I also spotted a few others in the mix, like the final Harry Potter book, nestled in between two thickly bound leather books. "Okay, good. I've heard great things about you." "Who was talking about me?" he asked, puffing his chest up as if getting ready for a fight. "Let me know so I could thank them with a flower bouquet." He smiled, and I saw exactly how Enzo won almost every case that came across his desk. He was a world-renowned defense attorney, and I'm sure he was as sharp as a box of nails, but it was that smile of his that could most likely turn a jury onto his side. Enzo instantly made you want to believe every word he was saying. "You're a well-known lawyer," I said. "Your name's in pretty much everyone's mouth." I'll take it." He turned in his chair to his computer and started typing. "Okay, I'm just going to write down all the preliminary details you told me. I'm assuming we'll go after Johnny for libel, which is written defamation, but there are also a few other avenues I can think of chasing him down. Now, this is a little bit of a different case for me since we're going on the offensive here, but it's nothing I can't handle." Enzo's dripping confidence helped assure me. "There's also the fact that you still don't have the proof it was actually Johnny who was the author of the email, right? So there's that. I've got an excellent detective looking into things, and hopefully he'll find something soon. Without solid proof, my hands are tied, but I do think you went to the right people. You hired Stonewall Investigations, right?" "Mm-hmm," I said. I had known we couldn't do anything right away, but I still wanted to meet with Enzo so I could get ahead of it all. I liked being a few steps ahead, and getting a defense attorney on retainer was exactly that. I wanted Enzo to be prepared for court at any moment, because the second Mark found evidence of Johnny and his dirty deeds, I was going to drag that scumbag straight to the front of a judge. Good. My fiancé founded that place, Zane. He's definitely the smartest guy I've ever met, and I know he only hires the best. Whoever you've got working on the case is going to figure it all out. I've got a lot of faith in him. I can tell, Enzo said, looking away from his computer screen and back at me. He was a handsome guy, that was for sure, and a cocky motherfucker, too. It was obvious why the camera loved him, and the news organizations kept having him back on their evening shows. Is that a spark I'm noticing? Your smile is growing, too. I hadn't even realized it, but sure enough, thinking about Mark had me starting to grin. A very big spark, I admitted. I knew it, Enzo said, smiling. I noticed he absent-mindedly fiddled with the silver band on his ring finger. There's something about that place, huh? Maybe Zane should moonlight as a matchmaker. I laughed at that, picturing Zane holding speed dates at Stonewall. I had only really seen him once before, but even then I knew he was more of a detective than a date night host. You should bring him up to it. Get a cut on profits. I like the way you think, Enzo said, nodding. We talked a little more about Johnny, along with my suspicions surrounding his ex-wives. Enzo was incredibly helpful in giving me the rundown on what we could and couldn't do in terms of the law and bringing Johnny to court. It was toward the end of our meeting when I got a call that completely sucked the air out of my lungs. It was my agent, Stephen, who called to deliver the bad news. Stephen, what's going on? I said, answering the call while I was still in Enzo's office. Hey, Liam, it's not good. You sitting down? 18. Mark Masters. Gino's Deli was one of my favorite places to come get a good Italian sub, and that was exactly what Colin and I were craving for an early dinner. We had been in the office pretty much all morning, both of us cracking our heads over the cases we were working on. So when I spotted Colin walking past my office in search of food, I called him in and asked if he wanted to get a bite to eat together. It had been a bit since we had last hung out, just us two, and I wanted to change that. With everything going on in our lives, our friendship had unfortunately been put on a slight hold. Colin wasn't even aware of the full story between me and Liam, so that was the first thing I gave him the down low on. Since you were kids, huh? He asked as we took our seats in the packed deli. That's crazy. Totally, I agreed. And for him to walk into Stonewall and then get me as a detective, it all clicked so well. I've noticed, Colin said. He was looking a little more rested, wearing a navy blue shirt and khakis that weren't wrinkled. You always have a smile on now. Before, we could all tell you weren't a morning person because it looked like you were ready to strangle one of us. But since Liam, even the mornings aren't getting you down anymore. This is true, I said, laughing. I wasn't that bad, was I? It was pretty bad. Bullshit, I said, chuckling, knowing that Colin wasn't exaggerating. I had never been a morning person. But sure enough, that all seemed to change when I started waking up next to Liam. Mm-hmm, Colin said, drinking his soda and narrowing his eyes. There was that one morning I knocked on your door so I could borrow something, and all I heard was a bark from inside your office. You literally barked at me like a guard dog. It was a cough. Doubtful, Colin said. We continued to chat for a bit, catching up on things that went beyond work. Frankly, I found it difficult talking about Colin's case anyway. That had never happened to me before, but it had all hit way too close to home for me to feel comfortable bringing the unicorn up. I knew Colin was working his ass off trying to figure out who the killer was, and that's what mattered. I had full confidence that Colin was going to do what no one else could, and finally put a name to the monster. I'm really happy for you guys, Colin said. I feel like you've even talked about him before to me. I most likely have. We were really good friends, best friends back in high school. I had definitely developed feelings even back then, but I wasn't admitting them to anyone, not even myself. Then he moved away and we lost touch. It's so shitty.
Instead of living and loving, we grew up worried if something was wrong with us. I nodded, lips pursed tight. Yeah. I think I'll always wish things had been a little different, but at least I got a second chance to make things different. Yes to that. Colin's face lit up. He had a baby face that radiated warmth and kindness. So, I think your good karma with guys is rubbing off on me, Colin said before taking a big bite of his sub. Oh, really? Mm-hmm, he said, swallowing. I've been talking to someone. What? How did you not open with this? It's nothing too crazy, but I do like where it's headed. He's from London and has an accent that is a full-on panty dropper. I snorted at that. Colin, at one point I think even Big Bird's accent would have dropped your panties. That was a phase, and it only lasted a few months, Colin said, smirking as he defended himself. I'm joking. I know. But it's the truth. I was slutting it up for a while. But then you stopped, I said. I did. I got over it. Wanted something more serious, but couldn't find anyone interested in settling down. And then Zane gave me the unicorn case, and I've been totally consumed by it since. There it was. Even mentioning the name seemed to bring a chill in the air that wasn't there before. You deserve a damn king. Well, wait. No, is he a prince? A king, Colin? How have you been holding this back? Relax, he said, dimples forming in his cheeks. He's a count, so there likely won't be any crowns in the future, but still, it's pretty hot, isn't it? Damn right, I said. How did you two even meet? Is there a dating app for meeting up with counts? Yeah, Colin said, smirking. We met on Counter. I cracked up at that one. Damn, you're good. We met through a mutual friend, Colin said. She set it up as a blind date, and things went really well. Did I see a little blush fill in his cheeks? Like, really? Well, get it, Colin? I clapped a hand on the table. Does he live here or in London? Here. He's been here for 3 weeks now, works down on Wall Street. He's a banker? I asked, arching an eyebrow. Yeah, but not the slimy kind of banker. I honestly had no idea he was loaded until our third date when he took me to one of his houses in the Hamptons. Just one of them? I asked, my jaw dropping. Yeah, he said he would show me the second one some other time. Colin laughed at that. It's crazy, but I don't even think about the money. He's just a really good guy. Theo Rogers. Even his name makes me giddy. That is a sexy name, I agreed. God, I'm so damn happy for you, Colin. You really deserve this. When am I meeting him? Let's do something next weekend. Maybe we can have a double date? That sounds like a great idea, I said, feeling happier and happier by the moment. My phone buzzed on the table, the case clattering against the steel tabletop. It was a message from Andrew. I took a second to unlock the phone and read it since I had been waiting on an important meeting. Good, I said out loud. Andrew, just let me know I'm confirmed for an interview with Gina Cromwell. The actress? Yeah. Apparently she might have some photographic evidence proving Johnny's up to something. Her agent wants me to fly out to Palm Springs, though. There's a film festival, and the only time she's got open is between 2 premieres. When is it? It's, this weekend. I opened up my calendar, making sure the weekend was clear. I couldn't miss out on this interview. Before I could write it down, my calendar app closed out, and a phone call took its place. Liam's sexy mug popped up on my screen. I had set his photo as a candid I had snapped a week ago, with him staring into the camera and effortlessly giving America's Next Top Model. Sorry, I said to Colin. Liam rarely ever called me, so I wondered if this was about Johnny. No, go for it. I accepted the call and brought the phone to my ear. Hey, Liam, what's up? Mark? Instantly, I knew something was wrong. I sat up straighter in the chair and held the phone tighter to my ear. What's wrong? Colin's eyes darted up to mine. I need you, Mark. He had been crying. My heart felt like it was being constricted by a boa. Hearing those words, knowing Liam was in pain for some reason, and knowing he needed me by his side, made me want to grow wings and fly straight to him. Where are you, Liam? At my place. I started getting up. I'll be right there. 19.
Liam Wolfe. My front door opened up into a small foyer area where the elevator let my guests into. I was sitting on a bench in the foyer, my head in my hands, verifiably feeling like a hot fucking mess when the black elevator doors dinged and slid open. Mark immediately stepped out, looking like my goddamn hero in a shining suit of Banana Republic. He spotted me and came to my side, sitting down on the bench. I looked him in those eyes of his and broke down again, feeling the weight of so much bullshit come crashing down on me at once.
Whoa, it's okay, Liam, I'm here. I'm here now.
I fell into his chest and heaved. Most of my tears had been let out already, but I still had plenty left in the reservoir. I wasn't a big crier, but when the storm hit, there was a guaranteed tsunami. And fuck, was this a storm. What's going on? I felt Mark kiss the top of my head. Just having him here was already working wonders. Hearing his gravelly voice surround me was like a protective blanket. One of those thunder shirts you put on scaredy cat dogs. I sniffed and collected myself before I pulled up from his chest. "Let's get inside," I said. I stood up, feeling my shoulders slumping. He stood too, his hand searching for mine. I grabbed it and held on tight as we walked, heading into my living room. It was already evening. The sun was beginning to set, which painted the sky in a beautiful deep orange and purple that bounced off nearby buildings.
"So, tell me what's going on,"
Mark said, almost commanded as he sat down on the couch next to me. His hand went to my knee and rubbed. I was wearing a pair of jean shorts and an old white t-shirt that was a size too big for me. Everything. And I wasn't exaggerating. It feels like everything's breaking at once. Mark rubbed my knee, letting me know he was there without having to say a single word. I took a breath, steeling myself for the pain. Speaking about these things was just going to make each wound feel brand fucking new again. Another breath, I let it out. My agent called me earlier today. It was to tell me the studio made a final decision and that I was officially removed from the project. He said they wanted me to know they weren't passing any kind of verdict, they just want to start the film off without the negativity around it. One more breath. Mark's hand encased my kneecap. He was warm on my skin, and he was an anchor in this storm. I'm done. It's over. No one will want to hire me after this.
Bullshit, Liam. People have come back from far worse. Those accusations are just that, flat-out lies. It's just going to take some time for the dust to settle, but when it does, I guarantee people are going to be knocking down your door to try and work with you. Your vision is out of this world, and you clearly made films that connected with a huge audience. There's no way that's stopping anytime soon. His words were coming in, but my brain was still fried, my mood shot. I had such a good plan for this film, too. I worked months without sleep in pre-production, making sure everything was perfect. I was the last one in the office and the first one to show up in the mornings, and now it's all taken right out of my fucking hands. I choked on a sob. Liam, look at me.
His hands came up to my face. My gaze turned to his. There was a strength in those dual-colored eyes that helped pull me out from the despair.
You've got this. We've got this. I'm going to get to the bottom of it all, and you are going to make a film that's even bigger than Queens, something that turns into a global phenomenon. I believe you've got that in you. Now, I just need you to believe that too, okay? No matter how dark it all may seem right now.
Oh, Mark. My lip was twitching. My throat felt tighter and tighter. I had to look away, those eyes threatening to drown me. There was something else weighing down heavy on me, almost heavy enough to create a physical pain in my chest. It was something Mark had no idea about. I knew then I couldn't hold it back from him. Mark, remember when you asked me why I'm based here instead of Los Angeles?
Yeah, we were outside Lucy's Donuts. Why?
Wrinkles formed between his thick, dark brows. It's not because I like the street food better in New York. It's because of my mom. She's got Alzheimer's, Mark. Early onset, and it's bad. That was when I lost it. I collapsed into Mark's arms and let it all go, pain and sadness and regret and longing all washing over me. It was grief, and it was raw. I had talked about my mother before, but never to Mark, someone who was straight out of my childhood, a relic from a time in my life when I'd had my mother to talk to look at me and see her son. It was such a beautiful time in my life, and I had no idea how fragile it all was. Back then, time felt like it stretched on forever. But it doesn't. It sneaks up on you quick, and it fucks you up. "Liam," Mark said, holding me as I cried. So much had been built up inside me, and I'd never felt safe enough to let it out. Not when I was with a therapist, not even when I was by myself, not ever. Only with Mark, holding me, did I feel okay enough to demolish the walls that were holding back all my sadness. "My heart's breaking." Mark looked at me, his eyes welling up, tears dropping out the corners. "Sorry. Jesus." He looked away, wiping at his cheeks. I chewed my lip, feeling a weird pull of pain between us. I knew he wanted to be the strong one in that moment, but news like this could take the wind out of anyone's sails. We both felt the same hurt in that moment. I could see it in Mark's face. I was beginning to pull myself together again, even though my insides felt like a bundle of live wires, sparking and flailing in the middle of a booming thunderstorm. "Tomorrow's her birthday," I said, the words sounding like they came out of someone else's mouth. Mark held me tighter against him. I could hear his heart beating in his chest. It echoed through me, matching the fast pace of mine, a song neither of us had to rehearse to sing in sync. We stayed like that for some time. Mark allowing me to speak on my own terms was something he'd done ever since we were kids. Whenever something had upset me, he was the first one to know, but only because it gave me the space to tell him. For some reason, whenever I was asked directly if something upset me, I always clammed up. Mark gave me the room to breathe. I always understood he cared whether he said a word or not, and that was what made things so special between us. I stayed in New York because she was settled down here when the time came to move her into a 24/7 care facility. I couldn't think of moving her to Los Angeles when all of her friends and family were here, and I didn't want to be across the country from her either, so I laid down my roots here. "When did she find out?" he asked. "I was 22 when she was diagnosed. I'm 31 now, so it's been years of watching her slowly fade. I was in film school at the time, over in California. By then, things hadn't worked out between her and my stepdad, who was the reason why we moved out west in the first place. So since I was already living in a dorm, she decided to move back to New York City by herself. She didn't tell me about the diagnosis until I went home for the summer. I dropped out and finished my classes at NYU. I swallowed what felt like a mountain. "Oh, Liam," Mark said, the pain raw in his voice. "I remember when she would be so excited to hear you were coming over. She'd spend the afternoon making her special nachos, and she'd set up the living room all nice for us. She loved you so much, Mark. She always said you were a special kid." I choked, my body shuddering in Mark's arms. I felt him shake. More tears came then, and I let myself become submerged in it all, allowed my emotions to rise up and overtake me, releasing me in a way I never had before. And I was only allowing myself this because Mark was holding on to me, only because I knew Mark wouldn't let me drown. He wouldn't. And that thought alone gave me the hope I needed to float. 20. Mark Masters. Holding Liam in my arms didn't feel like it was enough. I wanted to reach inside of him and take his pain away. If it meant giving it to myself, fine, I'd take it. But I couldn't do that. All I could do was be there with him, holding him, letting him cry into my chest. I was thankful for his face being buried in my shirt, because then he didn't have to see the tears running down my face. I knew if we both spiraled into a puddle of tears, there'd be no getting out of it. I rubbed his back. A flashback hit me then, of when we were learning how to ride bikes around Washington Square Park, and Liam had fallen, hurting himself real bad. I was across the park at the time when I saw him. I dropped my bike on the concrete and bolted over to Liam's side. We were around 12 at the time. I helped him up and hopped with him over to a bench. It didn't take him long after that to break down, even though I could tell he was trying to hold it all in. I held him that day almost in the same way I was holding him now. Except now, the problem couldn't be solved with a bag of ice and some Advil. No, these problems had seemingly no solutions. Liam was officially off the film while his mother was living with an incurable illness that stole her memories from her, stole her from Liam. It was heart-wrenching, and it was making me angry. Why did such an incredible man get dealt such a shitty hand? I let my tear-streaked gaze drift out the window in front of us. The sun had completely fallen now, leaving behind a starless, cloud-filled night sky. I wasn't quite sure how long we'd been sitting on the couch, but I didn't care. We could see the sun rise 10 times over, and I still wouldn't care. As long as Liam was in my arms, that was all that matters. She would still talk about you sometimes, Liam said, his shaky voice breaking through the heavy silence. Earlier on, when it wasn't as bad, she would sometimes ask for you. She'd think you were in the next room playing games with me. She would ask me to go grab Liam and his Marky Mark a few times. Liam gulped down a cry. I took a deep breath. She still loves you. You know that, right? And when this is all over and we're up in the clouds together, she'll be calling me Marky Mark all the time. He seemed to be touched by that. A flicker of a smile appeared on his face before vanishing. I know, Liam said. He sat up a little straighter now and wiped at his face. This bracelet, he said, taking off the bracelet I had noticed a while back. She gave it to me. I barely ever take it off. He passed the leather bracelet to me, bottom side up. There were words inscribed in a beautiful script around the length of the bracelet. I'm always with you. I'll always love you. I'll always keep you in my heart's memory. This is beautiful, I said, my voice cracking. I swallowed down a lump. Liam took the bracelet back, putting it back on. He shook his head and dropped it back down on the couch. It's just been hard, he said. And you want to know something else fucked up? I massaged Liam's knee, nodding and waiting for him to open up. I went looking for you when she first told me about the diagnosis. And I found you. I found your Facebook page. It must have been before you became a detective and deleted it. My brows rose at that. I hadn't known. Why didn't you reach out? Your profile picture was with another guy, and you two were holding each other outside of an apartment building, and you looked so damn happy, like you had just moved in together, and I knew then that I wasn't looking for you because I wanted to have a quick 15-minute chat over messages. No, I had been looking for you because I wanted what that guy holding you had. I wanted you, Mark. I always have. I knew exactly what photo he was talking about. That was with Dean, my neighbor. I helped him move out, and he had his girlfriend take a picture of him hugging me. I set it as a profile pic for a few days since he was leaving, and I liked how I came out in it. Huh, Liam said, and then he laughed before he put a hand up to his face. I wonder how different things would be if I'd reached out back then. Who knows? I continued to rub Liam's knee. It doesn't matter now, though. We've just got to make up for all the lost time. I filled my air with lungs, feeling my chest stretch. Liam's living room smelled like vanilla and cinnamon, which had a much-needed soothing effect. I wanted you, too, Liam.
Since the day we met, there was always something there. I just had no idea you felt that way, too. The only hint I had was from the day before you left." "I couldn't hold it back anymore," Liam said, no doubt remembering that day. I still saw it playing fresh in my head like a movie I'd seen just yesterday. "I had to kiss you. I thought it would be my last chance, and I just needed to get it out, to see if it felt as good as I dreamed it would." Another deep breath. I frequently thought back to that day, but I had never once talked about it, not to anyone. "And it did," I said, affirming it. "Felt like taking off on a rocket ship, straight up to Cloud 9. Liam chuckled at that. It made me want to work even harder to make Liam laugh. "That's a good way of putting it," he said. "Except it's a rocket ship with massive mechanical failure, seeing as how I was moving across the country the next day." It was so bittersweet. I remember falling onto your bed with the kiss. Our hands were everywhere. I was completely lost. And then you started to unzip my pants, and everything hit me all at once. I said I suddenly felt sick, and I ran out of your apartment like a bat out of hell, when all I should have done was chained myself to your goddamn bedpost. "Yep, I remember," I said, feeling a pang of sadness. I had always known Liam had faked the sudden bout of stomach flu, but I wasn't going to chase him back then. Now? Now, I would have tackled him before he was halfway out the door. I wasn't going to let Liam go any time soon, that was for sure. His hand fell on the couch in the space between us. I took it in mine, slipping my fingers through his, feeling his warm palm on mine. No, I didn't ever want to let go. I was complete with this man. My pulse drummed to his heartbeat. "I was scared," he continued, his thumb rubbing the side of my hand. The touch sent sparks through me. "You can't see beauty with fear clouding your vision. It's impossible. I've learned that over the years, and I've fought off a lot of fear because of that. Life's too short to miss the beauty right in front of you." He looked to me. We were only lit by the moonlight that managed to break through some of the cloud coverage, casting a soft white glow on us. "I'm not scared anymore, Mark. I want to jump all in with you. I do want to make up for the lost time." His words were speaking directly to my soul. "I had a lot of fear, too," I said. "It stopped me from following you out of that bedroom all those years ago. It stopped me from finding you sooner. It stopped me from being happy for a very long time, and that's all going to change." I held on to Liam's hand a little tighter. My eyes were locked on his, the connection between us almost visible through the shimmer in the air. "I love you, Liam. I always have, and I always will." That was it. No turning back now. We were in entirely uncharted waters. There was a split second where panic flared up in my chest like a grease fire. Had I said it too soon? Was this a bad time? Should I have? "I love you too, Mark." His smile cracked across his face, the one I'd been waiting for. He looked so damn good when he was showing off those pearly whites. I don't think I've ever felt this kind of love with anyone before. It's deep. Like, deep, Mark. I was smiling as wide as Liam was. "I know what you mean." And I did. The love I held for Liam ran down to my very core. "Thank you," he said, "for pulling me out of a really dark hole tonight. I'll be your ladder at any time of the day. Well, I'm not going to step on you or anything." He squinted his eyes, those big pupils catching a sliver of moonlight. "Unless you're into that kind of thing." It was my turn to laugh. "Not really," I said. "But, I don't know. I think anything with you could be hot." He cocked his head at that. "Anything, huh?" He leaned forward a bit. "How about sex in a shark tank while we're dressed as Shakespeare characters?" There was a moment of silence in the air as I digested that, and then I laughed, a good belly laugh. "Yeah, sure. As long as you're my Juliet. Why do I have to be Juliet? I want to be Romeo." Fine, I said. "We'll draw daggers." We laughed again. The mood had shifted in the air. There was a heat that couldn't be denied, and I could see Liam kept his AC at 71 degrees, so it couldn't be that. Then
As if we were both pushed by an invisible force, our heads moved and our lips pressed together. It was soft and delicate. I inched closer to him on the couch, his lips tasting so damn good. They were soft on mine, slightly parted. Our tongues teased each other, both of us taking our time with it. Even though we promised to make up for lost time, that never meant we had to rush anything. I was going to savor every second of this, of feeling Liam's hand on my thigh, of his nose brushing against mine. And then our kiss deepened, taking on a fire I'd never felt before. Our lips parted and allowed for full penetration. I let him take my mouth while I probed his. This kiss was powerful enough to make my knees shake, and my cock went from half-mast to rock hard in seconds. I could almost feel myself coming undone as Liam's hands came up to encompass my face. He held me, steering our kiss, our tongues battling for space in the other's mouth. I wanted to be inside him in so many different ways. This was only a small taste. We both moaned into the kiss, and I pushed up and over so that I was now on top of Liam, my body weight on his hands still holding my face, but moving back now so that his fingers slid over my recently buzzed hair, sending a sensation coursing through me that had no comparison. It was that good. My bulge was throbbing against Liam's. I could feel he was as hard as I was. I pushed my hips down, grinding myself onto him, releasing a tension that was tightening my core and threatening to snap me in half. "God, you're so hot. I love how you feel on top of me," Liam said during a break in the kiss, his eyes looking up into mine, two embers that burned bright for me. "I can tell," I said with a smirk, my hand sliding down between us so that I could run my palm over his heavy bulge, the outline of it feeling so damn good in my hand. He was thick and long, too, definitely a handful, one that was making my mouth water. "Come," Liam said, moving his hands to my hips. He pushed up into me, rubbing himself against me before he applied more pressure on my hips, guiding me off him. "Let's go to my bedroom." I couldn't wipe the smile off my face even if I wanted to. Liam got up from the couch, his shorts looking like they were about to tear right down the center, with a tent pitched that was big enough to house an entire Ringling Brothers circus. It looked like he was smuggling an iron rod in his crotch. He licked his lips, smirked, and walked, leading me out of his living room. I took one last look out the huge window as I walked past it, admiring the insane view of the city skyline lit up like a galaxy, and followed Liam down a hall and through two doors, stepping into his large bedroom. Immediately, I felt relaxed as could be. Liam's bedroom was a Zen palace, with tranquil, light gray walls accented by white borders and golden touches. There were live plants all around in beautiful pots, some tall and resembling mini trees, and others small, like the potted plant with its viney, dark green stems stretching down off an ivory bookcase. His bed had a grand leather headboard surrounded with a strip of black marble. It looked like a bed fit for royalty. The recessed lighting was on a dim setting, casting a slight orange tint to it all, making me feel like I'd stepped right into an oasis of serenity. And then there was the incredibly handsome man standing in the center of the room, his hands held loose in his pockets, the outline of his hard dick highlighted by the shadows from the overhead light. I was overcome with a desire to drop down on my knees, and so I did. I dropped to my knees and crawled to Liam, who was looking down at me with a look of slight surprise mixed with hot lust. I matched his expression, biting on my lower lip as I reached him. I ran my hands up his legs, starting at the ankles, rubbing up, feeling the soft hair underneath, the warm skin, the hard calves. I squeezed, pulling him toward me, rubbing my face in his bulge the same way he had done to me before. I could see why he had done it to me. It was heaven. I was on cloud 9 right there on my knees, feeling the heat of his cock radiate through his shorts against my face. I rubbed my cheek up and down, still squeezing his calves, hearing him groan with pleasure from above. I looked up, and our eyes locked. Liam was special. The fact that our lives had re-intertwined after all those years apart, that was special. The timing of it all, special. I wanted every single piece of this man, all of him. And I was going to have him. 21. Liam Wolfe. God, my life had been a fucking roller coaster lately. I was on track to direct a hit summer blockbuster that would launch a huge franchise and make everyone rich, which all got derailed because of a jealous colleague who was now turning out to be a murderous husband, leading me here, looking down at the man of my literal goddamn dreams, Mark Masters. The man who had taken my heart all those years ago and never managed to lose it. What a feat. After all that time, our connection was as bright and fire-fueled as when we were 15. See? A massive, world record-breaking roller coaster, the kind you need to get medically tested for before you got on. That was currently my life. And I fucking loved it, as evidenced by the fact that my rock-hard cock was throbbing against Mark's lips through my jean shorts. He was kissing my bulge while he continued to massage my legs. The combination was fucking perfection. I was close to bursting right there without even taking my shorts off. God, Mark, come here. I have to kiss you. And I did. It was a desire that I had to assume was similar to a first-trimester mom craving peanut butter and watermelon. So fucking strong. If I didn't have his lips on mine in the next 2 seconds, I knew I would self-implode. I just knew it. Thankfully, Mark came up off the floor right in time, our lips locking together before parting so that our tongues could battle it out. Mark started walking me backward toward the bed, and when I felt the mattress against the back of my legs, I fell back with Mark falling on top of me. His weight on me felt so fucking good, solid and muscular and big and hot. His legs were on either side of mine, my face cupped in his hands, our stuffed crotches rubbing up against each other. "Take these off," I said, as Mark leaned up so he could pull his shirt off. I managed to take mine off too, and then we got to work on taking off the other's shorts. He had to get off me to take them off fully, giving me a chance to strip off my already wet briefs. My cock sprang out and slapped onto my belly. I grabbed the base and aimed it up, a rope of clear pre-cum sticking to my belly button and trailing up to the head of my cock. Mark was standing at the foot of the bed, his stiffness jutting out from him like a steel rod. It was so erotic and smoldering hot, every breath I took felt like it was a gulp of sweet fire. My body cried out for him. I wanted him to push that thick, dripping wet head up against my hole just like he had done with his fingers already. My body ached to be filled by him, stretched to my limits. I wanted to ride him and watch as his eyes rolled back in pleasure while his cock stuffed me full. "Fuck me, Mark," I said, already breathless. We didn't need the foreplay tonight. My hole was starving for him. I squirmed on the bed, rubbing my ass on the soft, downy comforters, showing him just how badly I wanted him to fuck me. There was a smolder in his glare that was hotter than hell. He spit in his palm and stroked his cock, making it slick with his saliva. I put 2 fingers in my mouth and sucked, looking at him as I put those 2 fingers between my legs, pushing up against my sensitive hole and making it nice and wet for him. We had already talked about our sexual history and being tested negative, so I didn't reach for the condoms. I wanted his skin against mine, inside me, filling me with his seed. I moaned as I slipped my 2 wet fingers inside, feeling my own heat and softness wrap tight around my knuckles. Mark watched, jerking himself off as I fingered myself for him. He was chewing on his lip, one hand stroking and another tugging on his full balls. "Come here," I moaned. "Please." "Mm-hmm," Mark growled, moving toward me. I pulled my fingers out and gasped as I felt the head of his slick cock press up against me. He picked up my legs and aimed my ass in the air. With that angle, I was fully exposed and ready for him, my hard cock throbbing on my belly. Mark spit down on my hole. I moaned as I felt the warm wetness drip down. Then his cock was back at my entrance, pushing in this time. I took a deep breath, preparing for the ecstasy that was about to take over. "That's it," Mark said, looking down, watching himself disappear inside me. He was going slow, letting my ass accommodate to his size. He was huge, easily one of the biggest guys I'd ever been with, if not the biggest.
Fuck, I hissed. That feels so good, and I'm not even halfway in.
What? I thought you were balls deep already, I said, my eyes wide. Mark leaned down and kissed me with a smoking hot smirk on his face. It caused him to sink deeper into me. I gasped into the kiss.
Now I'm halfway,
he said, leaning back up, his eyes trailing the length of my body. My view was equally as hypnotic. Mark had such a sexy body, with rippling abs and a chest that needed to be licked. His nipples were pebbled, and he kept his chest hair nice and trimmed. There was a happy trail that led down to the best goddamn fucking cock in the world. Forget happy trail, Mark had a euphoric trail. And then Mark rocked his hips and sank himself completely in. I could practically feel him in my gut. My cock pulsed and leaked as my P-spot was massaged by Mark, filling me to the brim. "Oh, fuck," I hissed, my eyes rolling back into my skull. Mark had gone slow enough, and my body had been so hungry for him that there was barely any of the stinging pain that sometimes came before the intense pleasure. Instead, it was all pleasure as Mark pulled back and sank into me again, letting out a hiss of air as pleasure rocked through him, too. I grabbed my cock and jerked, looking up into Mark's eyes with a gaze that told him I was his. "Faster, Mark. Fuck me, please." I never begged, but Mark had me saying please like we were in an etiquette class. Mark listened. His thrusts were harder, faster, they went deeper, skin slapped on skin. We were both grunting like wild animals. Sweat beaded on his forehead and dripped down. Both our chests were strawberry pink. I had to let go of my cock because I was seconds from exploding. Then Mark slowed down. He kissed my legs as he pulled out completely. I was instantly left craving him. I didn't want him to stop fucking me. My ass needed to be plugged up by him. "Come here," Mark said, grabbing my hips. But before he moved me, he leaned down and sucked on my cock, making me see stars. I had to stop him because I was way too close to busting, but I still wanted to hold off. I wanted to edge as much as I could with Mark. So he lifted me up and guided me onto my fours. My cock hung heavy and hard between my thighs as I pushed my ass back into the air, dipping my lower back so that he could have as much access to my hole as possible. I looked back and watched as Mark slapped his thick cock against my ass, sending shocks of pleasure coursing through my body. He spit again, more of his warm saliva running down my crack over my balls. He rubbed his cock in it, spreading it over his shaft and my hole. Then in one smooth thrust he was back inside me, and I was complete. A moan mixed with a gasp tore through me. My legs shook as I pushed back, asking for more without opening my mouth. I knew no words would be formed with the way my brain had melted. Mark knew exactly how to read my body language. His fingers dug into my hips, and he took my ass, claiming it as his, pounding into me with a force and rhythm that rocked me to my very core. I dropped my head and bit on the comforter, something I'd never done before. I yelled into the bed, my cry muffled by the sheet and the sound of my ass slapping against Mark.
"You're so tight, Liam."
He was going harder. My balls were almost up inside me, ready to burst. I lifted my head from the bed, words forming through the lust. "Fuck, yes, Mark, please. Oh, fuck, I love you, Mark. I love how you feel inside me. Fuck." I couldn't hold it back. I was about to blow. "I'm going to come," I said, still holding myself up on all fours, my cock untouched but ready to erupt.
"Me too, baby."
"Fuck, Mark, come inside me. I want to feel you come inside me, please." He didn't need any more encouragement, and neither did I. We both came, our bodies exploding in unison, our minds blowing together. My cock shot ropes of cum down onto the bedsheet, soaking it through with the load Mark had fucked out of me. Meanwhile, I could feel Mark's cock unloading inside me, filling me up. It was the hottest thing in the entire fucking world. When he finished and pulled out, we both collapsed onto the bed. We turned to each other, looked into the other's eyes, and started to chuckle. It evolved into a full-out laughing fit. We were both so high on endorphins and ecstasy neither of us could speak. We just laughed and cuddled and kissed. When one of us was finally able to string words together, it was Mark. "You have an Alexa in here, right?" It wasn't exactly what I expected him to say, but I answered, "Yep," I said, pointing to the small white cylinder sitting on the nightstand. "Alexa, play Doo-Doo by Tarkan." "No, stop, don't do it." I was too late. Alexa's blue ring had stopped swirling, and music started playing out of the speaker. It was the Turkish singer Mark would listen to, and it had me cracking up. The song was upbeat and pretty poppy in its sound, and Mark surprised me by getting up and doing a little dance, swinging his hips and still swollen cock around to the beat, putting his hands behind his head, and even singing along in some parts. I was dying. At one point, Mark grabbed my hand and tugged me up. Thankfully, my legs still worked as he swung me and danced with me around my bedroom. I had no idea what the song was saying, but I knew I was having a blast, and that was all I cared about. After everything I'd been through, I needed a moment where I could just be silly and have a good time, and Mark gave me that moment. Speaking about my mother earlier with Mark had been extremely difficult, but also incredibly needed. I was holding it back for a while, mainly because I just hated the pain I felt whenever I talked about her, but there was also a part of me that was sparing Mark from the news, keeping his image of my mother intact. The same bright, cheery, love-filled woman who would always make sure we were fed and having a good time. Before she had started to forget me. God, that hurt. She told me that she wanted me to find the same kind of love as I'd had as a kid. For a time, I thought she meant the love I had between myself and my family, the love that had been showered on me by her as I grew up. But no, she wasn't talking about that. She was talking about the love she so clearly saw between Mark and me, the one that took us close to 2 decades before we ever said it out loud to each other. "I love you," I said again in between a kiss as the song started winding down. Jesus, I love how that feels, saying it out loud. "Doesn't it feel good?" Mark said, beaming. "I love you," he said, laughing as he kissed me, our smiles meeting. "Wait," I said as the song ended. "Did you say the song was called Doo-Doo? As in poop?" "It means something else in Turkish," Mark said. For a moment we were both silent, and then we both cracked up, laughing at the word doo-doo, our hearts filled to the brim with love. 22. Mark Masters. 4 days later. It was 5 a.m, and I was rolling out of bed, rubbing sleep out of my eyes and almost tripping over my underwear. I bent down and tugged on my briefs, stuffing my morning wood away. I was already late. My flight was supposed to leave in an hour, and the lines at LaGuardia could never be underestimated. I had stayed the night at Liam's, so my suitcase was sitting next to the door to his bedroom. I considered waking him, but he looked so innocent and blissful in whatever dream he was having, I decided not to. I couldn't leave without a kiss on the forehead, though. I tried to be quiet and gentle as I leaned over and kissed him. I guess I wasn't gentle enough, because the second I righted myself, he started to wake up. His eyes blinked open first before he stretched out under the covers. "What time is it?" 5. "Go back to sleep, babe." "What? Why are you up so early?" "My flight leaves in a couple of hours." Liam leaned up on his arm, his eyes getting wider. "Wait, what? I thought you were leaving at 7 in the evening." "No, 7 in the morning." "Aw, fuck." Liam rubbed his face before flopping back in bed. "I'm a dumbass. I thought it was tonight. I was going to surprise you." "Surprise me?" I was thoroughly confused. "Are you sleep-talking right now? Is this like that one time you gave an entire lecture on food safety in your sleep?" "No, I'm not sleep-talking. I haven't done that since we were kids." Liam rolled his eyes. "God damn it. All right, well, get back in bed." "Huh? Come here, you're not getting on that plane." Liam leaned out from the bed and grabbed my leg. I still hadn't gotten a chance to put on jeans, so his fingers dug into raw thigh.
He pulled me on top of him so I was straddling him. He liked to sleep with boxers on, unlike me, and was currently pitching a tent with them. I know I said I wasn't going to go to the festival, but I changed my mind. I got us a private jet to take us to Palm Springs, and we're staying at one of my favorite places ever. It's literal paradise on earth. He leaned up and kissed me, smiling. I was shocked as I kissed him back. What? When did you... Last night, when you were in the bathroom. I thought you were leaving in the afternoon, though, so I booked us for a 7 o'clock flight. I was going to have a driver take us to the jet instead. Surprise! I kissed him hard. You little bastard. I knew you'd put up a fight about getting spoiled. I'm going to put up a fight, all right, I said, growling and sliding a hand between us underneath the band of his boxers, my fingers feeling the heat radiating off his hard cock. We stayed in bed pretty much that entire day until we had to grab our suitcases and go. One of the perks of getting a private jet and having drive-on access for the airport meant not having to deal with the long airport lines that had previously haunted my nightmares. We checked in and drove up to the plane where the stairs had been let down for us, and a flight attendant was waiting at the top. She was cheery as she helped us in, getting us settled and offering us champagne before takeoff. We each said yes and got our glasses a few moments later. The interior of the plane was definitely luxury. There was room for probably about 15 people before things got crowded. The seats were very comfortable, all tan leather and cushioned like they had been stuffed with the clouds themselves. I sat in one seat while Liam sat across from me, both of the chairs turned to face each other, a table in between. This is crazy, I said, looking around. There were mahogany accents and a Bose sound system, along with a few beautiful flat-screen TVs. Liam grabbed his champagne glass and lifted it. Cheers, Marky Mark, to a bright past and a brighter future. Cheers, I said, clinking the glasses and holding the eye contact. We chugged the rest of the champagne and buckled in for takeoff. A short time later, we were 35,000 feet above the ground, laughing about the time Liam and I had started a company reselling pixie sticks at $0.25 each when we were freshmen in high school. Like we were drug dealers, Liam said, laughing. People would come up to us during lunch with bugged-out eyes, looking for their sugar fix. We were bad. We called ourselves Pixie Inc., right? Mm-hmm. Liam shook his head. And how long did it take for us to realize we were gay? I cracked up at that and looked out the window. Wait, what you call me? I puffed up my chest and overplayed my aggression. It was Liam's turn to crack up. We kept laughing like that for a while until our abs felt like they were going to split in half. We were about 10 minutes out from landing when the conversation took a more serious turn. So, Liam said as the pilot came on over the intercom to let us know we were approaching our destination. About Johnny. Do you think Gina has anything to take him down? I'd been wanting to bring him up for hours now, especially after the email I'd received earlier in the day, but I didn't want to put a damper on Liam's mood, so I waited. It depends. I'm hopeful, yeah, but I really won't know until I sit down across from her and hear her story. I mean, if she has a picture of that search history, that's case closed, right? Not really. He can always say the picture's been doctored, or maybe he'd say that wasn't his laptop. He could say Gina planted that website there herself to try and get leverage for a role. Lots of different ways it can play out. Liam looked a little deflated at that. You've obviously thought this out. I've been thinking about it nonstop. I cracked my knuckles and chewed on some gum. The latter wasn't doing much to stop my ears from popping. I got an email before we took off, Liam. It had the toxicology reports from both of his ex-wives. Liam almost shot out of his chair at that, and it wasn't because of the rough turbulence. What do they say? Why have you been holding this back? I was going to tell you when we landed and got settled in. Both of the women had off-the-chart levels of carbon monoxide, obviously, but there was something else that jumped out at me, something both of the reports have in common and no one seemed to follow up on. Both Christine and Pamela had a high blood alcohol level, which isn't totally uncommon in suicides. What is uncommon is the presence of a chemical called hydroxybutanoic acid. It's naturally occurring in the body, but it's also known as GHB, the date rape drug. It's especially potent when mixed with alcohol. In both women, GHB was slightly elevated, not 2 levels high enough suggesting they were drugged, but still slightly higher than usual. Liam sighed. But not high enough to raise any red flags. And the thing with GHB is that it has an incredibly short half-life. The body metabolizes it quick. So, by the time Christine and Pamela were being tested, the drug was already almost out of their system, especially if whoever gave it to them dosed it just right. Liam put a hand to his mouth. So Johnny drugged them, sat them in the car, turned it on, and closed the door. That's probably why both women weren't reported missing for almost an entire day. He was waiting for the drug to wear off. I still can't pin a name to it, but yeah, I'm leaning toward your theory. I mean, if Gina Cromwell's photo shows an order for this GHB thing, then that right there has got to mean something. She couldn't have gone in and doctored the toxicology reports, too. You're right. Hopefully the photo can back up this theory. I'm also still chasing down the NYPD so that they give me the one suicide note that was left behind. That could show us something else. Holy fucking shit. He had both his hands running through his hair. I knew it. This goes so much deeper than that email. This monster killed his wives. We've got to put him behind bars, Mark. You have to figure this out. I could see the fire growing in his eyes. He was feeling the same electricity I always felt whenever I was getting close to closing a case. It was one of the reasons why I loved being a detective. The thrill that took over when all the pieces started to fit together and the bigger picture began to fall into focus. We're getting close, I assured him as the wheels touched down and we bounced in our seats. I know you can figure it out, Marky Mark. He was looking out the window as the airplane drove down the runway toward our drop-off point. I've always believed in you. 23. Liam Wolfe. Coming to Palm Springs during a film festival that had revoked my invitation wasn't exactly the smartest idea I'd ever had. As we drove through the streets lined by giraffe-like palm trees and beautiful modern homes, I started to wonder if I had made a mistake. As much as I wanted to be close to Mark, I was also being reminded of what had been taken away from me. It had been a few days now since I got the news I was off the film, and it still hurt like a motherfucker. Directing was my passion, and I really had no idea if I was going to be able to get back behind a camera anytime soon. I reached across the gap between us and held Mark's hand. As we started getting closer to the house, I began spotting more advertisements for the festival, signs that hung off lampposts, and posters that had been placed up on bus stops. It was the middle of the night, but the streets weren't as empty as I thought they'd be. The Palm Film Festival was a big deal for the city, and drew in a ton of industry people from all around the world, so it was no surprise there would be plenty of ads and decorations, setting this weekend apart from all the rest. The house we were staying at was only a street away from downtown, which was where all the action would be. The driver pulled up to the gate and put in the password, driving through as the big black gates swung open. Mark looked out the window as we drove up, his jaw dropping. "This is where we're staying?" he asked. "Yep." I leaned over and looked out his window. We were driving up a brick driveway, surrounded by beautiful desert-friendly landscaping. There were huge succulents and flowering cacti planted in a sea of smooth rocks and spotlighted by nearby lights, all leading up to a stunning 2-floor desert oasis hideaway. The house was mostly all white with black trimmings and was a mix of modern and historical, with some adobe flair added in the way the roof and entryway were rounded. "Wait until you see the infinity pool. We're going to have to come back here when I'm not working so we can really enjoy it." "I'd love that," I said, smiling as the driver pulled up. "You know something I was thinking about?" We got out of the car and got our luggage from the trunk. "Huh?" Mark asked. "How crazy it is that we've always been about 1 degree of separation from finding each other. Me being close with Griffin, who's dating another Stonewall detective. It is crazy. Like, life didn't ever want to completely separate us." Mark's face cracked in that way it did when he realized something. "Griffin and Alex only recently got together, though, so it wasn't always just 1 degree. Mark walked over to my side, a smile on his handsome, freshly shaved face. "But you're right. It's still batshit crazy." We both chuckled, and I looked into his eyes and almost drowned in them. His words brought me back to the surface. Life brought us together at exactly the right time. I'm sure of that.
Me too, I said, feeling my chest expand with a powerful love. I love you, I said, kissing him.
I love you too, Liam.
We kissed again before turning toward the house, hand in hand. The entryway to the house was covered in potted plants in brightly colored ceramic pots, making it feel like an actual oasis as we walked in. The inside of the house was just as impressive as the outside, with big, wide-open spaces and beautiful sculptures. There were colorful rugs and furniture, but it wasn't the navy blue velvet couch or the golden rhino painting that captured the immediate attention. No, your eyes were instantly drawn to the two sliding glass doors that led out to the backyard, which was basically heaven on earth. The house was on a small hill, so it appeared as though we were higher than we actually were, but all you saw was a stunning pool with an infinity edge and a constantly changing display of lights shining from under the water. There were royal palm trees surrounding it, and a stone waterfall spilled down into the deep end of the pool.
How often do you come out here?
Mark asked, looking around, those sexy eyes of his wide as he took it all in. He was looking so damn cute in a pair of light blue shorts that showed off plenty of his thick thighs, and a white t-shirt that was half tucked into the shorts. He looked like a goddamn film star. I could have shot an entire feature right here with just him, and I was sure the audience would be enraptured for the entire time. Mark just had that kind of charisma. I could listen to him tell me the same story 100 times over, and I'd never get bored. I try to make it out a few times a year, it depends. Since it's on the way to L.A., it makes a nice little pit stop between traveling for work.
I bet,
he said.
Geez, that pool.
He was by the glass doors now. I walked up behind him, wrapping my arms around his waist. I put my chin on his shoulder and took in his scent. He was wearing the Chanel I had got him, which he still didn't know how much it was worth. I forbade him from ever looking up the price tag because I knew if he did, he would literally blow a gasket. But I wanted to spoil him. And if that meant dropping $1,000 on cologne, then fuck it. Mark deserved that and more. Plus, it smelled really fucking good. Let's go for a swim, I said, nibbling on Mark's earlobe. He chuckled and squirmed, rubbing his ass on me in the process.
Let's do it,
he said, spinning around so he was facing me now. I was pleasantly surprised by how hard Mark already was. I grinned and went in for a kiss, biting on Mark's bottom lip as he pulled away.
Let me run to the bathroom real quick. Which way is it?
Sure, just down that hall, second door on the right. Mark kissed me again and went in the direction I had pointed. I smiled and rubbed my lips. Nope, coming to Palm Springs wasn't a mistake at all. Sure, it stung knowing that I wouldn't be going to the festival, but the pain of that sting was easily washed away by the joy Mark brought me. I looked back out at the pool, the lights under the water shifting from a rosy pink to a bright blue. Let me give Mark a little surprise. I tugged off my shorts and put them on a chair. My briefs were already straining against my erection. I decided to go all out. I was going to wait for him in that pool, butt-ass naked, and he was going to come in and take me. He was going to make me his. I pulled my briefs down and my cock sprang free. I gave it a few tugs and then took off my shirt, throwing that on the chair as well. I went for the glass door, my cock swinging in the air as I walked. The lock unclicked, I pulled on the door and it slid open. Even though it was night and the desert should have found some relief from the heat, it was still a solid 80-something out there. The warm air blew in through the open door, making the pool seem all the more inviting. It was when I stepped over the threshold and onto the stone outside that I heard it. A loud and guttural yell, something I hadn't heard before. It rang through the entire house and froze my blood instantly, regardless of how hot it was outside. "Mark?" I ran back inside and hurried down the hallway, still naked, still annoyingly hard. "Mark! Mark, what happened?" Mark was standing in the hallway, briefs up, pants down, and pointing toward the bathroom.
"What in the holy fuck?"
Seeing Mark like this was freaking me out. The fear did an excellent job at killing my boner. "What happened?" I asked, turning the corner to see what in the hell he was talking about. I wasn't in any rush, though, inching my head around the wall, scared for a moment an alien-like creature would launch at me from inside the toilet. Whoa, holy shit, I cursed, jumping back with Mark. There wasn't an alien, and honestly, that probably would have been better than what was currently in the bathroom. Instead of some cool extraterrestrial being, there was a massive, hairy, skin-crawlingly close tarantula, seemingly preening its terrifying fangs as it stared us down with all 100 of its eyes. It sat on the lid to the toilet reservoir, and it was the worst goddamn thing I'd ever seen in my entire life.
Do something,
Mark said, his voice strained. Oh, how the tables had flipped. I am. I started walking away. I'm setting this place on fire.
What? Where are you going? You can't take your eyes off this thing. It'll probably stab us right in our backs.
You're right. So stay there and watch it, I said over my shoulder as I picked up my pace.
Liam! Liam, it's moving!
I started running now. Anyone looking at this from an outside perspective would have had to be in pure stitches by now. Here was a grown-ass man, running naked through a multi-million-dollar home while the love of his life, another full-grown man who had his pants around his ankles, shrieked at an 8-legged monster that was probably just as scared of us as we were of it. I came back to the scene of the crime with a big bucket.
Wait, you're naked?
Mark said, noticing me for the first time. Yes. Why, is this something you're into?
Oh yeah, I watch videos of naked guys catching killer spiders all the time.
It's not a killer, I said, more to myself than to Mark as I gathered my guts to walk into the bathroom, bucket held ready to drop on the walking nightmare. Tarantulas have never killed a human, okay? I was getting closer now. I think. Can you Google that for me? Actually, don't.
I won't.
Thanks.
No, thank you,
Mark said from behind me.
You know what? Maybe I am into this.
Well, take it in, because I hope this never happens again. Ever. I was close enough to see the different colors in its hairy carapace. The brown and black and... Ugh, I was about to throw up. This was terrible. You owe me, I said. I was in range now. Just needed the last bit of courage and... Shit!
Shit? What do you mean shit?
I dropped the bucket, but the edge hit the countertop and gave enough room for our new roommate to escape out the bottom and crawl down the side of the toilet. I yelled like the little kid Mark had been channeling since this entire thing started and ran backward as the tarantula ran toward me, its front legs raised, which I doubted was an invitation for a little salsa jig. I grabbed the doorknob and slammed the door shut as I fell back. I thought I was going to hit the wall, but instead Mark was there to catch me, his arms coming up under mine and breaking my fall. I got back on my feet and looked from Mark to the bathroom door and back to Mark. That was when we both lost it. We couldn't stop laughing. That shit, what the... I can't. I was holding my stomach, my back against the wall, and I was still butt-ass naked.
What do we do now?
Mark said, wiping tears from his eyes, looking to me for an answer. I've got someone we can call, just don't open this door.
Can it open the door?
No, I said, pushing off the wall. I don't think it can.
And what do you mean you have someone you can call?
Has this happened before? Maybe.
And you didn't warn me?
I shrugged. Mark laughed, shaking his head and smiling.
Thank you for kind of rescuing me there.
Kind of. If I hadn't come around, you would have been paralyzed in fear the entire time. Easy pickings for that thing.
You're right. You're right.
He pulled me in, his hands running down the small of my back, sending trails of fire from where his fingers touched me.
Let's pick up where we left off before the spider-filled intermission.
Let's, I said, licking my lips before we kissed, my body instantly reacting to the contact, my dick growing stiff between us. Seeing as how you found a new kink.
Ah, yes. I'm all about the 8-legged freaks and some bare man ass.
I laughed and led us out of the cursed hallway and back into the living room toward the still open glass door. On the way, Mark got rid of the rest of his clothes, looking so damn fine when we walked out underneath the moonlight. The sky here was very different to the one in NYC. Without the same amount of light pollution, we could look up and actually see an ocean of stars blinking down at us. We didn't make it to the pool. I had to have him in my mouth already. It was probably the adrenaline of sparring with the devil that was driving me extra crazy. I grabbed his hand and stopped him, stroking his hard length and spreading the precum around his shaft before I dropped down to my knees. I kissed the tip and then kissed my way down to his already tight balls.
Oh, Liam. God, you're so sexy.
And you taste so good, I said, licking more of his precum before popping him in my mouth. I got an immediate reaction in the way he dug his fingers through my hair and pulled, stuffing more of his cock into my mouth, giving me exactly what I wanted. I took as much of him in as I could, swallowing him and massaging his balls with my wet hand. He was groaning and grunting, his hips twitching. His head was thrown back as if he were praying to the night sky while I prayed at his altar.
That's it, baby,
he growled. I could tell he was getting close. He was leaking more and more into my mouth, and I wanted it all. My own cock was throbbing hard between my thighs, but I paid it no attention. All my focus was on milking Mark until he blew down my throat.
That's it. Oh, fuck, yeah,
Mark said, thrusting harder into my mouth, his balls almost getting up against my chin before I had to pull back for breath. He was jerking himself while I slipped a hand between his thighs and pressed a finger up against his tight hole. His eyes rolled back and his hips quaked. Yeah, you like that?
Mm-hmm,
Mark said, moaning as he jerked his cock off while my finger teased his hole. Come all over my face, Mark. I looked up, licking his slit and pressing on his hole, my hard dick throbbing with a need to come, with a need to feel Mark's cum running down my chin.
Oh, fuck, baby. Oh, shit, I'm gonna...
Mark's face contorted as he held onto the base of his cock and shot his load, giving me exactly what I had asked for. Warm blasts of his seed hit me all across my face, from my forehead down to my neck. He had soaked me, and the sensation was enough to throw me over my edge. All I did was stroke once, and my dick was shooting ropes of cum onto the floor between us, matching Mark's output but lacking the target practice. I rubbed some of the cum from my closed eyes so that I could open them up again. I got up from my kneeling position, smiling and positive I looked like a hot damn mess.
You look like a glazed donut,
Mark said, proving my hypothesis. He was smiling as wide as me, sans the dripping cum. Thanks. It's a trend I'm hoping to start. We both laughed at that. I then dropped my face and rubbed my cummy mess against Mark's chest, getting him nice and sticky so he didn't feel left out.
Oh, you asshole, he said, smiling wide.
That's when I noticed his eyes dart mischievously to the pool. But by then it was too late. Mark had struck. He threw his arms around me and picked me up in one fluid motion, and before I knew it, we were in the air, and then we were hitting the water. When we were submerged, I swam up and away from Mark, breaking water and running a hand across my face and through my hair, laughing as Mark came up for breath a few feet away from me. That night was spent playing, joking, and talking under the stars. It was also spent avoiding the bathroom/tarantula enclosure like our lives depended on it, since our new roommate wouldn't be able to get picked up until the morning. It was a night I would never forget, with a man I hoped I would always have by my side. Unfortunately, it was also a night that would stand as the only bright one for a long time to come. 24. Mark Masters. The morning sunlight woke me up as it streamed through the bedroom windows. Liam's desert getaway had thin white curtains that billowed out in the gentle winds since we had slept with the windows cracked open. Part of me wanted to cancel it all and stay in bed with Liam for the rest of the day. He looked so damn sweet, with his eyes shut and a little drool action happening. I wanted to get right back into that bed, throw a leg and an arm over him, and never let him go. Instead, I started getting ready for the day, shuffling around and spending 10 minutes longer than I should have trying to figure out how to get the coffee machine to work. Liam was a heavy sleeper, so neither the sunlight nor my 3 different alarms seemed to have stirred him. We were up really late last night, which probably explained his current rock-like state. By the time I was dressed and finished my coffee, Liam started to stir. I was grabbing my wallet on the nightstand when I heard him mumble and sit up. His hair was messy, with 4 cowlicks that made those dirty blonde strands stick out in all different directions.
"Morning, sleepyhead."
"Good morning," he said, groggy. "Are you leaving already?"
"Yeah. Gina wants to meet for a brunch before she goes to see a film."
"Okay,"
Liam said, falling back down, his eyes drooping shut. "I'll see you soon," I said, smiling as I dipped down for a kiss.
Liam's eyelids fluttered open, his smile growing to match mine. We kissed, and I left him to sleep a little longer. I knew he would need it, because I wasn't planning on sleeping the night, and if we were sleeping, it was going to be outside, under the stars. Liam had a lounge area next to the pool with an outdoor bed that had been calling my name since I'd seen it. With the plan for tonight decided, I turned my thoughts to the issue at hand as I walked out into the morning desert sun. It was already 90 degrees, and it wasn't even noon yet. I was wearing a pair of khaki shorts and a light gray shirt that was bound to show off my sweat stains like damn badges of honor. I started walking down the street toward downtown, thinking about how to best approach the interview. Thankfully, I knew it wasn't going to be an adversarial situation like it had been when I'd interviewed Johnny. Since Gina seemed like she wanted to help me, I didn't foresee too many issues. Although I wasn't as optimistic as Liam seemed to be. I had witnessed plenty of leads fall through because of one reason or another. The last thing I had wanted to do was pop his bubble of hope, but there was a higher chance that Gina would have nothing rather than the answer to it all. Besides, she had been fearful of showing the picture before, and when she had shown it to the police, they didn't seem to have done much with it, so who knew if she still even had it. Another 5 minutes, and I was turning a corner and landing on the main street that ran through downtown Palm Springs. There was a huge uptick in activity as I stepped onto the main street, with tourists and industry folks and locals all mixed together for the festival. There were street carts selling food and souvenirs themed to the different movies, street performers putting on shows for dollar-wielding crowds, and all the restaurants and stores had their doors open and lines forming. Large orange and brown hills bordered the area, framing it all and giving the scene a kind of cowboy western feel. It was electric and exciting, and made me wish I was here experiencing it without the pressure of an investigation looming over it all. I wanted Liam here by my side so we could walk hand in hand down the busy street. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I figured it was Gina wondering where I was, even though I was pretty sure there were still 15 minutes left until our meeting time. I pulled my phone out and saw it was actually an email that had caused the vibration. I was about to put my phone away, but I noticed the sender, NYPD Evidence Department. I stepped out of the main flow of traffic on the sidewalk, moving underneath a giraffe-like palm tree. I opened the email, and the first words I read, "We're sorry," had my stomach dropping to the floor. I kept reading and was instantly lifted back up. "Sorry for taking so long in getting this to you. Attached is a link to a secure server where you can read a copy of the suicide note for the death of Pamela Brown. The link will expire in 7 days, at which time you can request to view it again." I followed the instructions that were listed on how to open the link, and a few minutes later I was reading a scan of the suicide note. It wasn't long, probably about 3 sentences, double-spaced. That was the first red flag. Usually, notes left behind were much longer than 3 simple sentences. She didn't air out any grievances or speak out to anyone in particular. She didn't leave behind any instructions regarding her belongings, and she didn't sign it or leave any kind of personal sign that she'd written it. Just 3 sentences. Wait a second. I reread the second line. This was no one's fault but my own. This. It was missing an I. A simple typo that would have been overlooked otherwise, but it was way too similar to the mistakes made in the anonymous email accusing Liam. Holy shit. Whoever wrote that email most likely wrote this note. I had to take a deep breath. This was big. I could see the finish line now. I just needed a few more threads to tie together before I could figure it all out. It was only a matter of time. I felt a burst of excitement bloom inside my chest. I had never wanted to solve a case this badly before. I just wanted Liam's name to be cleared and for Johnny to get what he deserved. The stakes were high and getting higher by the day. I screenshotted the note, something the police department didn't really protect against with their special little server. With the evidence saved on my phone, I put it back in my pocket and started to walk again, the gears in my brain working on overdrive. The restaurant we were supposed to be meeting at was only a block away, so I didn't have much time to refocus myself. My phone buzzed again. This time it kept vibrating, letting me know it was a call. I was standing in front of the restaurant, La Casita Azul, and spotted Gina sitting at a table in the far corner of the patio. I silenced the call without checking who it was. Gina's eyes were shielded by a reflective pair of half-moon sunglasses. Her jet-black hair fell straight down to her shoulders and styled so that she looked perpetually ready for a magazine shoot. As I got closer, we made eye contact. At least, I think we did, and I waved. She stood up, smiling and holding out a hand, a golden bracelet catching my eye as I shook it. "So good to finally meet you, Gina. Thank you for setting some time aside for me." "Of course, Detective Masters." She motioned to the seat. We were at a small, white round table with a wall of vines to our left and an empty table on our right. The restaurant was made to look like a Mexican adobe, a house made from smooth rocks and painted a bright blue with yellow windows and a bright red doorway. There was a small fountain nearby that sat in between two flowering cacti, their pink flowers opening up toward the sunlight. There was a ceramic plaque on the wall that explained how the restaurant was inspired by the famous Mexican artist Frida Kahlo, whose own house was called La Casa Azul and was painted in a similar way. I knew I'd have to bring Liam here for dinner. He would love it. "Do you want anything to drink? Mimosa, maybe?" Gina asked, handing me the drink menu. At that exact moment, our waiter walked up to the table and asked for my drink order. I asked for the housemaid sangria and sat back in the wicker chair. "You weren't waiting long, were you?" I could tell she hadn't been, since her glass of water and her flute of mimosa were barely touched, but I wanted to get some pleasantries in before we got to the hard stuff. "No, not at all. Just sat down." She ironed out whatever wrinkles she saw in her flowy white pants. Anyone who so much as glanced Gina Cromwell's way could tell she was a star, just from her fashion choices alone. The billowy pants were matched with a more structured black silk top that plunged around her neck and showed off the shimmering green-jeweled necklace that was probably worth my entire year's rent. Meanwhile, my clothing choices were much less, expensive. My shorts were from Target, and the shirt was Gap, which was totally fine for me. I could never imagine spending so much for something so inconsequential, which was one of the reasons why Liam had kept the private jet thing a secret from me. The black cap I had on was a basic baseball hat I had found in Marshall's. So, yeah, I wasn't sticking out like Ms. Cromwell was, but that was also one of my intentions. I wanted to blend in as much as I could. There was a strong potential Johnny was at the festival, and the last thing I needed was for him to be walking down the street and recognize me. I already had a cover story planned if that were the case, but still, I would have preferred to keep things as quiet as possible. We continued with the small talk for a few more minutes before I turned things in another direction. "So, Gina, before you go off on your busy day, I want to ask you some important questions." "Right, yeah, of course. It's why we're here." She still had her sunglasses on, and with how reflective the lenses were, all I could see was a reflection of myself. I had no idea if she was looking at me. "Okay, good." My phone started to vibrate again with another call. I pressed the button on the side and silenced it. Third time now. Fourth, I was going to have to step aside and answer whoever it was, although I had an idea it was aggressive telemarketers who had ramped up their calls over the past few weeks. "So, I'm investigating Johnny because of the anonymous email framing Liam for some messed up stuff. But there's something else I'm chasing Johnny down for, and that's something I think you can really help me with." "Uh-huh." She took a sip from the mimosa. I had a few avenues I could go down. I could go the roundabout way and have Gina admit to taking the photo of whatever she'd seen on the laptop, which could end up having her say something I wasn't aware of already. I could also just start off by saying I was aware of the photo and wanted to see it. That option could scare her, but it would definitely save time, at least. "He's a monster,"
she started, seeming to choose my avenue for me.
Ever since I started working with him, I knew he was trash. He uses his power to sleep with women, and it's disgusting. So many of my friends have been harassed by him, and no one does anything about it. I'm thankful that I never actually slept with him, but he did have me sit and watch him masturbate a few times, which was as romantic and incredible as it sounds.
The twist of her mouth and arch of her well-done brow spelled sarcasm.
After the third time he had me over, I was done with it. I left his house before he could finish. He was yelling at me about how I'd never work in this town again. Real Hollywood douchebaggery. I was scared, sure. But 3 days later, I get a call that I got booked as a lead on a new network series. It's been up since then, and I've never had to watch someone jerk off. Well, at least no one I didn't want to watch jerk off.
That's not the first story I've heard about Johnny, and that's why I want to put this guy behind bars. He shouldn't be allowed to work in any situation that gives him power.
Right, well, if you figure out a way to stop him, please do it, because no one else seems to give a flying fuck.
She was shaking her head. The waiter brought over my French toast and Gina's granola and fresh fruit. He must have realized who he was serving at some point between us sitting down and him bringing out the food, because he placed the bowls in front of Gina like he was serving the queen herself. He stayed and stared at her for a moment, starstruck, before he realized he hadn't said anything.
Need someone? Need something else. Someone. Ma'am, sir?
His tongue was all tied up. Gina smiled, clearly noticing she had been recognized.
Yes, actually I do,
she said, dabbing the corners of her mouth with the napkin before setting it down on the table.
I want a picture with you.
The waiter, probably a teen working his way through college, was gobsmacked. His jaw dropped as Gina stood up and put an arm around him.
Do you have your phone on you?
She asked the waiter.
My friend can take it.
The waiter nodded and patted his pockets down. His shocked smile quickly flipped as he realized he wasn't carrying his phone with him.
Oh, I don't have it. That's okay. Here, we can use mine. I'll email it to you.
The smile was back. Gina grabbed her phone from the table and handed it over to me. I stood up and got the light just how Gina would like it, with a stream of sunlight falling behind them, the blue wall of the restaurant making the photo pop. Not that Gina needed any help whatsoever in that department. I took a few for safety purposes and handed the phone over to Gina.
Oh, they look great.
Gina looked to me.
Thank you, Mark.
Of course, I said, finding my seat again.
Thank you,
the waiter said, finally unwrapping his tongue.
Here, put in your email,
she said, handing the nervous waiter her phone. He looked at it like he was holding the baby Jesus Christ himself. I looked back down at my French toast, ready to dig into the sugary soft goodness that was currently serving as a pool for my butter and syrup.
No!
And I didn't have to look to know what happened. The loud crack told me all I needed to know. Gina's phone had taken a tumble straight down to the hard floor, face down. We all held our breath as Gina picked it up and turned it over.
Oh, no, Miss Cromwell, I'm so sorry.
The screen was a dense spiderweb of cracks, completely unusable. I looked to Gina, who was holding her composure very well for someone who seems to be attached to their phone. Of course, she could just buy another one in the afternoon, but it was still an inconvenience.
It's totally okay,
she said, shaking her head and looking up at the waiter.
Trust me, I've been wanting a new color anyway, so now I have an excuse. I'm so sorry.
He looked like he was on the brink of tears.
It was a mistake. Happens to everyone.
She was smiling. The waiter apologized a few more times and went back into the restaurant. His head dropped, no matter how many reassurances Gina gave him that it was okay.
Well, that was a first,
Gina said, laughing as we settled back in.
Poor guy.
I think he thought you were about to flip the table.
I would never,
she said.
Unless your name is Angela Freeman and I find out you just slept with my boyfriend while we were all vacationing in Greece.
Wow, I said. Angela Freeman sounds like a bitch.
Huge,
Gina said, laughing, drinking more of her mimosa. I had to get back on track, even though I had a feeling things just got derailed. I had no idea if Gina backed up her phone or if the picture was gone with the cracked screen. Okay, so, Johnny.
Right, Johnny. Mr. Brown, shit stain on this earth, Johnny.
Her anger was apparent in her voice. Harassment isn't the only thing I think Johnny's responsible for. I have reason to believe that Johnny may have something to do with the death of his 2 ex-wives.
Oh my God. Seriously?
Gina leaned in over the table, her sunglasses dipping down on her nose.
Fuck, I knew it. I knew it!
You're talking about what you saw on his laptop.
Yeah, wait. How do you know about that?
Your agent told me. He told me how the police didn't seem to do much with it.
Nothing,
she spat.
He has the chief in his back pocket, gives him all kinds of shit and backstage passes.
That's where I come in, I said. I can change all that. I can do something about this guy. I just need that picture. My eyes darted to the dead phone on the table. Please tell me you still have it. She rubbed the back of her neck.
No.
I don't. What? We can probably fix the phone. It's just the screen. We can have it replaced and everything should be
I deleted it, okay?
She sounded more frustrated with herself than anyone else.
I was scared of having it on my phone. It was giving so much negative energy, and I thought that if the cops had it, then that was it. What was I going to do with it?
She shook her head.
I was scared of Johnny. If he was buying this stuff, then what was stopping him from using it on me?
Do you remember what it was? What he was ordering?
Yeah, she said. GHB.
I need to get that photo. When did you delete it? I asked. Maybe there was someone who could restore it. Nothing was ever truly deleted. It was just shoved somewhere deep and inaccessible unless you had the right tools to access it.
I don't know,
she said.
Like a month ago?
So, pretty recent, I said, getting my hopes up.
I guess,
Gina said, her hopes clearly shot. My phone buzzed again. This couldn't be ignored. I had to put whoever was calling me on my blocked list because this was ridiculous. I pulled my phone out and went to reject the call when I saw a familiar name on the screen. It was Zane from Stonewall calling me. Why was he trying to get hold of me so badly? Sorry, I said, pointing to my ringing phone.
Oh, of course, go for it.
I stood up and started walking out of the patio area. When I was out on the street, I answered the call. Mark, Zane said. His voice was raspy. Jesus, Mark, I don't even know how to say this. Something in my body screamed out that this was all wrong. It was a primal piece of me that twisted my stomach and made my palms sweat. My mouth was as dry as the desert surrounding me while I waited for Zane to speak. He wasn't speaking. Why wasn't he speaking? Please just say it. Say what I know you're going to say. Destroy the world around me in one sentence. Colin, I said, when Zane didn't. He's gone, Mark. He's gone. I crumpled like I was shot in the chest. I fell back, hitting a bike rack as I fell to the floor, still holding the phone to my ear, but not hearing anything else that was coming out of it. All I heard was the ringing in my ears, as if a bomb had been detonated feet away from me. People came to my side to help, and somehow I was standing back up and being guided to a bench. Someone was asking me something, her face going in and out of focus for me. Her lips were moving, but nothing was registering. It didn't matter. The words, "He's gone, Mark, he's gone," drowned out even the loudest sounds. Nothing mattered. 25. Liam Wolfe. The water from the pool shimmered, reflecting the sunlight up and bouncing it off my sunglasses. I was floating around on a huge floaty shaped like a watermelon. The pool was huge, so there were two other oversized floats drifting around. A winky emoji was at the far end of the pool, while a cartoon unicorn with a rainbow horn floated toward me. My hands and feet were dipped in the warm water, my body fully relaxed. I had brought a pair of hot pink swim shorts that I hadn't worn yet and was quite happy with the way they fit. I couldn't wait for Mark to get back from his interview so he could get in the water and take them off me. After he commented on how nice they looked on me first, of course. A lazy smile played on my face, the kind that grows out of nowhere from thoughts that spread warmth from the tips of your toes to the top of your head. I couldn't believe how happy I was, even with how terrible things still were. If this had happened at any other time in my life, I would be a complete wreck right now, sitting in the corner and pulling out clumps of my hair. I'd be panicked. My future would seem obliterated. Not with Mark back in my life, though.
He not only gave me hope, he gave me strength. I felt like I could take on the world if I had to. There wasn't as much fear anymore, and that was a blessing. Pure fucking blessing. I heard the ding of the house alarm letting me know the front door had opened and closed. Mark must be back. I wasn't expecting him for at least another hour, so this was a little weird. I flopped off the watermelon and swam over to the edge of the pool, where I grabbed onto the ledge and pulled myself up. I reached for the white fluffy towel I'd set on the lounge chair and dried off my head and upper body as I walked back into the house, wrapping it around my waist by the time I entered the living room. "Someone's home early." No one answered. I looked around the living room, not seeing the smiling face I expected to see. I didn't see any face. No one was there. "Mark?" That's when I saw him. Initially, I'd missed Mark because I wasn't looking down at the floor. Mark had slid down the closed door and sat on the ground, his stare empty and pinned straight ahead. Then there was a pang of something that contorted Mark's face. I realized he was holding back a heart-splitting sob. Something was terribly wrong. The way Mark's face twisted like he was feeling physical pain, it clawed at me. "Jesus, what happened?" I shot over to his side, my towel falling to the floor in the process. He was paper pale and had a slight tremble in his hands. They were clear signs of shock. Fear grabbed me by the throat. "Please, Mark, what happened?" I got down to the floor and reached for his hands. They were cold and warm at the same time, wet with sweat. "Colin," he said, and that was it. All that needed to be said. Mark collapsed onto me, heaving cries that took the breath from the both of us. I held him up, even though I felt like the ground was swallowing us slowly, taking its time, chewing us bit by bit. "Oh, Mark, no. No." More cries. I could feel his pain as if we shared a connection that went beyond this plane. And every cell inside of my body wished I could somehow make this better, fix it for my Mark. But I knew there was no way. Nothing could fix this. There was now a gaping hole that would never be filled. It felt like a very long time before we finally moved from the doorway, like years had passed. It had only been minutes, though. I knew how much Colin meant to Mark. He stepped into the best friend role that Mark had been needing to fill for such a long time. And he was such a great guy, too. We had hung out on a few different occasions, and each time left me liking him more and more. It reminded me we had plans to see a new Broadway show we were all excited about that was due out in a few weeks. We had already bought our tickets. "It wasn't supposed to go like that," Mark said, shaking. We were standing in the living room now, the sunlight breaking in through the windows and making the scene seem morbidly cheery. "He must have been so scared." There was anger forming now. Rage. This was unfair. Colin was one of the good ones. He didn't deserve his legacy to end with a dagger through his forehead. No one deserved that but Colin. He was the one who was supposed to stop it all. He was going to put an end to the unicorn and banish a cloud of fear that had been hanging over the community for years. Turns out, he needed saving just as much as we all did. I swallowed a knot made of thorns. He must have been so close, so damn close. Someone's going to pick up the case and finish it. For him. Mark shook his head. His eyes were red. Seeing him like this felt like being dropped through a log shredder. "Whatever he knew dies with him, Liam. You know that. It's done. No one's taking the case now. Until the killer makes a grave mistake, no one's putting a name to it." "You need to have some hope, Mark. You taught me that. You told me that you can't see beauty if you focus on the fear, remember?" I moved closer to him. "Take that one step further. You've got to see the hope past the despair. This darkness, it's only temporary. The sun always comes out. There's always light. Even in the farthest corner of space, there's some kind of light shooting from a star millions of miles away." "Pretty words don't help right now, Liam." There was an edge to Mark's tone that wasn't there before. "I don't have hope. There's no reason to have hope. I have a fire now, and I have fuel. I'm going to channel it all on your case, and that's it." His hands were balled into a fist. The rage that followed grief was a seductive mistress. I could see her cloud his vision. making him see red when there was a full spectrum of colors in front of him. He shook his head and moved past me in a bolt of movement, almost knocking me over in the process. I turned and followed him into the backyard where he began pacing. I had never seen Mark like this, and frankly, I had no idea how to handle it. I was scared I would do something wrong, which made me freeze, but then that made me feel like I was doing something wrong. It was a feedback loop that had me immobilized while Mark processed his turbulent emotions.
"He was only 30,
Mark said, stopping near the edge of the pool, his hand covering his mouth.
He had just found someone. He had so much going for him."
Silent tears streamed down his cheeks.
"Fuck. Why, Liam, why?"
I felt like a fish out of water. How was I supposed to answer? I began pulling on my earlobe, almost tugging it off. "I don't know," I said, completing my last attempt. Being honest was the only way to go right now. "I don't know, Mark, but what I do know is that you aren't alone through all this. You've got me, and I'm never leaving you, not again, not ever." He looked at me, and I saw a flash of the hope he had declared dead moments earlier, but it was only a brief flash. He looked away, his jaw clenched, the muscles twitching underneath the still freshly shaven skin.
"Do I know that for sure?"
"Huh?" My eyebrows almost flew off my head. That question caught me by complete surprise.
"How do I know you won't leave me, Liam? You've done it before. Your lifestyle is vastly different from mine. Just look around at all of this. Compare it to my apartment with an AC unit that doesn't even work half the time. What stops you from leaving me once the case is closed and your name's clear?"
I felt like he had just reached through the feet of distance between us and slapped me. "Mark, I wouldn't... No. Just no. I don't give a fuck about any of that material crap. What we have goes beyond everything else. It always has."
"How do I know that? How do I know you're saying the truth? I knew the 15-year-old Liam, but I barely know this Liam, this Playboy director who's slept with more guys than I can count."
That hurt. It was a sharp stab, and it was magnified by the fact that it was coming out of Mark's mouth. "I'm the same guy I was at 15, Mark. Yes, I've fucked around, but that doesn't distract from how I feel about you. If anything, it gives me full confidence that this is meant to be. The fact that I've never felt this way with anyone I've ever been with before. You're my one, Mark. I know that now. And I'm not taking that for granted." Mark stayed silent, his eyes boring through me. Those dual-colored eyes that could hold such an immense softness were now harboring a chilling emptiness. I felt an urge to shrink back. That was something else about Mark. His eyes could be as intimidating as they were hypnotizing. "I haven't given you any reason to believe otherwise," I continued, not backing down. This was Mark, for God's sake. I needed to talk sense into him. I've seen what my life looks like without my career, without a prospect at directing anything else, what I thought was my one greatest passion in life. I've felt that deep fear, but I haven't been lost to it because you were there to help me. You always pulled me out of the darkness. I want to do that for you. I want you to trust me. No, I won't hurt you." He was clouded by the loss of his best friend, that was clear. I just had to break through that cloud somehow. "Please, Mark, please. I love you. With my entire heart, my soul. With you in my life, I can't lose. You have to know that." And that must have been it. Something clicked. He shook his head, tears coming more freely. He crossed the distance between us and kissed me. In that moment, we shared a lifetime's worth of pain. I held him. He held me.
"I am so sorry,"
Mark said into my neck.
"I am so sorry. I don't know why I said that."
"Don't worry about it," I said, rubbing Mark's back, anchoring him down. I understood where the outburst came from, and I would never hold it against him. I preferred he let out whatever was on his mind instead of holding it all in. Together, I knew we would get through this storm. And together, I knew we would see the rainbow on the other side. 26. Mark Masters. 2 weeks later. The days following a profound loss don't feel like days at all. They feel like someone else's borrowed time, like you somehow jumped into someone else's body and asked to borrow it for a while. Nothing really made sense, and nothing made you want to make sense of it. There was a thick haze around everything, like you were looking through glasses smeared over with Vaseline. The funeral was one of the hardest parts, if anything could even be classified as harder than the last. It was all difficult. Having to see his sister, his mother, and father, having to hear their cries. I had Liam there with me, which gave me some semblance of strength, but still. My heart felt shredded. He was such a good man, and the world deserved to have him around for so much longer. He was bound to make such a difference. Going back into Stonewall a few days after the funeral was also a surreal experience. Sitting in my office with the door open had me constantly looking up and expecting to see Colin walking by, making a goofy face or knocking on the door frame and asking what I wanted for lunch. Of course, that would never happen again. It was a thought that infiltrated my mind on a constant basis. Concentration was hard to find, especially since I was starting to feel like the Johnny investigation was falling apart, which chipped away at whatever resolve I had left. Gina couldn't figure out if she had the photo backed up somewhere, and even if she did, the police had already seen it. It was like she said, what good would it do when the police chief was in Johnny's back pocket? Still, I worked hard, even through the dark shadows that seemed to follow me like starved lions from the moment I woke up to the moment I fell asleep. This was Liam that was on the line now. Even though the police had found nothing substantial in the allegations and closed their case, I knew there was still a cloud hanging over his name, and I needed to clear it. I sat in my office reading over the email again. As I read it, I felt sicker and sicker. How could anyone believe these things about my sweet Liam? He had been the reason why I got out of bed since Colin's death. He was always there, kissing me awake and making me coffee and breakfast and making sure I was smiling for at least a moment before I started the day. He was there for me when I needed someone to just sit in silence with, and he was there for me when I wanted to play a video game to try and get my mind off it all. He was always there for me. And through it all, he showed himself to have a heart of pure gold. How could someone believe that he would steal from people or lash out at anyone? The typo in the email and the typo in the suicide note was telling me they were connected. It made sense for Johnny to have written up the note after he killed his second wife. That way he could get some suspicion off his back, and it made sense for him to want to slander Liam's name. But then how was I going to tie it all together? A few simple typos weren't enough. I dropped my head in my hands, letting out an exasperated breath in the process. Knock, knock. I jerked up, looking toward the doorway with wide, hopeful eyes. For a split second, my brain tricked me into thinking everything was exactly like normal, that it was Colin who was knocking to get my attention. Obviously, it wasn't. He'd never knock again. Hey, Zane. I dropped my head back in my hands. Sorry. Didn't mean to bother you. Not bothering at all. Come in. I heard Zane shuffling in. I picked my head up as he was taking a seat on the other side of my desk. He was wearing a dark gray shirt and black pants. The gray was a change for him. He'd been mostly wearing all black for the past few weeks. His hair wasn't as done as it usually was, and he clearly needed a good night's rest. I thought I was taking it badly. But Zane must have been torturing himself over Colin's death. He was the one who had assigned the unicorn case to him. Not only that, but Zane had lost someone to the killer long before we all lost Colin. He had to bury his husband because of that monster. And that made Zane connected to the unicorn in a way I couldn't even begin to comprehend. This must have been some sick déjà vu for him. How you holding up? He asked, always caring about others before himself. Hanging in there, I said. And you?
Focusing it all on work. He coughed into a closed fist. No more running away. I'm going to find the unicorn, and I'm going to put an end to the terror. That was news to me. Wait, you're taking the case? I thought we were done with it. Zane shook his head. I should have known. He would never let the trail go cold. I looked into Zane's amber eyes, filled with a stone-cold determination, and I had a glimmer of hope that maybe he could do it. That glimmer was overshadowed by the serrated blade of anxiety buried and twisting in my chest. No, he said. I've thought about it and decided I'm taking the case. It will end with me. Just be careful, I said, as if it needed saying. You've got to stay safe. You're the only one who knows about me taking the case, Mark. And I'm going to keep it that way for a while. I don't think I'm even going to tell Enzo. I don't want to get him worried. I sighed. He'll worry for good reason, but I totally understand. I didn't, but I didn't have to. The decision was already made, that was clear. I'm offering you whatever help you need whenever you need it, Zane. I want to put Colin's killer in a cage. My chest expanded with a deep breath. And then I'll sink that cage in the middle of the Hudson River. Zane let that moment sit, neither of us saying anything. The silence was broken by another knock. It was Andrew, his glasses dipping down his nose. He only wore his glasses whenever he wasn't feeling great. I hadn't seen him with his contacts for weeks now. Mark, I've got someone at the front that wants to see you, Diana Coldwater. That name surprised me. I had been reaching out to Johnny's assistant like an incessant mosquito lately, trying to lock her down for an interview. I felt like she was one of my Hail Mary passes. Her loyalties clearly lied with Johnny. But maybe there was a crack in their relationship I could take advantage of. But she'd kept denying my calls or just saying she was insanely busy. So hearing she was at the front? Yeah, that was a surprise. I'll be in my office if you need to talk, Zane said. I knew the conversation we were having wasn't over. Let me go and get her, I said, standing up from behind my desk. I followed Andrew down the hall. He was wearing a faded pair of blue jeans and an old college shirt. It was casual Friday, but normally Andrew dressed cooler than the majority of people I knew. I gotta take him out to lunch one day and make sure he's okay. Andrew went to his chair, not even introducing Diana, who was standing in the center of the room, with her hands held together in front of her. Diana, I said, taking initiative and stepping forward, hand extended. We shook, her grip light, her eye contact sharp. How have you been? Good, thanks, she said, smiling. Come, let's go to my office. I turned to start walking, but felt a hand close around my elbow. Actually, sorry, can we do this outside? I've been locked up all day. It was only 11 in the morning, but I wasn't going to argue with her now. Of course, let's go for a walk. Whatever she wanted, I'd do, so long as she was comfortable enough to talk. I told Andrew I'd be back and headed out, following Diana's lead. The day was hot, but not enough to make me regret this decision. She was wearing a pair of frayed khaki shorts that didn't quite fit her, and a shirt with an elephant printed on the pocket. There's a quiet spot a few blocks down. Mind a little walk? I shook my head. She could tell me we were about to cross the Hudson River, and I'd be fine with it, so long as we could talk during the trek. The more time I had her talking, the more chances I had of gleaning crucial information. Nice tattoo, I said, nodding to the ink on her inner leg as we started walking. It was a way of breaking the ice between us, but I also did genuinely like the tattoo. It wrapped around her calf. She turned her leg to show me it in full. It was a photorealistic tattoo of a sea turtle, shaded and colored perfectly, like a real picture had been printed on her leg. One of the flippers had a white tip, which seemed like a mistake at first, until I realized it was intentional. Thanks, she said. It's Benny, my spirit animal. She held her leg out so I could get a better view. Saw this guy on a scuba dive in the Bahamas. Took a picture of him, and the captain of the boat told me that it was incredibly good luck since he had that albino tip. A day later, I won $500 on a scratcher. Nice, I said, admiring the ink before starting on our walk again. Did it hurt? Hell yeah, she said, laughing. But in a good way, if that makes any sense. A little. I don't think I'll be getting any more anytime soon, unless I see another spirit animal. Look, there it is, I said, pointing toward a black pigeon with a splotch of white on its head. It cooed and flew away as we drew closer.
Ah, yes, I always felt one with the Sky Rats, Diana said, laughing some more. I felt like we were building a good connection between us, which was vital. I had to get her to trust me. We continued toying around for another 10 minutes before we got to the spot Diana was talking about. It was a small grassy area tucked behind a massive residential building. Too small to call a park, but too big to call a backyard. There were a few benches and one picnic table. She walked us to the picnic table where I took a seat across from her, the wood planks creaking under my weight as I sat. No one else was around except for a father who was emphatically throwing a baseball around with his daughter. I come here sometimes to read, especially if I'm having a crazy day at work. Johnny's office isn't too far from here, but even if I have to take the train, I'll still do it.
Does it usually get crazy working for Johnny? She let out a pff, her lips flapping with the puff of air.
Crazy is an understatement.
She put her purse on the table. It was a tan leather coach bag with the edges frayed, and the strap was holding on by a string. She unzipped it and dug for something, pulling out a chapstick and applying it liberally.
I don't know how I still have hair. It's so stressful, honestly. And I sound like I hate it, which I sometimes do, but it's also one of the best things that happened to me.
How so?
I just wasn't in a good place before Johnny offered me a job.
She threw the chapstick back into the bag.
I was about to be homeless, actually.
I was a little surprised at that. Really?
Mm-hmm,
she said.
I know, I look all put together, huh? Nope. Things were falling apart for me back then. It's been like 8 years now. 8 years, 4 months, and 7 days, to be exact.
We laughed at that, even though on the inside I heard brakes screeching. I wasn't counting on Diana's relationship with Johnny to be so damn heartfelt. It meant her loyalty to Johnny wouldn't waver, and that was going to make things very difficult. Wow, I said. Did you know him from before you started working with him?
Nope,
she said, shaking her head.
He took a leap with hiring me, and I've made sure not to let him down since.
So you two have a good working relationship then?
It's great,
she said, smiling.
Obviously, there's things that pop up every now and then, like every other relationship, but nothing we can't squash. We just work really well as a team, and he takes good care of me.
Just like he took good care of his 2 dead wives, huh? I can tell, I said. I made sure to not glance at her beat-up purse. So, it's safe to say there have never been any arguments between you two?
Oh, there's arguments, but we've been working so long together that we know how to diffuse things.
Is Johnny a generally argumentative person, even in his other relationships? She paused on that one.
Well, not really, no.
I stayed silent, waiting to see if Diana would fill in the silence with more information.
I mean, once or twice.
And there she went.
He's like thrown things. Not at me, not at anyone, but he was arguing with his wife.
Ding, 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 there we go. Now we were getting somewhere. Did he fight with both of his wives? She shook her head.
No, just the last one.
She looked at a thin watch on her wrist.
This is about Johnny's relationship with that trashy guy Liam, right?
I swallowed. Right. This was going to take some finessing. His relationship with Mr. Wolfe was definitely strained, I know that for sure. He made it clear by giving those interviews after the anonymous email was sent.
What a scumbag that Liam is. Stealing and abusing. I knew it from the moment we started working with him.
It was taking everything I had in me to not stand up for Liam in that moment. If I did, it would be clear whose side I was on, and I couldn't have that. I bit my tongue. That's a shame, I said. Did Johnny ever say anything about Liam?
Just that he didn't like him.
And that he had a problem with Liam being gay, right? Got it. I cracked a few knuckles. So, what kind of proof does Johnny have that Liam did any of those things that were alleged? That question seemed to shake her a little.
Proof? Oh, Well, he's seen a lot. Johnny's got eyes everywhere. I'm sure he's seen Liam do what he's accused of. That's one of the great things about Johnny. He's such a good judge of character.
It was time to turn up the heat on this stove. There are a lot of people out there that would say Johnny himself isn't a good character. He's been accused of some things that are way worse than what Liam's being accused of. Her brows rose at that.
Those are just dumb, bitter actresses who lash out when they don't get more than 3 lines in a film.
The venom in her words was almost enough to see dripping down her chin. So, you don't think any of the 15 actresses that have come forward have any truth to what they say?
No, not at all. It's all organized to take him down.
15 women, who had no prior relationship with each other, band together and all share similar stories? You think it's all planned?
Absolutely,
she said, crossing her arms.
But he doesn't see it. He doesn't see the smear campaign in full swing. Now he's dating one of the actresses who had accused him of crap a few years ago. Why? I have no goddamn clue. He can't just find a woman who wants to take care of him. He goes for the messy, drama-filled bitches.
Who's he dating? I asked.
Her name is Mara Kim, an actress who's clearly desperate for a role in anything she can get in, even a straight-to-DVD piece of crap.
Mara Kim? What the hell? What was she doing back with Johnny? I controlled my expression, not wanting to give anything away. I didn't want Diana knowing that I had already met Mara weeks ago, and she was all for locking Johnny up back then. What had changed? How long has this been going on?
It's pretty new, probably like 2 weeks now.
She checked her watch again.
Well, technically new. They've been together before. She's been around for a while, like a nasty little fly.
Since when? She exhaled.
Since his first wife was still around. Mara was one of the original side chicks. She's one of the side girls who Johnny seems to really care about.
She grimaced.
It's nauseating.
Another bombshell. Mara told me she'd only dated Johnny during his time with his second wife. She'd never said she was around for the first. Do you know about all of his affairs?
Mm-hmm,
she said.
I have to schedule them all, after all. Took him a little while to trust me, but once the seal broke, that was it. He filled me in on everything.
Did his wives know about the affairs?
I think so. Pamela, for sure.
Think that's why they killed themselves? I watched Diana for any twitches or tells in her expression. If Johnny trusted her as much as she said, then she could very well know what he did to those women. She gave nothing for me to go on, her face unmoving.
Don't know. I don't think anyone can really say why they did it. No one knows what's going on in someone else's head.
Very true, I said. I kept digging for a little longer, asking questions about Johnny and his behaviors, trying to see if he had ever done anything to Diana, something she may have been holding back on, something I could help her with. If she told me that he had assaulted her in any way, I could offer the help she needed to get out of there, and with that, she would help me put him behind bars. But there wasn't any mention of abuse. It was the total opposite. She just sang his praises, even though I knew for a fact the guy was a scumbag. I had to ask her a hardball question, something that could catch her off guard and bring down the wall around her. Diana, did Johnny ever talk to you about being investigated by the NYPD? I've got some information that suggests he was potentially searching for illegal substances. I could see the color in Diana's face change in real time.
What? No, that's crazy. He would never do that.
She was avoiding my question. Did he tell you that the NYPD was investigating him?
It's just crazy, whether or not there was ever an investigation. Johnny wouldn't hurt anyone, ever. Yeah, he likes to sleep around, but that's it, that's all,
Diana said, looking at her watch again.
Anyways, I've got to start wrapping this up. Johnny's leaving for the week, and I've got some work to do before then.
She was already grabbing her purse and standing up. Something was scaring her off.
Plus, he wants me to help Mara go over some lines for a potential role she's definitely not getting, so we're having a girls' night tonight.
She did air quotes around the girls' night.
I hope you figure out who sent that email, and I hope I helped show that Johnny wasn't the one who sent it.
She hadn't helped much, but I wasn't about to tell her that. Thank you, Diana. I've also got some work to do. We said our goodbyes and went our separate ways. My thoughts were a whirlwind. Although she hadn't given me much on Johnny, she had given me new information about Mara. And that was surprising. Why had she lied to me? And if she was one of the chosen affairs, then why did she act as if she was nothing to him? There was also Diana's reaction to my last line of questioning that felt off. From the second I asked, I could tell she was going into cover-up mode. She wanted to keep her boss's name as squeaky clean as possible, and one of her last statements, Johnny wouldn't hurt anyone? I had never said what the illegal substance was, or what it was used for. Things weren't adding up, as usual. I decided I needed to follow up with Mara and figure out what the hell was going on. First, though, I had to freshen up. Liam had planned a surprise for the evening, and it was already almost time for me to show up at the meeting spot. Tomorrow I'd meet with Mara and get to the bottom of her truth, but until then, I was going to allow myself to let go and enjoy my night with Liam. One thing I was learning over the past couple of traumatic weeks was that life was far too short. I had to try and find joy in every single second because the next one was in no way guaranteed. As for tonight, I had no idea what Liam was planning, but I did know I was feeling excited for the first time in weeks. I knew I would find joy with Liam, even if he took us to the dumpster for a date. It didn't matter, so long as he was there by my side. By the time I got back to Stonewall, I realized I had been smiling. 27. Liam Wolfe. New York was bustling around me, crowds of pedestrians flowing down the sidewalk like salmon down a stream. It was 6 in the afternoon, so plenty of people were out on the streets, leaving work or going to dinner or pre-gaming for a night out or heading into work. Whatever the reason, it felt like everyone was out. The street I stood on was a one-way side street close to Broadway, so there was a healthy mix of photo-snapping tourists in the mix of city natives, too. I was standing underneath the marquee for Starlight Theater, one of my absolute favorite places in the entire city. It was an old theater that had stood the test of time, a relic from the 1940s that still retained its classic charm while adapting to the changing times. It was a one-screen movie theater that took up most of the city block. It was also a theater Mark and I would go to all the time as kids. Next to me was the box office, a circular room big enough for 2 people, currently empty. While I waited for Mark, I reflected on what we'd been through. It had been a really hard few weeks. I'd tried not to let it show. I tried to keep a positive outlook against the intense darkness that wanted to swallow us both, but it was really damn hard. I knew that I had to be Mark's source of strength, even though seeing him in so much pain hurt me to the core. Every day was a struggle, but every day started getting better and better. Mark was smiling more and actually laughing out loud instead of huffing every now and then. I was seeing the light come back in his eyes. He still hurt. That part was clear. But it wasn't the kind of pain that kept him up at night. He was actually sleeping, which was another sign that told me he was feeling better. I didn't mind not getting much sleep, seeing as how I wasn't exactly holding down a 9-to-5 and didn't need to be up early, but Mark had gone into zombie mode for the days after Colin's death. With Mark and I both rested and feeling in better spirits, I knew it was time to do something special, something to really help Mark get his mind off things, off everything. I didn't even want him thinking about my case, which I was beginning to lose hope on anyway. So I also didn't want to think about it. No, tonight was going to be about us, about our journey back into each other's arms and the future we had ahead of us. I was going to crack through the despair and bring some real joy into both of our lives.
Hey there, cutie. Looking to meet someone tonight?
It was Mark. I'd recognize his deep, stony voice anywhere. I turned, a smile already on my face. Someone special, yeah. We were inches apart. You seen him?
Don't think I have, no.
He pursed his lips, shaking his head, eyes locked on mine. I'd seen him this morning before he left for work, but that felt like years ago.
Can I fill in?
I think so, yeah. I laughed. It was a sound reflecting the burst of happiness I felt in my chest. We kissed then, as the crowd blurred around us and the world shrank down to fit only the 2 of us. It was like that every time we kissed, but for some reason today felt even more special. I put a hand on his side as we pulled from our kiss, my body unwilling to be fully separated from him. Did you see the marquee? I asked.
No, I was so taken by the handsome guy underneath it.
I never blushed, ever, not once. And yet there I was, my cheeks getting all hot and flushed. Look at it, I pointed up, distracting him from my transformation into a human strawberry. He stepped back so he could read the full thing. Up on the marquee, the big bulbs flashing in a sequence around the words, was written, "Love me, silly," and underneath it, "Private showing, Mark and Liam." It was the new rom-com everyone was raving about, and I had heard Mark talk about it a couple of times.
I knew renting out the theater for the both of us would make it that much more special, so I did. Thankfully, his reaction was the one I was looking for. His eyes got all wide and his jaw fell, and he looked up and then at me and then up again.
You didn't.
Come on, let's go get some popcorn.
Did you seriously buy this place outright now?
It's not the Louvre, I joked, reaching down for Mark's hand so my fingers could twine through his. Although I'd do that too if Beyoncé hadn't already beaten me to the punch.
Right, Mark said, laughing. That's the only thing stopping you.
Only thing. I kissed Mark's cheek. I couldn't help it. I wanted to keep going, keep kissing him from his cheek to his lips to his chin to his neck, etc., etc. It would sometimes hit me just how surreal it all was. That I had the ability to lean in and kiss my childhood love on the cheek, something I didn't think would ever be possible. Even if I had dreamed it before, I hadn't known the feelings were ever reciprocated. I thought that was just my developing, hormone-addled brain crafting up stories and making emotions seem bigger than the world itself. But nope, it was all real, and it was as strong as ever. We walked into the lobby of the theater hand in hand. Mark was looking so handsome in a dark blue polo shirt that fit tight around his sexy biceps and a pair of dark, almost black jeans that hugged his biteable ass. I could tell everyone's eyes in the room were drawn instantly to the man at my side. He commanded attention everywhere we went, and today was no different. Meanwhile, the lobby itself was like something pulled right out of the history books. The dark red and brown rug looked luxe and was maintained extremely well, along with the spiral marble and gold columns that supported an elaborately painted ceiling with a surrealist scene of a night sky stretching from corner to corner.
This looks just like it did when we were kids, Mark said, looking around.
Doesn't it? I said.
I haven't been back here, even though my apartment's probably like 10 minutes away.
This is my first time back, too, I admitted, my hand pumping Mark's. I always thought it would be weird showing up here without you by my side. I even moved one of my movie premieres that was supposed to be held here. I knew I wouldn't be able to focus on the experience because all I'd be thinking about is all those times we sat in this theater. Back when all I ever wanted to do was one of those yawn-stretch combinations and put an arm around you. Mark's eyes seemed to glow a little brighter.
We were literally thinking the same exact thing back then.
His grin grew wider and wider.
This was also the place where I told the Sean Nancy Huntsman to knock out all my teeth because it would be easier to blow him.
I snorted at that, the memory hitting me in full force. Yes! So that is what you were going to say. I don't think we ever talked about it again, I said, cracking up. And then his mom showed up and he got so embarrassed. What a loser. I shook my head, still smiling. He would have really liked this. I smiled and leaned in for a kiss. I had previously hated any PDA moments with the men I'd dated in the past, probably because of some fucked up internalized hate stemming from that very moment with Sean. But with Mark, I just couldn't get enough of him, no matter where we were. I didn't care who else cared, and that was a powerful feeling. I looked into Mark's captivating eyes. That one's for the two scared little kids who'd flip the fuck out if they saw their future selves right now. Mark laughed at that and then moved in for another kiss, this one a little bit longer, a little bit more tongue.
That one's for Sean.
I laughed at that. Come, I said, squeezing his hand again as I started leading us to the concessions counter. We got our popcorn, which I slathered in butter and salt, something Mark also loved, thank God, and some water, and were then guided to our seats by a friendly older gentleman with the lightest gray eyes I'd ever seen. He also had a scar on his cheek, which we had learned from the short walk to our seats was from his time in the army. He pointed us to our seats and told us the movie would start any moment. We thanked him and settled into the comfortable red velvet seats. The theater was just as grand as the lobby area, with a marble column on either side of the screen holding up a thick and shimmering dark red curtain. The screen was massive, so big that the theater had a balcony level for people to sit in.
This is crazy, Mark said, looking around as the lights dimmed.
Our hands were still held together as I put them on his thigh, happy with feeling his warmth embrace me.
It was a little uncomfortable, though, so I broke the handhold for a moment and lifted the armrest between us. I scooched in closer to Mark and grabbed his hand again, resting it back on his thigh. Pure happiness flooded through me. This was all I needed in the world. If we were encapsulated in amber at that very moment, keeping us frozen for the rest of time, I would have been so perfectly fucking happy. With my hand in Mark's, all of life's problems seemed inconsequential. And us sitting down, getting comfortable in a place that we'd come to so often as kids, somewhere we had felt so safe and still did. It was magical. A fairy tale, almost like this shouldn't be happening. It was all too good. But it was happening. It was too good, and I was going to make sure I didn't take a single second of it for granted. I knew how my life was like without Mark in it. I had gotten a taste of it, and I'd hated it. That was never happening again. So we sat there in the theater reserved for only us, and we laughed and gasped and even got teary-eyed at some parts, and I did it all feeling like I was on top of the world. We were watching this film from our own little slice of paradise. Just me and Mark. It was all I ever needed. 28. Mark Masters. The movie ended, the lights came on, and both of us wore wide, silly smiles. The trip down memory lane with Liam was fantastic, exactly what I needed. Even if Liam hadn't rented out the entire space just for us, even if we were sharing it with a big, popcorn-munching crowd, that would have been totally fine, too. Just holding his hand was enough to teleport me somewhere else. Crowd or no crowd, I wouldn't have noticed. I was just tuned into Liam and having a good time with him. It didn't hurt that the movie was a blast and had us both cracking up throughout most of it. It also did a great job at tugging at the heartstrings, with the final scene of the movie showing the two star-crossed lovers settling down in their alpaca ranch. "That was so good," I said, clapping a hand on my thigh. "Thank you for this. Seriously, Liam. I needed it." "We both did," Liam said, smiling. He leaned in for a kiss, his hand wrapping around the back of my neck. "Life's fucking wild, isn't it?" Liam said, grinning, licking his lip as our kiss broke, his hand still holding my head but with his fingers sliding up through my hair now. "Would you have ever pictured this happening when we were teens?" I exhaled. I could barely picture what I was going to have for lunch the next day. I shook my head, his fingers on my head feeling so good. I rolled my neck some more, sliding his fingers around my scalp. He got the message and started gently massaging. "But, no. No way in hell would I imagine you buying out this theater for our own private date. You and me. Wow. I mean, I pictured things that weren't exactly this, pictured us together, but I never let myself believe any of those thoughts." We kissed again, his fingers still gently rubbing my head, waves of serene pleasure washing over me. If I didn't break from that kiss, I knew I'd melt right into the theater seat. And the best part? The night's not over. "Oh, no?" "No way," Liam said, his eyes glittering. "I've got a bottle of rosé waiting at home in a bucket of ice, and it has Kiki written all over it." "Kiki?" I asked, not catching the reference. "Let's have a Kiki? No? Oh, okay, we need to go right now. I've got a Scissor Sisters album I need you to listen to about 263 times. "Let's do it," I said. Not entirely sure what sisters had to do with scissors, but still excited to see what Liam had to show me. He never failed to entertain me, and over the years it seemed like his taste in things hadn't changed. He always knew what was good and what wasn't. It was a gut instinct Liam had had since we were kids. It was probably what contributed to making him such a good director. He didn't have to second-guess himself, and that confidence showed in all the films he had made. We got up from our seats and started making our way out of the theater. It was surreal, being the only two walking up the aisle toward the golden doors, the handles a pair of roaring lion heads. There was a theater employee waiting on the other side, thanking us and smiling as we walked past and went through the lobby. Outside, the city was still as alive as ever, the streets packed and the air filled with the scent of a nearby pretzel cart. We went over, and I bought us 2 steaming hot pretzels covered in chunks of salt. Liam ordered a car to come pick us up, and we waited with our pretzels on the corner, chatting about what we liked and didn't like about the movie. By the time the car made it to us, both of our pretzels had disappeared, and the conversation had changed to slightly heavier topics. There was just no way of avoiding it, especially since my interview with Diana was still fresh on my mind. "So she actually talked to you?" Liam asked as we buckled in and the driver honked his way back into traffic. It was something like 9 o'clock at night, and the streets were still congested as if it were rush hour. "Did she say anything we can use to put that asshole behind bars?" "Not necessarily," I said, making sure I didn't get Liam overly excited for something that might not pan out. "I did find out some things about someone else, though, that was interesting." "Huh. Mara Kim, the actress who said she had a short thing with Johnny during his second marriage? Turns out it wasn't so short. Diana said she's been around since the first wife was still alive." "Shit," Liam said, his head falling back on the headrest. His hand was resting in the space between us. I reached out and put mine over his, rubbing my thumb over him. "She's the one that said she overheard Johnny's homophobic rant toward me, right?" "Exactly." "So, she may have been lying to me because she felt ashamed she was with him for so long." "Or," Liam said, "she could have been lying because she had something to do with Johnny's ex-wives and she didn't want any links." I squeezed his hand. "She's also back in the picture. Diana said that they've been seeing each other more and more. Apparently he's getting her ready to audition for a big role. I think Mara sees her big break coming." Liam looked out the window. "And if she serves up my career on a plate to Johnny, her big break is guaranteed." "She wrote that email?" I had to rein things in a little. "Let's not jump to conclusions. I've still got more digging to do. But I want you to know I'm getting close, okay, Liam? Don't lose hope. We're going to get to the bottom of things and deliver justice where it needs to be delivered." He looked at me then. We were driving past a few brightly lit storefronts, the light bouncing off his face, highlighting those sharp features that made him seem like a storefront mannequin. But then that smile of his gave him such a warm, boyish charm, with the way his eyes crinkled and his pearly white teeth showed on full display, his pink tongue peeking through. He smiled at me then, not one of the big ones I was so in love with, but a smaller, more contained smile. "I believe in you 100%, Mark. Always have, always will." "We got this," I said, pumping his hand again. I wanted to close this chapter in Liam's life, because then he'd be able to go on and focus on the next one, where he could regain control of his career and a sense of normalcy again. It would make more space for our relationship to grow, too. This conversation was lighting my fire again. It was lighting it and pouring a gallon of pure, combustible gasoline on it. By the time we got to Liam's building, both of us were ready for that bottle of cocoa or whatever Liam called it. We thanked the driver and got out, the big glass doors sliding open as we walked into the lobby of Liam's building. It was a little, bigger compared to mine. Who was I kidding? This place was like a museum compared to the lobby in my building, which had enough room to hold 3 annoyed tenants searching for mail in their tiny mailboxes before it got stuffy. Liam's lobby had 4 different lounge areas, an entire check-in desk like some kind of hotel, 2 security stations, and, to top it off, a small indoor garden with a waterfall that fell into a koi pond. It was extravagant, and Liam lived on top of it all. I followed him through the lobby, saying hi to the faces I recognized from coming here so often. Liam pushed the button to call the elevator. It was only us 2 waiting, so I couldn't help but reach out and sneak a squeeze. Liam jerked forward before realizing it was me pinching his butt and not some random stranger walking by. He smirked, his eyes locking with mine. Without saying a word, a fire was lit between us. The grab had just been a playful one, but now, suddenly, all I wanted to do was reach around and get a handful of his ass so I could pull him to me. "Is that a kiki?" I asked, nodding toward his butt, which Liam had plenty of. He was blessed with a bubble butt that looked good in whatever he was wearing, and better when he wasn't wearing anything. "My ass?" he said, craning his head to look around, grabbing his own butt. "No, honey, a kiki is a party. It's for calming your nerves and spilling some tea." I narrowed my eyes. "I still don't think I get it.
Aren't you supposed to be the detective?
Yeah, that doesn't mean I'm omniscient. I never said I wouldn't look into it. Liam cracked up at that. The sound of his laugh was intoxicating. I didn't need the champagne waiting for us to feel drunk. Being with Liam did the trick every time. The elevator arrived then, opening and letting out a crowd of residents. Liam knew a few who he nodded and smiled to as we got into the dim, mirrored elevator. Just us two. It was a well-maintained elevator, so the ride was going to be fast, but we still managed to gravitate toward each other like desperate magnets. Our hands locked together and my lips fell on his. This time I kissed him much harder than I had back in the theater. This time my tongue pushed into his mouth as I went for the full taste. This time I pushed my hips forward, rubbing myself on him, feeling how he was already getting hard for me. I took a breath, swallowing Liam's. The elevator doors dinged open. We stumbled out into Liam's foyer, already working to take off each other's clothes, my body hard and aching for his. I just wanted to be tangled in Liam for hours, days, years, lifetimes. Still kissing, still caressing, we made our way into the living room, both of us just in our briefs, both of us bulging out of those briefs, cockheads leaking and rubbing. I wanted to get lost in Liam the same way a fisherman gets lost in the deep sea. Surrounded with a profound sense of happiness, I'd always know the way back to shore through Liam's eyes alone, like he was my compass, the map traceable through the blinking night sky. We reached the couch where Liam grabbed me by the hips and pushed me back. I trusted he had good aim and bounced on the cushion moments later. He was grinning as he climbed onto me and straddled me, his hands coming up to my chest, stopping over my sensitive nipples. He knew how much I liked having my nipples played with. He licked his lips and came in for a kiss as he started to pinch and tweak and roll, shocks of pure pleasure snaking down from my chest right down to my already tight balls. I moaned into the kiss as Liam ground his ass down on my bulge, rubbing the head of his wet cock against my stomach in the process. "Get these off," I said, tugging on his black briefs, which looked like they were about to tear. Liam got up and pulled the briefs down, his thick, veiny cock springing free, the tip slick with pre-cum. I leaned in and licked it off, grabbing the base and aiming it up so I could go up and down, rubbing my wet lips on the bottom of Liam's shaft, licking and kissing and smiling up at the sexiest damn man alive. "Your turn," he said, looking down between my spread thighs. I grinned, sucking him into my mouth while I lifted my ass off the couch just enough to pull my briefs off. I kept looking up at Liam, who was clearly entranced by what he was seeing, and felt my hard dick slap against my belly, Liam's cock leaking onto my tongue. "Fuck," he said, his hands grabbing onto my head, his hips pushing forward and sinking more of his cock down my throat. He tasted so good, I couldn't get enough. And it wasn't just the taste of his pre-cum that was working to undo me. It was the sounds he made, the twitches that would run through his thighs, the way his balls felt in my palm, how his scent was all over and all-consuming and all I ever needed. I gave one more bob of my head and came up to stand, my hands on Liam's hips, our hard cocks batting it out for space between us. "Come, let's go to the bedroom," I said, unable to hold myself back from kissing him. Tonight, I knew I wanted to give myself to Liam in a way I never had before, in a way that I'd never given myself to anyone before.
29. Liam Wolfe. "I want you inside me," I said in a break from our kiss. We were both fully nude now and standing in my bedroom, the lights dimly lit, a couple of candles flickering on the dresser, filling the room up with the scent of eucalyptus. "No," Mark said, his voice commanding, almost surprising me. Seemed to surprise us both. He chuckled as we moved closer to the bed. "No, tonight, I want you to fuck me." That idea sent a throb through my already rock-solid cock. I hadn't topped Mark before, but damn did I want to. And hearing him say it, fuck, that almost had me blow my load right then and there.
I held back, thankfully. I said, reaching down and grabbing us both in my hand, pushing our sensitive cocks together. I'd love to. I stroked, holding us both, my knees shaking underneath me. I could feel Mark's cock leak pre-cum onto mine. I pushed my hips, pressing his leaking head up against my skin, kissing him and swallowing the moan he gave me. Good, he said, moving down from my lips and kissing my neck before sucking flesh between his teeth, lighting my entire body on fire. You'll be the first. The breaks were almost audible. I had no idea Mark had never bottomed before. With how good he was at sex, I had assumed he already tried it all. Really? Wow, I said. Mark looked up, and I could see his cheeks getting pink under the stubble. Yeah, he said. I brought it up a few times to Chris, my ex, but he was never interested. I arched a brow. God, I can't believe he let all this go. I kissed him. You're perfection, Mark. I want to have you every single way I possibly can. I let my hands glide over the length of Mark's body, from his powerful chest down his side, over the curves of his hips and back around to his firm ass. I held his cheeks in both my hands and squeezed before I spread, exposing Mark to the cool air. He licked his lips and kissed me, rubbing his cock on me, telling me just how badly he needed me without any more words needing to be said. I turned Mark around and pushed him down onto the bed. He bounced and moved back, giving me space to crawl on, my eyes pinned on his throbbing cock that pulsed in the air above his groin, a clear string of pre-cum attached to his pubes. I leaned down and licked, cleaning him, tasting him. I cupped his already tight balls in my hand and tugged, licking my way up his belly, grazing my teeth along his pebbled nipples, sucking each one into my mouth and rolling, relishing in the moans and twitches and grunts Mark would give. He had a hand on his cock and he was jerking, using his own pre-cum as lube. I was pushed with a need to be between those legs, to be buried inside him while he stroked that fat cock of his. I leaned over to the nightstand, pulled open the drawer, and grabbed the slippery bottle of lube. Thankfully, I managed to not drop it, this time, and squirted some onto my hand. I spread it on both our dicks, eliciting a hiss of pleasure from the both of us, before I put my slicked-up hand between Mark's thighs, my fingers pushing in and feeling his velvety soft entrance quiver against my touch. He moaned and ground his ass harder onto my hand, my fingers slipping in without any resistance. He needed me, and he needed me bad. Oh, fuck, Liam right there, baby. Oh, fuck. Mark threw his head back as I pushed my finger in past the first knuckle. He was so warm and soft, so open to me and my touch. We were connected on a level beyond the physical. I curled my finger upward and massaged where I thought Mark's prostate would be. I sent him to another dimension. His eyes rolled back, his hands balled up the sheets, and his mouth was open with his moan stuck in his throat. I continued to rub, watching his cock twitch and throb in the air. I knew if I so much as breathed on it, he'd blow, so I slowed it down. I went back to exploring him, teasing him with another finger, leaving his swollen P-spot for later. That's so good, Liam, he said, his voice winding my core even tighter. Please, Liam, fuck me. Be the first man inside me, Liam. I wasn't going to make him wait any longer. Hell, I didn't want to wait any longer. I spread lube along my shaft, rubbing over the sensitive head, getting it nice and slick for Mark. I looked down, lining up my cock with his hole. He had his legs up on the bed, so I bit the skin of his knee as the head of my cock pushed in. His eyes opened wider, and he said some words that didn't make much sense. It didn't matter. Our bodies were speaking a language as ancient as time. I pushed in a little farther, deeper, keeping an eye on his expression and making sure there wasn't any intense pain mixed in with the pleasure. I continued to go slow, sinking myself in inch by throbbing inch. The heat that enveloped me was almost overwhelming. I wanted more of it, all of it. When I thought he was ready, I rocked my hips forward hard, plunging in so that my balls pressed against the crack of his ass. He cried out and dropped his head back. He grabbed his hard cock, jutting up and needy for attention, and started jerking himself off while I slowly pulled back, making sure I didn't completely pull out of him.
God, Liam, that feels so good,
he said, his voice rough, a tone that drove me absolutely fucking wild with desire. I dropped down, my cock still plugging him up. My lips found his. We kissed. Soft and powerful. I had never felt such a level of connection with anyone. This was a heavenly way to spend the night, to spend a lifetime. I continued to slowly rock into him, taking every sensation in like it was a direct hit of dopamine.
Fuck me harder, Liam. Do it.
I gave him what he asked for. I started thrusting harder. I found a smooth rhythm and stuck with it, fucking him so that we both saw stars in our vision. Both our worlds were colliding for a finale that was sure to blow a hole through the universe. I was pounding into him, skin on skin, slapped and echoed in the room, our moans transformed, turned animalistic. Mark was yelling things I'd never heard him say before, his knuckles white as he clutched the sheets. My balls were close to emptying. I could feel it in the heat blooming from them, spreading through my thighs, my ass, my back. My entire body was catching fire. I was getting so close to coming, to giving Mark everything I fucking had.
Keep fucking me, Liam. Oh, fuck, baby, that, yes.
Mark's ass tightened around me as I thrust into him. I looked down and saw his pulsing cock spurt rope after rope of cum across his belly onto his chin, splattering on his chest. Mark's hands still holding on to the sheets. His eyes were shut tight and his mouth set in a perfect O as his orgasm rocked through him while I continued to fuck him, slow this time. I watched as I pushed my cock in deep, his own reacting by throbbing and shooting out another rope. I was literally fucking the cum out of him. I growled and licked some of it off his chin, swallowing the tasty load before going in for a kiss. I was going to burst. I felt it coming at me like a freight train. "Fuck, Mark, I'm going to come," I said, holding Mark's head in my hands as I kissed him, my toes already beginning to curl with the impending wave.
Do it inside me, baby.
He looked up at me with those magical eyes of his, and I completely unwound. I thrust one last time, burying myself deep inside him, pulling a throaty moan from the both of us, and I shot my load, an orgasm that literally took my breath away. I twitched and spasmed with every tidal wave that crashed onto me. Mark's hands were on my chest, which honestly might have been the only thing keeping me on this earth. That and the fact that I was still balls deep inside him, which also prevented me from floating up into a land of pure fucking bliss. I collapsed onto Mark's sweaty, cum-covered chest, catching my breath. I started to giggle, which caught to Mark, and we both began giggling like we'd both taken a puff off that giggle green. It evolved into a few full-on laughs. I kissed Mark, loving how he tasted, like sex and candy. I couldn't keep my lips off him, not now, not for the walk to the shower, not even during the shower, where I continued to kiss him like it was going out of style. His cheeks, his jawline, his shoulders, his neck, his chest. I kissed him all over, and I still wanted more. "I love you so much," I said, as we made our way back to bed, steam from my bathroom floating out into the room with us. Mark answered with a smiling kiss as we fell down onto the bed. We lay there, our open towels on the bed, our legs tangled together and our foreheads touching.
"I feel like Jell-O,"
Mark said, our lips meeting for another kiss. I almost passed out. Literally, I saw stars.
"That would have been something,"
he said, eyes twinkling and crinkling at the corners as he smiled.
"My ass basically KO'd you."
"Basically," I said, matching his smile. "I can't believe your ex never tried it, even though you asked, not even once. What a dumb bitch." Mark scoffed at that.
"Yeah, but in a way I'm kind of glad he didn't."
Another kiss.
"It was special, with you being the first."
One more kiss.
"The last."
And then I said in an overly dramatic voice, "The one who holds all the infinity stones." A moment of silence before we both started to crack up. "Sorry," I said. You just started sounding a little like the guy who narrates my movie trailers. Asshole, Mark said, squeezing my ass and kissing me with a smile on his face. He smelled like the vanilla and lavender soap we had just used. I'm glad too, I said, when our laughs simmered down to chuckles. I pulled him in, holding him even tighter against me, our naked, still damp bodies pressed together. I looked into those dual-colored eyes of his, and an inexpressible feeling came over me. The only thing that came close was, I love you, Mark. And that barely even scraped the surface. I fell in love with you years ago, and never fell out of it. So yes, I'm fucking glad you didn't share your first time bottoming with the human embodiment of a dumpster site. Mark scoffed at that. You're really going in, aren't you? He said, our lips brushing together, his breath caressing my face. I'm about to go in all right, I said, grinning, going in and sucking Mark's bottom lip between my teeth. He gave a little moan, just what I was looking for, and I let go, my love bite transforming into another kiss. Between us, our cocks were stiffening again, shifting and finding space against each other, heat beginning to radiate and pulse. There was a round two, in which Mark again took me like a pro. He went from never having bottomed before to wanting me inside him, hitting him at every angle. He was always rock hard while I was inside of him, too, which was so fucking hot to play with while I kept claiming his ass. He rode me like a drunk sorority girl latching onto a mechanical bull at their yearly social, looking for her future frat husband. That was Mark. He had me lying down so he could bounce on it. He wanted to be bent over the bed so I could take him while I was standing, holding him down. The reverse cowgirl was one of my favorites, letting me watch as I disappeared into Mark's tight hole. There was more, much more, and by the end of it, we were both fully spent. We didn't even bother with a full shower, just soaping up and washing off at the sink like two little birds, and then we were off to bed, collapsing onto the comforter in heaps. We chuckled and kissed and got in under the covers, our naked bodies fitting together like perfect puzzle pieces, two Legos who'd never let go. Wow, Mark said, his hands slowly gliding over my side, sending warm chills everywhere he touched. You've got a magic stick, you know that? Like the 50 Cent song? Exactly, Mark said. I didn't want to be too vulgar. Oh no? Weird, I said, grinning. You weren't worried about vulgarity 10 minutes ago when you were yelling for me to stuff you with my thick, juicy cock. Mark's eyes opened wide, his smile growing. I said that, didn't I? He laughed and kissed me, his lips tasting so damn sweet. You're that good, you get me talking like a porn star. It was hot, I said. I've never had such explosive sex before. I never even knew sex could feel that good. It's crazy. That's what good chemistry does, Mark said. The lights were still on in my bedroom, but only set to a quarter of their full brightness. Still enough light for Mark's eyes to glow under. This is more than chemistry, I said. This is some destiny shit, like full on. Fate had her fingers up in here and put two soulmates together again. I don't think it's just some simple, we like the same things on Netflix type of chemistry going on here. Mark nodded, his eyes locked on mine. I agree. This is something that feels meant to be. It does. I smiled wider and kissed him, until a series of vibrations from the top of the dresser caught our attention. That's my phone, Mark said. I think it's an email. Let me just check real quick. Yeah, of course, I said, kissing Mark again before he rolled out of bed, getting up butt-ass naked and looking like a fucking snack. His ass was so perky and bubbly, and he had those two little dips of muscle in his lower back that made my mouth water. He walked over to the dresser on the far side of the room by the window. Outside, it was a cloudy night sky with a half-crescent moon breaking through every now and then. Hey, Mark said, drawing my eyes up from his ass to his face. I never noticed this photo before. He was holding a frame, and he wouldn't have noticed it before because I only just put it up on the dresser. Before, it was hidden away in my closet, buried at the bottom of a big opaque plastic box, the blue lid holding down a bucket of memories, most all of them painful. I sat up in bed. Mark walked over and sat down next to me, still holding the golden frame. Inside it was a photo, slightly faded at the corners but still in good condition overall. 2 beaming young boys were standing in ankle-deep snow, each holding a brightly colored shovel, each bundled up in thick coats and pants. Behind them was an equally happy woman, her bright orange-blonde hair looking like a halo around the sun, framing one of the kindest faces I'd ever known. One of the boys looked remarkably like the woman behind them. The other was the owner of the most interesting pair of eyes in the world. Instantly, I felt my cheeks get wet. This was why I kept those photos hidden, because it felt like a stab in the heart, knowing it was a memory I couldn't share with one of the people in that photo, even though she was alive and breathing. Mark's hand fell on the nape of my neck, and he rubbed, knowing it was one of my favorite spots. I breathed and smiled, finding the happiness in that memory and holding on to that instead of focusing on the negative from the present. We built a snowman boy band that day. What was it called? I asked. 32 Degrees, how could you forget? Of course. The freezing point of water. I laughed at that. God, we were so smart. I think that one actually came from your mom's list of suggestions. Don't go taking her thunder. That's right, she did throw that one out there. I heard a sniffle. Liam, Mark said, his voice cracking for a brief moment. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. When the Alzheimer's was diagnosed, when you had to take care of her. I wish I could have taken care of you during that. It touched me, deep in my chest, past even my heart. I could hear the sincerity in his words, the pain in his declaration. I know, Mark, but you're here now, that's what matters. I want to visit her, if that's all right. She's really not... It was hard to even say out loud. Thankfully, Mark didn't need me to. That's okay, he said, even if it's just for a few minutes. My lip twitched, my heart full. I nodded. Okay, yeah, we can go this weekend. Good, Mark said. He got up and put the frame back on the dresser. He walked back, the moonlight breaking through at the perfect moment, casting a spotlight on his good form as he came back to bed, his muscles highlighted by dark shadows. He got back in bed, his phone now in hand. I settled in, getting ready to snuggle with Mark until we went to sleep. It was literally becoming a favorite pastime of mine, holding on to his big, muscular, warm form. It was paradise. And then when he'd hold me, shit, I think I liked that even better. Little spoon for life. Except tonight, there'd be no spooning. Holy shit, Mark said, sitting up. I followed suit, trying to look at whatever set him off. What? What happened? It's Gina. She found the photo. Holy shit. I almost grabbed the phone from his hand, but held back. What's it show? Mark said, fumbling with something on the phone. It's, shit, it's not downloading. Ah, I groaned, throwing off the sheets. I got off the bed and went to my closet, where I grabbed my laptop bag and brought it back to bed. I unzipped the bag and pulled out my MacBook, opening it and thanking the electricity gods that it still had charge. Forward it to my email. Mark got to forwarding. My heartbeat was pounding, my fingers were trembling. This was big. It had the potential of being the final nail in Johnny's coffin. The cops may have looked at it, but they clearly hadn't done shit with it. If we went over the photo with a fine-toothed comb and found something undoubtedly incriminating, then we could take it past the local police department, take it to someone who would do something. Hell, I'd go straight to the feds. They wouldn't be able to ignore the proof. I hoped. If that didn't work, Twitter would have a field day with it. Okay, send. A few moments later, the email popped up in my inbox. I opened it, following the link inside to another website where we could download the photo. Come on, I said, watching the rainbow wheel spin. For a bitch of a second, I thought the entire laptop was going to crash on us, but it pulled through, and the photo opened up on the screen. Just like that. Zero fanfare, zero effects. I half expected confetti and air horns to go off as the picture opened. The photo was taken quickly and had a slight blur effect to it, but it was still pretty clear what was in the photo. It was a beaten-up old laptop sitting on a table, and on the screen was what looked like a basic web browser, but not one I've ever seen before. And the website it was open to appeared to be a shopping cart of sorts. And sure enough, the one item that was just ordered was GHB,
the date rape drug. Whoever ordered it hadn't closed out of the website before they shut their laptop. There didn't seem to be any shipping or ordering information, though, just a banner that said, "Order placed." Immediately, Mark's sharp eyes noticed something I didn't, his finger flying toward the screen.
Look!
I followed his finger and saw what grabbed his attention. The keyboard was broken, particularly the I key. It was cracked. Someone had tried to tape it, but that wouldn't fix it.
The typos, Mark said, matching my thoughts. The typos in the suicide note and the anonymous emails all had to do with an I missing. They were both written on this laptop.
I could barely believe what was happening. Things were finally falling into focus. "But whose laptop is it?" I asked, the question pumping the brakes on any feelings of progress. "I don't think Johnny would own that beat-up piece of crap. He can say it was just some cheap thing Gina bought as a plant." I looked to Mark, whose eyes were scanning every millimeter of the photo.
There has to be something else.
He grabbed my laptop and lifted it up toward his face, looking even closer. I was beginning to feel frustrated. We could have been reaching the end of it all, except we still didn't have anything concrete at all. "Wait, duh," I said. "This thing has That's when Mark choked on a curse. "What?" I asked, trying to follow his gaze but not seeing anything except the broken laptop.
There,
he said, pointing to a corner of the picture.
What does that look like to you?
It was a section of the photo that showed a piece of whatever wallpaper was on the laptop from behind the browser window. I squinted, tilted my head, pursed my lips. I hit the combination of keys that would zoom in on the section of photo he was talking about. A moldy slice of avocado?" I said. Pretty positive no one had a wallpaper of rotting fruit, but who knew these days? It got a laugh out of Mark before his face set back into detective mode.
It's a fin. A sea turtle's fin, one with a white birthmark on the tip. And I know who took that photo. I know whose laptop this is, Liam.
Mark was already up and out of bed going for his clothes that had been folded and left on my dresser.
It's Diana, his assistant. She's behind it. She's been behind it this entire time. She took that photo on a scuba diving trip and has it tattooed on her leg. I saw it when I interviewed her.
It felt like the sky came crashing down on me. The moment of realization hit like a cement truck running at full speed. Holy shit! She killed his wives. She's a murderer. That girl's killed people. It was hard to wrap my head around it, especially since I'd already primed myself to believe it was Johnny. Wait, and that was when I realized something else. Why are you getting dressed right now? 30. Mark Masters.
This was it. This was exactly what I needed to shut this case. I had photographic evidence that could tie this all to a single person, and that was something the police couldn't ignore. Except maybe they could. That thought scared me, and it was one reason why I was pulling up my jeans. I wanted to get Diana on record saying she did it, and showing her the links might very well get her shaken enough to spill it all. But that wasn't the only reason why I was getting dressed. I think Mara might be in danger.
Sorry, what?
Liam was watching me from the bed, his eyes wide, his golden brown head of hair slightly messy but short enough to hide it. Diana told me Johnny wanted her to go over some lines with Mara, so they were going to have a sleepover thing at Johnny's place while he is out for a film. But the way she was talking about Mara, with what we know now, it makes me think she might do something to the girl before it even gets to the wife point. Liam was shaking his head. Shock was displayed clear on his face.
This is insane. You have to call the cops. Let them go.
If I try calling the NYPD right now, when they ask if it's an emergency and I say no, I'll be put on hold for an hour so that they can then say they'll check in the morning.
But this is an emergency,
which is why I'm going to go there and make sure everything is okay myself. If there isn't a gunshot or someone bleeding on the ground, the cops won't run over. Not here. I already had my shirt on and wasn't bothering with my socks. My shoes were at the front door. I came over to the bedside, grabbed Liam's head in my hands, and kissed his forehead. I held the kiss for a moment before moving down to his lips, quick and soft. I'll be back, okay?
Mark, I don't think this is a great idea,
he protested, but I was already halfway out of his room. I knew this was the right thing to do. Whether or not it was a great idea was still up for debate. There was just something in my bones that was telling me to go, to check up on the situation. I left Liam's penthouse, taking the elevator down to the lobby, and by then I had ordered my car to take me to Johnny's house. I knew the address from prior research and had staked it out a few nights, but never saw anything of note. It was a warm night, which was good, considering I was wearing a thin gray t-shirt that may actually have been Liam's, and barebacking a pair of jeans. The street outside of Liam's building was relatively busy for 11 at night. Then again, anywhere at any time in the city was relatively busy these days. I stood on the corner and waited for the black Corolla that was supposed to pick me up. Lily was the name displayed on my app. I spotted Lily 2 minutes later, waving her over as she pulled up to the corner.
Hi, Mark, right?
She asked as I got in, her voice not matching the ponytail-wearing facade. Yep, I said. I went to close the door but felt some resistance. For a second, I thought I had caught it on the street. I looked and was surprised when the door pulled away from me. Liam, I said as he slid into the seat, a smug smile on his handsome face, the face that could do no wrong except for sneaking along with me on a potentially dangerous case. Liam, you can't come. I'm not letting you go off and be stupid by yourself. Besides, what's the worst she can do? Throw some pills at us? She's a sniveling snake, but I don't think she can actually look someone in the eye and kill them. I feel safe going with you. I want to help. I was shaking my head. Something was telling me to refuse. An instinct was tugging at my gut, yelling at me. Tell him to get out. Don't come. You aren't doing this alone, he continued, pleading his case. Besides, I need to be there so I can direct your Oscar-winning biopic through an authentic lens. I want to be there when Diana realizes you got her. Don't let him convince you. Trust me. His eyes were glinting. I can defend myself if anything. You're better off with some backup if things actually do take a turn. Fine, I caved. But if I tell you to get out of there at any point, you need to listen to me. I had no idea what to expect. Ideally, I would have wanted Diana to admit she'd done it, see she had no way out, and agree to turn herself in. Clearly, that was in a world where everything went right and clouds were made of cotton candy and money fell out of the refrigerator every time you opened it. That world sounded real nice, but it wasn't the one we lived in. So I really had no idea what to expect. But Liam did have a point that two people were better than one in this situation. So, Lily said in her deep voice, can I go? Oh, right, yeah, go. We settled in for the ride, neither of us speaking up again until about halfway to Johnny's house. That was when Lily broke the silence. Hey, guys, you're both not going to murder anyone right now, right? We both looked at each other and broke out laughing, which might have actually been a murdery thing to do to a third-party observer. No, I said, not sure if she was joking or not. It's, The truth is messy, Liam said, cutting in. Tangled, it's a long story. GPS says we still got 30 minutes. We'd need longer than that, Liam said. Oh, shit, Lily said, jolting both of us upright. I looked out the windshield, but we were stopped at a red light, nothing in front of us that could have caused an outburst. Had we run over something? You're Liam Wolfe. I follow you on Twitter. I dropped my head back on the leather headrest. That was a much better alternative to what I thought happened. Yep, Liam answered, sounding unsure of where this was headed. That's me. God, Mr. Wolfe, sorry about all the crap you're going through. I don't believe any of it if it's worth anything. I looked to Liam, whose face was being highlighted by the passing streetlights as we drove. He smiled, genuinely. Thanks for that. It does mean a lot. Oh, and can I just say, your movies Jewel on Demand and Mint, those are constantly on my list of top 5 films ever, and I watch a lot. You'd think the top 5 would change. Nope. Yours stay up there. Lily put a hand up to the roof of her car, demonstrating just how high his films went. She had a rainbow wristband that caught my eye, not only because of the bright colors, but because of the unicorn faces smiling across the band. It was difficult, seeing imagery that reminded me of Colin, of the monster that was still out there. How twisted was that? I couldn't even look at cute little unicorns without thinking of death and despair. I looked out my window, focusing instead on the storefronts we were driving past. It was Saks Fifth Avenue, so all the most expensive brands had their front windows decked out and glamorous, with all kinds of different art installations and ways to catch people's eyes. It was the perfect way to distract myself from the brief moment of dread that had loomed over me. Liam talked to Lily for the rest of the drive, giving her some behind-the-scenes details on her 2 favorite movies. Time went by fast, which was good, since Johnny's estate was a ways out of the city. I ended up getting wrapped up in Liam's conversation with Lily. It was all really interesting, and had me wanting to shadow Liam for a few days while he directed a film just to see him in his element. When all this was over, I'd for sure do it. I could spend a day on set, then arrange for a nice dinner somewhere fancy where he could unwind with a nice glass of wine, and then we'd go home and get lost in the bedsheets. The car came to a stop when the GPS on her phone dinged that they'd arrived. "And we're here. This a good place to drop you off?" But first, there was something else we had to do before we hit those sheets. "Yes, perfect, thank you." "Thank you, guys." Lily put an arm on her seat and leaned back so she could see us. "And, seriously, if you're going to kill someone tonight, just don't say I was your Uber driver, okay?" We cracked up at that, the laughs in my chest originating as much from nerves as from thinking it was a funny joke. Normally I didn't feel nervous, especially when I had things so airtight, but there was something different about tonight, a variable I never accounted for. Liam Wolfe, the man I was in absolute love with and the man who I would be completely destroyed by if something happened to him. I already lost someone dearly important to me. I don't think I would be able to handle another. I was about to close the door when I heard a sudden, "Wait!" It was Lily. I kept the door opened and popped my head in. She was looking at me, her eyes wide, almost apologetic. "I'm so sorry." She put her phone up. "But can I get a picture with Liam?" "Oh, yeah, of course," I said. Liam, smiling, walked over to the driver's side of the car where Lily had stepped out. I went over and took their picture. We said another goodbye, and this time Lily left to go find another fare, leaving us behind on an empty, quiet street with not much light and the chorus of cicadas in the air. Johnny lived in a huge plot of land right on the border of the Tibbetts Brook Park, a heavily wooded area that stretched out for miles. It was a place where families went for hiking and camping trips that weren't a flight away from the city. It also had a mini water park and a golf course along with a beautiful lake and a sports center. Lily dropped us off at the entrance to Johnny's estate, which was marked by a huge golden iron fence. 2 massive oak doors stayed shut, barring our way. There were a couple of streetlights nearby, but most of the light came from 2 electric lanterns lit up on either side of the doors. There was an intercom system to talk with whoever was home, but I didn't exactly want to give Diana a long lead time between knowing I was here and actually facing me. There was also the chance that she wouldn't even answer the intercom, leaving us stranded outside. Liam walked up to the display, looking around the box. "I'm not even sure how we use this thing. It doesn't have a director—" "Mark!" Liam said my name in a loud whisper. He hadn't noticed me reaching up at the lowest part of the fence where there was a dip in the wave-like pattern. I hoisted myself up using my upper body before I lifted a leg and put my foot on the dip as well. "Mark! Holy shit, I didn't realize we'd be trespassing. Do you want to call the neighborhood watch personally while you're at it?" I whispered back, already on the other side of the fence. I looked down at the pale bricks underneath me and let go, dropping down, making sure my knees stayed loose and fluid to avoid any injury. I couldn't see Liam anymore, but I could hear the whispers. "Okay, this is crazy." "You didn't have to come." "I said it's crazy. I didn't say I didn't want to do it." "Well, it sounds like you don't want to do it. That's fine, go home, I'll order you an Uber." Liam appeared seconds later on the other side of the fence, falling down to the floor in a much less graceful fashion. He got up onto his feet and brushed the dirt off his palms on his jeans. He was wearing a black shirt and black jeans, which was actually pretty perfect, considering the current situation. "You're not ordering anything." I smiled, matching Liam's. For a moment, I let everything slip away, and I pushed in for a kiss. It was a fast one, but it was one of the sweetest. I held him tight for a quick moment, relishing his body heat, happy that he was with me, that he was mine. I could have been happier if he were at home doing literally anything else than this. but I guess you couldn't always get everything. "Okay," I said, still whispering. I looked up the driveway, which curved a few times through a path of tall trees, their rustling in the night wind sounding like a chorus of whispers falling on us. "Let's see if there's anything we can use as evidence before we make ourselves known."
"Oh, shit!"
Liam whispered excitedly.
"This is my first stakeout."
I smiled, kissed him again real quick, and got back to explaining. "Stay in the shadows, keep all your senses sharp, and if you see anything at all that you think might help, take a picture. Photographic evidence is a must."
"What are you expecting?"
"No idea, honestly. Probably nothing, but just to be safe, I'd want to do some surveillance before we announce ourselves."
Right, good idea."
"Let's do this," I said, starting my way up the path, then moving to the side and making a path through the trees so we stayed concealed. Liam stuck close behind me, mimicking my steps almost exactly, neither of us saying a word. I could sense he was nervous, through the quick touches he'd give my back and the way he was tugging on his earlobe whenever I glanced back to check on him. Adrenaline was eating away at my nerves like a frat guy tearing through a six-pack of Natty Light. This was the best part of my job, and it always filled me with a thrill that was incomparable. And Liam was right. What was the worst that could happen? Diana was going to open the door and see us standing there, and she'd know the gig was up. We turned a corner through the trees and saw the front of the house for the first time. Mansion was a better word for it. It looked like something out of a history textbook, like some kind of head of state would live there, with grand pillars and massive windows giving the facade a deceivingly open and welcoming aura. There were perfectly trimmed hedges surrounding the front patio, where a few white swinging benches sat. There was a light on in the second floor from what appeared to be a bedroom, although I couldn't be sure with the angle we were at. There were 2 cars parked at the front, both of them old and beat up, neither of them seemingly belonging to Johnny. So, Diana and Mara were here then. I motioned toward the left. There was a small stone path through the trees that we could use to get around the house without having to go through the open. I wanted to make a full circle before we knocked on the door. Liam started down the path, quiet as a mouse. He was actually doing really well, considering this was his first stakeout, as he so excitedly realized earlier. I started after him. Then I made a mistake. I was so busy looking at Liam being a professional sleuth that I didn't see the upturned rock resting at my feet, just waiting to complete its life goal of tripping me up. And sure enough, I was tripped. I went flying to the ground, catching myself with my hands, but the damage was done. I wasn't a cat, okay? My fall wasn't graceful, and the noise of my struggle seemed to echo around the entire property. For a loaded moment, I stayed on the ground, looking down at the dirt and the smooth rock path, hoping no one else heard that. Liam was also similarly stone still, neither of us making another sound. The silence was shattered by 3 loud barks. 4, 5, 8 barks, all louder, all getting closer and closer. 31. Liam Wolfe. I'm a dog person. I've been one my entire life. Love them. Give me a big cuddle puddle filled with my canine friends, and I'll have the best goddamn day ever. Dogs really were man's best friend. But there was something about the sound of anonymous, snarling barks ripping through the darkness that made me suddenly consider becoming a cat person. Mark shot to his feet. My feet were frozen, as if quick-drying cement had just been poured inside and around them. My hands were moving, though, if you consider shaking like a broken vibrator movement. Mark grabbed them and looked at me. The barks were louder now, getting so much closer. "We can't outrun them," I said. Or was that Mark yelling over the barks? I couldn't really tell. Fear was frying my brain. "Get behind me, Liam!" I was shoved behind Mark, and I protested, some kind of sound coming out of my mouth, but that didn't do much. The barking was practically on us now. My forehead was beaded with sweat. I could practically taste the fear at the back of my throat. It was too late to run. It had been too late the moment we heard the barks, and running would have only made them want to chase us down and tear us apart even more. Besides, I wasn't even sure I could run. "We have to scare them off. Be bigger than them." Mark's voice was steady, surprising me. In fact, he was a solid column of muscle right now, not a tremble anywhere, unlike me, who felt like a newborn fawn. My jaw was trembling, my teeth clattering. They sounded loud in my skull, although I doubted they were louder than the barks. And then the first dog broke through the line of trees, leaping, paws outstretched. I shrieked. I'm not going to deny that. I shrieked like a little girl finding a roach in her Hello Kitty pencil case. It was shrill and loud and made me leap backward, grabbing Mark instinctively by the elbows and pulling him back with me. This may have been a mistake, since it sent us both down to the floor. We were on their level now. There wasn't much we could do from here. I had royally fucked up, and now Mark was going to suffer too. I tried to roll so that I was on top of Mark. I wanted them to take me first. Maybe I'd taste so good they'd get distracted and give enough time for Mark to run. That's when I felt it. It was long and wet and slapped right up against my cheek. Then another one on the other side of my head. A huge weight jumped on top of me and pushed me down harder onto Mark. I looked up at him, shielding my head, unable to believe what was happening. Instead of being mauled by a pack of rabid guard dogs, we were being licked to death. Okay, whoa there, Fido. I swatted the more persistent ones away and got up onto my feet, helping Mark get up. Surrounding us wasn't the pack of Rottweilers I was expecting. Instead, there was a group of 5 smiling golden retrievers looking for some kind of treat. I'm assuming you don't carry around a bag of dog treats, do you? I asked, catching my breath. I'm going to start now. Mark was petting one of the dogs, the matriarch by the looks of her. Her golden mane was faded with age, especially around her eyes where the fur had gone a stark white. It was dark out, but there was enough light from the front porch to see that none of the dogs were going to do us any harm. If Johnny had them as guard dogs, he was going to need to rethink more than just his choices regarding assistance. Okay, let's go.
Hello?
It was a voice, and it came from the front entrance.
Who's there?
It was Diana. Mark and I both looked at each other, her voice almost as scary to me as the barks. One of the Goldens perked up and looked her way. I thought she was going to keep quiet, but she went full lassie and started barking and running toward Diana as if showing her exactly where the intruders were. Let's go, Mark said, starting to walk toward Diana. My heart, still racing from the fear of facing death minutes earlier, only beat faster. I followed Mark down the stone path and through the trees, walking out into the open, paved area in front of Johnny's mansion. Diana stood like a speck of dust framed by the huge doors marking the entrance, some light from inside shining behind her and outlining her shape. Diana, Mark said, his voice deep and commanding. Thank God he was the one doing the talking, because my vocal cords were so tight with nerves that I would have sounded like I had a helium balloon permanently stuck in my throat. Diana, we're here to—
Oh, thank God, help! I need your help!
She ran out of the doorway and straight for us. She was wearing a t-shirt with some faded superhero on the front, and her feet were bare, her hair a mess. The black shorts she had on were frayed at the edges. The dogs surrounded her, but she didn't pay them much attention. Her focus was pinned on Mark now, and her energy was frantic.
Hurry! You have to help!
She said, almost in tears. She grabbed Mark's hand and started pulling him toward the house.
She did 1 line of coke and just collapsed.
Mark took his hand from Diana and looked to me. Stay here. With the air buds? No, you might need my help more than them. I started toward him. Besides, I was never good at basketball. Mark shook his head and turned to follow Diana into the house. I wasn't far behind. We walked in through the wide double doors and entered a dark foyer with a vaulted ceiling that made it feel as if we were walking into a cave, minus the bats and stalagmites. When did Johnny get those dogs? Mark asked as we walked. He was no doubt shocked he hadn't known about them from before.
He had them with his parents for months while he was working,
Diana answered, her tone panicked. We hurried through the shadow-filled room and went into a hallway, all of my senses on high alert, the only source of light coming from one of the rooms at the far end. Diana was almost in a run as she led us toward the light, but there was no way I was letting her out of my sight. There was something very wrong here, and I knew Diana was the center of it. A few of the Goldens followed us into the house, their claws clicking on the hardwood floor behind me. As we walked through the long, dark, endless hallway, I noticed there weren't any personal photos hung up on the wall. It was all framed awards for different films Johnny had worked on, but nothing else.
Here,
Diana said, turning the corner into the room spewing out light.
She's in here. We walked into a small dining room. It was clear this wasn't the main dining room since the table was big enough for about 4 people, but it was still decked out with a chandelier that was throwing fractured light all around the room. There were 2 plates set out with crackers and cheese on the center of a big wooden block, a long sharp knife resting next to it. A large window looked out to a very well-maintained backyard. I could see a tennis court at the far back of the property, the tall floodlights left on for some reason. By the window, I noticed the crumpled figure on the floor. "We had come in here to chill, and she pulled out drugs." Diana went over to crouch next to the unmoving shape. "I didn't want to do any of it. She said she rehearses better on coke. Fine, I let her, and then she just started seizing." I stood to the side as Mark snapped into rescue mode. He went down to the ground and unraveled the twined-up girl. It was definitely Mara. Her face was a sickly blue, and her hair was matted around her mouth where she had spit up. Her eyes were shut, and her breathing was ragged, but she was breathing, and that was a good sign. I knew time was running out, though. I pulled out my phone and went to dial 911. "What are you doing?" Diana asked, her attention snapping to me. "Calling for help," I said, putting the phone to my ear. "I already called," she said. "They're on their way." "Good," I said. "Then maybe a second call can get them to hurry up." "Don't," Diana said. She reached for my phone, but I jumped back. Mark looked up from his charge, noticing the sudden outburst. For a moment, the chaos of seeing Mara's overdose almost had me forgetting the reason we were here in the first place.
"You didn't call for help, did you?"
Mark asked, looking up at Diana with something like contempt in those dual-colored eyes of his. I'd never seen that look before. She looked from Mark to me. The 911 operator picked up then. I gave her the information while Diana started walking backward. "She overdosed. I had nothing to do with it. She's a sick drug addict. Of course I called someone to help her." Her eyes were wide. "Why are you two even here? I need to call the police on you." Just then, Mara started to sputter. Mark held her head up in his lap, making sure her airway was clear. I kept my eye on Diana, who was almost at the far end of the room. She was watching Mara, her hands squeezing the other so that they were pale white. The call with the dispatcher disconnected, but they had already confirmed help was on the way. Mara was coughing, clearly weak. There was a glass of water on the table. I grabbed it and brought it to her, tilting it slightly so she could wet her lips. Her eyes were having trouble focusing, but she was coming back to us, and that was important. "She did this." Mara was looking in Diana's general direction. "Whatever she gave me, laced." Her eyes fluttered shut again as consciousness escaped her. "Bullshit! She's lying!" Diana's face was turning beet red. "I'd never do that!" Mark lay Mara gently down on the ground, making sure she was on her side, and stood up, shielding her. I stood next to him, shoulder to shoulder in the small dining room.
"Diana, we have proof that you'd do anything if it meant getting Johnny to yourself."
She stuttered, her brain frantically trying to put together sentences. No, what? That's crazy. What are you talking about? She needs help."
You ordered the drugs used to kill Johnny's ex-wives and framed them both as suicides.
Diana's face went paper white before flushing a deep red. It was like watching a chameleon changing colors right there in front of us. It was just as cold-blooded, too. "She was next," she started saying, her eyes looking at us but not really focusing anymore. "I saw Johnny playing favorites with her after she came back. I wanted to end it before it started. A third suicide would have been way too suspect, but an overdose would be perfect."
"You gave Mara the laced drugs?"
Mark asked. God, I had to give it to him for keeping his cool. His voice was measured and his demeanor was controlled. I barely noticed when he slipped his hand in his pocket and pressed the side button, activating the recorder. "I did," she said. "Johnny took me in when I was kicked out and left homeless by my parents, all because I had an addiction I couldn't control. Johnny took me, he gave me a job, a roof over my head, he gave me love, support. But he could never settle with me." She was shaking her head, holding herself. I was in shock, watching her unravel right there, feet in front of us. "I couldn't take it. Seeing him with his wives, I could handle girlfriends, well, I thought I could. But his wives, it was just too much. You have to understand, it was too much." She was openly crying without sounding like she was crying. It was one of the most unsettling things in the world. And then I thought maybe if I prove I'm loyal, the most loyal person in his life, he could see what I am. I wrote the email with all those lies about you, Liam. Another confession. And wow, did it feel good getting it confirmed. And that soundbite would be all I needed to clear my name. There'd be no doubt now. I did it because I knew how much he disliked you, how he hated working with you, she continued. And wow, was Johnny happy with what I did.
So, he was in on it?
Mark asked, an edge of anger sneaking into his words. He was. Not in on me Xing his wives, I don't think, at least. Either way, he was so proud of me with that letter idea, and then, again, when he asked me to break into your apartment, Mark, I did it without question. He wanted me to find out what your deal was after that interview. But damn it, someone saw me. I ran. And Johnny was still so proud. Not proud enough to date you, huh? It was me. I spat out a ball of acid, one I'd been holding down but just couldn't anymore. Her face snapped. The tears stopped and her lips twisted. Fuck you! We dated. We've been intimate. He's shared me with his partners. It's just one last step I need him to take with me, that's all. Her pupils were blown. I wondered if she had done some of the drugs she'd ordered before she laced them.
Diana,
Mark said, putting his hands up.
I think you can understand it's over. There's no getting out of this.
She was shaking her head, her eyes darting all around the floor, as if she were searching her thoughts for a plausible excuse or looking for a trap door to escape through. That would be all I needed, for her to pull a Houdini and vanish in a puff of smoke. Then I noticed her jumpy gaze settled on something. I followed it. My muscles tensed. We were all looking at the glinting knife sitting next to the cutting board. A massive, sharp, smooth-as-butter knife with a blade as big as my fist. There wasn't any time left. Mark exploded into action first, lunging past me for the hilt of the blade. His fingers glided across the wooden base before it was snatched away. Diana was closer, faster. Her hand closed around the blade and pulled it from Mark's grasp. When she let go, the damage was clear, a thick ribbon of crimson spreading from her palm, dripping down to the floor. She swapped hands so that she held the knife in her clean hand. The deep wound on the other didn't seem to be fazing her much.
Diana, don't do anything you'll regret,
Mark said. I swallowed, but it got stuck in my throat. My tongue was sandpaper dry, sticking to the roof of my mouth. And that's when Diana did something we would all regret. A cornered dog is what she was, and what does a cornered dog do when baring her teeth and growling aren't enough? They lunge. She lunged. Time stopped. I could make it all out so clearly, every tiny little detail, from the tag of Diana's shirt which was peeking out from under the hem, to the splotches of blood that flew from the blade with the momentum Diana used to thrust forward. I saw something else, too. I saw the blade plunging straight down and tearing right through Mark's chest, slicing into his heart and ending it all, destroying my world and everything in its orbit. I saw that happening in my mind, and I sure as fuck wasn't going to watch it happen in real life. I moved faster than I had ever moved in my life, with a strength I was never aware I had. I gripped Mark, my fingers digging into his arm and whatever else I could grab, hard, and pushed, shoving him to the side seconds before my vision became a reality. This move had a curious side effect, one I hadn't foreseen. In fact, I felt it first before I really saw it. It was a sharp, icy cold feeling, like an icicle had just punctured through my skin, just down and across from my shoulder bone, that quickly morphed into a lava-type heat that spread out and around and through. I cried out as the icicle dug an inch deeper before it was yanked out. My vision clouded with black stars, the edges looking as if someone was setting fire to the film reel in my brain. I stumbled back, tripped, then fell onto the floor. Diana was coming back toward me, knife raised, face twisted and bent on ending things. Once and for all, she was going to finish it. Mark's body slammed into her side as he launched up from the ground. She let out a yelp and fell hard on the table, so hard the wood splintered where her body hit. From the floor, I couldn't see her head smack against the table, but I could sure hear it.
Mark got up, and she didn't.
"He's knocked out,"
Mark said, hurrying down to my side.
"Shit, Liam, shit. You're gonna be okay, all right? It's just a scratch. You're okay."
Mark's calm demeanor was cracking. We both knew damn well this was no scratch. He was tearing off his shirt and wrapping it up so he could tie it around my shoulder. I glanced down, fighting the stars in my vision away. All I saw was my shoulder soaked in red, and I had to look away. "One hell of a scratch, huh?"
"I told you to stay home,"
Mark said. I could see through my fading vision that his eyes were wet. That got me scared for the first time, which was odd. I wasn't really scared when my muscles and tendons were being split apart, but now, looking into Mark's eyes, seeing what I could lose if I let go and dropped into the darkness. "No, no, 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 no." There was panic in my voice. "Shh, shh," Mark said. And then he did a remarkable thing. He kissed my forehead. Now, that obviously isn't so remarkable when taken by itself, but what was remarkable was the effect the kiss had on me. It wiped away all the fear. Not the pain, which was slowly getting worse and worse as the adrenaline started to wear off, but the fear was vanquished. Mark was here. He had always been, and he wasn't going to let anything happen. We finally made it through all the bullshit, and we were on the greener pastures now. I just had to survive this shit so we could enjoy it.
"Hear that?"
Mark said, and I did. Sirens.
"Help is on its way."
Mark was applying pressure to the wound now with the shirt. I ground my teeth against the pain and closed my eyes, opening them instantly when I found Mark's blue and brown eyes to be much more comforting than the dark behind my eyelids. "You gave the Uber driver a good tip, right?" Mark looked down at me, a little astonished, and laughed, kissing me again, easing me again.
"Yes, of course."
And then, "What in the actual fuck?" Even in my shocked, blood-losing state, I recognized that voice and cringed. Johnny was home early. "What the fuck?" He was standing in front of us now, looking down at the mess of bodies in his third dining room. "Are you kidding me? I come home expecting to get a threesome and this? What the fuck?" I was leaning against the wall. I couldn't stand, not without help, but Mark could stand, and he did. He stood and met Johnny right in the eye. Johnny looked like an overfed lab rat, bursting out of his white button-up shirt and tacky light blue slacks, his eyes beady and wide and looking up at Mark even though I knew he wanted to look away. I hissed as another wave of searing hot pain shot through my nerves, originating at my shoulder and radiating out down to my goddamn toes. Johnny finally broke eye contact. He looked down at me and seemed to find a more appealing target. "And why the fuck is there a gay man bleeding on my fucking newly cleaned floors? If I catch something from this, I swear—" I saw Mark's fist balling up, but I somehow missed the actual punch. I did see Johnny's head spin to the side, a gob of blood and a handful of teeth flying out and falling onto the table like some kind of after-dinner treat. Johnny slumped down to the floor, his eyes rolling back in his head, his hand holding his bloody mouth. Stunned and... shit, that hurt. Mark must have seen my face twist before I could hide the pain. He ducked back to my side, his hand coming to mine. It was only a few moments later, and the people we actually wanted to walk through that door walked through that door. A smiley and reassuring EMT guy helped me get into an ambulance where they allowed Mark to hop in and ride with to the hospital. He held my hand the entire time. We talked to the EMTs who were giving us date ideas for after it was all over. It helped me forget that there was an oxygen mask strapped to my face and an open, bleeding wound in my shoulder. But even if we had all been deathly quiet on the way to the hospital, so long as Mark's hand was in mine, I'd be fine. Even as kids, Mark had had that effect on me. He'd calm me with a glancing touch or a powerful look. Except back then we were always too scared to explore it in any real depth. It was a shame, a fear. With time, though, we fought the fear, pushed it away, and revealed the light underneath. Together, we were strong enough to put an end to that fear once and for all. In the end, there was no fear, only happiness. Pure, uncomplicated happiness.
The kind of happiness children hold on to for as long as possible before they lose it to adulthood. I was just lucky enough to find it again. Epilogue. 3 months later. Mark. The air in the room was electric. There was a buzz I couldn't quite place, and the energy was clearly contagious. We were inside of beautiful open-air space dedicated to Griffin Banks's big gallery grand opening. He had put together a series of photographs he was revealing tonight to a close group of friends and relatives, along with some press people and celebrity faces I recognized, but was too scared to say anything to. Liam had invited me to his friend's opening, and I, of course, said yes. Not only because Griffin had become a close friend of mine as well, and so I wanted to support him, but also because I just couldn't get enough time with Liam. Over the past months together, we had spent every minute we could together, and every minute was better than the last, which I didn't even think was possible. But somehow Liam kept proving me wrong. We were always laughing and chatting and joking and just having a good time. We were so clearly compatible, it didn't take me long to start leaving my toothbrush in Liam's place, which led to my clothes, and then ultimately the rest of my belongings. And we didn't regret it for a second. Living with Liam was everything I expected and more. We worked like a well-oiled machine, even though there were a few growing pains to get through at first. Liam's tendency to leave the bathroom soaking wet after just brushing his teeth was something I had to sort out quick, and he would point out things that bothered him about me, and we would both adapt. That's what made us great. We made each other better. We built each other up to the nth degree. "Mark!" I heard a familiar voice behind me. I turned, seeing Zane smiling, hand in hand with an equally beaming Enzo. "Ciao," Enzo said, his eyes beaming as bright as his smile. They were definitely a handsome pairing, with Zane's dark 5 o'clock shadow complementing Enzo's freshly shaven, well-sculpted face. A literal yin and yang. Zane looked sharp in a navy sports jacket and a white shirt with a pair of gray jeans that made his brown wingtips pop. Enzo dressed just as smart, with a thin striped button-up open at the collar, with a pair of black slacks held up by a Prada belt. They both walked with a clear confidence and easily commanded the room. There was also zero question in anyone's mind that those two wouldn't do absolutely anything for each other. "Hey, guys," I said, a little surprised to see them. Then I remembered Enzo was Griffin's attorney and close friend, I guessed. "Liam invited us," Zane said, surprising me again. "Oh, great. Yeah, this is really exciting, huh?" We were standing in a big white room with the framed photos hanging all around us, except none of them were visible just yet. They were all covered by thick black curtains that rippled whenever someone would walk by, trying to get a peek through the corners, no doubt, but finding nothing. There was only one photo we could all see, and that was on a pedestal in the center of the room. The frame was a simple tan wood, but the photo inside was anything but simple. It was a black and white shot of a lithe male body, nude, but angled so that none of the private bits were shown, and then, the more you stared at the photo, the more details would appear. The wallpaper behind the man appeared to be a pattern of penises linked together, and the stool the model was leaning on was actually a cardboard cutout, printed and placed to look like a three-dimensional stool. "Griffin's been talking about this for years," Enzo said, his Italian accent cutting in and coloring his words. "I'm glad he's finally gotten around to doing it." I looked to Zane, who was looking much more rested compared to how he looked earlier in the week. I knew he'd been working non-stop, and it showed. But I also knew Zane was getting the closest anyone had ever gotten to naming the unicorn, and that gave me some hope. "What's up, you guys?" The voice was excited and also familiar. I turned to see Andrew, his face beaming, his hair freshly cut. He looked good in a bright, multicolored, billowy shirt, buttons left open, his black pants tight around his legs. Next to him was Leo, clipping his sunglasses to the collar of his green shirt. Behind him stood Wanda, still wearing what she was wearing today at the office. She also must have been working hard on a case. "Hey, guys," I said. "Leo, I didn't realize you knew Griffin." "Oh, I don't, not really." He shook his head, smiling. "Liam invited us." "What? Why is Liam taking over the guest list for Griffin's event?" I asked, but no one answered. Andrew just shrugged, and they broke off into conversations. I looked around.
the big open space feeling more and more packed. Liam had told me he was helping Griffin set something up, but didn't really elaborate much on that, and then disappeared. He'd been gone for the last 30 minutes. As I was scanning the crowd, another familiar face swam out and toward me. It was Alex, Griffin's partner. He looked like a proud dad, smile reaching from ear to ear. I'd been working with him at Stonewall for years and couldn't recall ever seeing him smile this big. It was nice to see. He came over my way and clapped me on my shoulder. "Mark, excited for the big reveal?" He motioned toward the covered photos hanging on the wall. "Hell yeah," I said. "Tell me the truth, do you know what's under the curtains?" Alex zipped his lips and threw away the key. "You'd have my head on a stick if I told." "Okay, fine, you don't have to tell me." I arched a brow. "But do you want to maybe say it to yourself and I'll just innocently overhear?" Alex laughed at that. "Is that how you try to get sensitive information when you're working a case?" Hey, I said, putting my hands up. "I'm not going to give you all my trade secrets." We both laughed as the lights around the space started to dim. Since there wasn't a ceiling above us, we could look up and see the orange-purple splash of a setting sun on the sky. The conversations started to simmer down until finally everyone was quiet. Somehow we all figured out to face a door that was next to a row of the biggest covered frames. There were 5 photos hidden from us as we waited. The door opened, and out walked Griffin to a round of roaring applause. He waved and smiled and dropped his head as the cheers washed over him. He slipped his hands into the pockets of his tailored white pants. I thought he was about to say something, but then someone walked out behind him. Liam was standing next to him as the crowd's applause continued. I noticed his cheeks were pink, and he looked a little flushed. Nothing other people would notice, but I knew Liam like the back, and front, for that matter, of my hand. He gave a few tugs of his earlobe, another tell that his nerves were racked up. He was looking like the star of the show, though, in a designer graphic t-shirt and pants that were made specifically for his body. His hair was short on the sides and slightly tousled on the top, his eyes glittering, his smile breathtaking. And he was all mine. That was the absolute best part of it all.
Thank you all so much for being here,
Griffin said. He was mic'd, so his voice projected through expertly hidden speakers around the space.
I honestly can't believe this moment is here. It's something I dreamed about since I was a kid, running around the city with my dad and a camera.
A tangle of emotion in his voice.
He's not here with us, but I do know he's looking down watching us. Tonight's for you, Dad.
Griffin looked up at the sky, a heavy moment falling on the entire crowd.
Tonight's special for a couple of different reasons,
Griffin said, his hand coming up to wipe at his cheek.
I've got one of my closest friends here.
He put an arm on Liam and moved him forward a bit.
And I've also got a confession to make.
There was a little murmur that ran through the crowd. Griffin looked to the 5 covered frames hanging to his right.
So, these photos here, they actually weren't shot by me.
Griffin looked out to the crowd.
I know, you can all gasp for dramatic effect now.
A gasp-laugh hybrid sound rose up from the crowd.
Thank you,
Griffin said.
I do love the drama.
He clapped his hands.
But no, seriously, these shots here were taken by my good friend Liam.
Griffin's eyes landed on mine then. I was standing pretty much front and center to the photos which I had no idea Liam had a part in. I looked to him, but he wasn't meeting my gaze. I knew he could see me, but he still wouldn't look at me. Wow. I have no idea what's going on.
Liam. My heart felt like it was beating in my throat. I never got stage fright. I was always unnatural when the spotlight was turned to me. I could handle myself in front of a camera as well as behind it. Something about performing always felt so natural to me. But now, right now, I was feeling like a 6th grader at their first ever school play who was playing the lead cornhusk or whatever the fuck kids do in plays nowadays, and I was ready to throw up all over the front row. Which would have been very unfortunate, seeing as how the love of my life was standing right there, staring at me with a what the fuck is going on face. It was so damn cute. He looked good. Dreamy. It made me even more nervous. I had to look away. If I kept looking at his perfectly groomed face and his hypnotizing eyes, I would have just melted right there. And then there was the way his chest filled up the navy-collared shirt he was wearing. It looked like some kind of art piece on him for some reason. He was just perfect. I had to look away. I let my eyes drift around the rest of the crowd. Lucy was there, looking only slightly different than her normally flower-covered self, smiling so that her warm eyes were crinkling in the corners. That reminded me she had catered the dessert for the evening, and my sweet tooth rang out. I spotted Mark's co-workers in the crowd, who I had made sure to invite, along with Mara, who was looking radiant in a yellow dress, her hair done in fresh curls that perfectly framed her bright face. She was doing so well, and I was really happy to see her there. She was standing with the rest of the cast of Bloom, the movie I had been hired to direct and one in which she was cast as one of the leads. It was a huge project, and I was crazy excited to see it come to life. I was also happy to see Mara thriving. We'd both been through an experience that shook us, to say the least, so it felt really good to help her out when the opportunity for the role opened up. There was one person I wish could have been there, but my sweet mother passed 2 months ago. She had gotten to see Mark before she passed, and that was a moment that moved me so profoundly, seeing Mark hold her frail hand in his. She looked at him, and for a glimmer of a moment, I thought I could see something like recognition. A smile flickered on her face, and one bloomed wide on Mark's. It was beautiful, and something I would never forget. Tonight, I had her memory held tight, the leather bracelet she gave me on my wrist, her message always close to me. "So," Griffin said, clapping his hands and stepping aside, "I think you should take it from here, Liam." Was I going to throw up? Was that what was happening? No, I took a few deep breaths, smiling out at the crowd even though my intestines were twisting. This was crazy, so crazy. And then I looked to Mark again, and I saw the Mark I had met all those years ago standing there, looking back at me, and I was comforted. The butterflies were blown away with a leaf blower. "Hi all," I said. "I'm really happy Griffin let me take over a piece of his night tonight." I dropped my voice to a stage whisper, looking around the crowd again. "But I gotta say, aren't these photos a little anticlimactic?" I motioned to all the black sheets and got a laugh from the crowd. "No, but seriously, I'm really excited to see what's under all of these. Griffin's an insane talent, and I'm honored to be here seeing it." The crowd cheered at that. Griffin put his hands together and bowed, his cheeks red. Alex was standing next to him, his arm around Griffin, a clear expression of adoration on his face. "There's something else I'm honored about tonight," I said as the applause died down. My eyes settled on Mark. "I'm honored to be sharing this night with my childhood best friend and love of my life, Mark Masters. Standing right there, yep, him." Mark laughed and dropped his head into a hand as people cheered. "We were best friends through some of the most formative years of our lives, and then we drifted. Life took us in separate directions. But it wasn't too long until those directions turned back toward each other. We collided when I walked into your office, and my life has been complete again ever since then." I think some people awed, but I was so focused on Mark, everyone else was fading away. "Mark, you helped me in so many different ways. Not only did you save my career from tanking, but you saved me from thinking a life without love was okay." I took a breath, smiling, knowing what was coming next, but also not knowing anything at all. "And sure, I saved you from getting stabbed in the chest, but hey, who's keeping track of these things?" That got some roaring laughter from the crowd. "Plus, I have that badass scar on my shoulder now, so thank you for that." "Welcome," I heard Mark say over the laughs. "So, with all that being said," I lifted a hand toward the 5 frames, "Mark, I think it's safe to say I'm ready to spend the rest of my life with you, every single second of it. We have so much time we need to make up for, and I'm not going to waste a second of it ever again." My lower lip was twitching without me being able to stop it. Mark had his head cocked, his detective brain putting all the pieces together before the big reveal. His eyes opened wide, his jaw dropping, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile that was wide and time-stopping. That was when the black drapes covering the 5 frames lifted up on invisible wires, disappearing over the wall and leaving behind a row of huge photos, framed in a beautiful rusted copper. The first photo was a shot of me and Mark, back when we were 13 and learning how to rollerblade. Over it, I had imposed a shot of the exact moment, a little larger and more opaque, replicated with us as adults. The next photo was one of us at 14, sitting shoulder to shoulder and watching an outdoor movie. I remembered the day vividly as a kid because that moment was so quick and searing hot, and one that my mom had managed to capture on her disposable camera before I quickly moved away from Mark. That one I had actually asked Griffin to sneakily take when I took him to go see Legally Blonde at the same park. Over the past months, I had managed to get Mark into the same position, even wearing similar clothes as those old photos without him ever noticing. It was a series of memories of us, with current moments laid over them. And underneath each frame was a word. Mark, will you marry me? That was when I pulled a blue velvet box from my pocket and opened it to reveal the band sitting on top a plush white pillow. The crowd had gone deathly silent, as if we were all waiting for test results that would determine the rest of our lives. Yes! Of course, Liam, come over here! Another eruption of cheers and claps and shouts. I went over to Mark, feeling my heart grow big white feathery wings and take off. He was smiling, I was smiling, and I put the ring on his finger, my love growing profoundly deep and rooting itself between us. This was the man of my dreams. In more ways than one, we completed the other. It was meant to be, and I couldn't be happier. We kissed then, a room full of people cheering us on for our love. Tell that to our past selves and you'd be laughed off the block. It would have seemed like a complete fabrication. That would never happen. Except it did. Things did get better, and I only expected them to keep getting better for us, so long as we were together. I love you, Marky Mark. I kissed him again. Love you, he kissed me. Lima Beanie Liam. Oh, no, no way in hell is that catching on. I shook my head, kissing him. No, I just came up with it. Good, huh? No, I'll call off the wedding right now. No, please don't. Mark batted his lashes. Lima Beanie Liam. This concludes A Tangled Truth by Max Walker. Narrated by Greg Boudreau. Copyright 2018 by Max Walker. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Max Walker and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.